Hey, all you dumpster divers. 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 There you are. Welcome to Movie Garbage. It's not too late to join us in enjoying a film that is weird, but it's a gateway to many things. Like I said, this is Movie Garbage, and we watched Vampire's Kiss. I am Ed Bobinchek, and with his own goof is Matt Lewis.
I'm a podcaster. 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 Woo. Now this was an excellent experience that I was incredibly happy to do.
And we had to make sure to share that incredible experience with, once again, returning friend of the podcast, still sleepy from last night, Chris Bow.
Hey, yo, what's going on? What the fuck was this movie, guys? Oh my god.
It was a very, very fun gauge in the early Nick Cage's mind, I suppose.
Gauge in the cage.
Yeah, Gauge in the cage. Now, of course, this is the part of the podcast where we preamble for way too damn long.
Tangents within tangents.
Yeah, tangents within tangents. We will get distracted within the long preamble notes, as we always do.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, as always.
Is that not why they come?
Yeah, that's why you listen. Here? Yeah, that's why you come to listen.
That's why I come all the time.
Hey.
So we're going to start, obviously, Vegas topics back down to specifics. Vegas from the very top. This is allegedly a vampire movie. Of the nice.
Hey, it didn't happen during the amazing intro. So.
Yeah, that's true. Of the general Universal monsters, which obviously Cage is a fan because there's a similar movie years and years and years later. The Universal monsters, Dracula, Wolfman, Mummy.
Invisible
Frankenstein,
Man.
Yep, Invisible Man.
Invisible Man.
All the people who are still owned by Universal to this day somehow.
How is that? Because I
don't know.
I feel like they should be public domain at this point.
I mean, they're I think they're just the movie right. I don't know. I have no idea how it works, but they still are producing the specific monster movie shit to this day.
Yeah, but getting released in public domain takes so fucking long.
It's supposedly 100 years, but it's been pushed and moved around to very specific situations, like how James Bond is public domain in Canada, but not in America.
Huh.
Or how Steamboat Willie is public domain, but Mickey Mouse is still not.
I think the reason that is because didn't Steamboat Willie fall under a completely different version of copyright?
Yeah.
I'm assuming
and that is how they were allowed to keep Mickey Mouse, because it's been more than 100 years of Mickey Mouse, I believe, at this point, possibly, or close to what it would have been for old rules, but they
sometimes it's not even
fucking around with it.
It's not even just 100 years. I might be thinking of it probably varies between books versus visual media, but I know there is a version of it where it's something like the lifetime of the creator plus 70 years, so that that I guess the benefits of their success can be inherited to their grandchildren or some shit.
Yeah, weird.
Right. I know too. There's different things involving Mickey Mouse, and you know what probably it is Steamboat Willie was probably licensed not under Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Because I know Night of the Living Dead is a public domain film, the original.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll bet you because Steamboat Willie's character falls under different copyright, so that's probably why.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering then, it's still confusing. That I'm wondering then if the old school films might end up being theoretically public domain, but there might be the rights to the characters, it's Mummy, Dracula, all those.
It's got to be a technically legally different copyright because Winnie the Pooh, right? I guess specifically the storybook character from the very original 100 Acre Wood story or whatever, that's public domain. But then there's Winnie the Pooh, which you've seen in
owned by
Disney films.
Yeah.
That is still under copyright. That's why Winnie the Pooh fucking Blood and Honey exists.
Yeah, and that hilarious last terrible Grinch movie. But the reason I brought up the Universal Monsters in the first place was to ask of the Universal Monsters, like I said, Dracula specifically, of vampires, with a wolf man of different werewolf forms, and then specifically the Mummy Imhotep, and then Creature from the Black Lagoon, as opposed to other weird swamp creatures. Frankenstein's monster. Included, The Invisible Man, the original story, and the original movie, which is a damn good movie, and the remake of the new one, all still under Universal, which is hilarious. Yeah. Of them, which one do you think was your personal? Which one do you like the most?
See, I've never seen a lot of the older films. Mm-hmm. So like, if I'm looking at just the characters, I think. I think that Frankenstein is probably, if I had to take like one monster and be like, I think this is the most interesting, I think the Frankenstein monster is the most interesting, because I think there's a lot, because it's not just the person that's being created, but there's a lot of other implications. Like the lore behind Dracula and vampires is interesting. I think the Invisible Man, I like the remake to an extent, but I can see where that's going to run out. I think like werewolves are interesting versus more so than just the wolf man. I think Creature of the Black Lagoon might be up there, like number 2 over there, and I love the Mummy films with Brendan Fraser. Mm-hmm. They're fun and all that, but like I feel like that's more so the movie and not the character. So if I had to take one monster and be like, this is the one I think is the most interesting to make things with, I think Frankenstein's monster would be. Oh, okay. Like, I mean, especially you have as diverse things as the original Frankenstein. Then you've also got stuff like what's it called? Young Frankenstein.
Young Frankenstein's incredible, yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there's plenty to it. Like even too, like if you think about like ironically Hotel Transylvania. Yeah. Like I don't know, I feel like Frankenstein is the most interesting to see like evolved. Somewhat, and he's most visual. I think too, like it's also visually interesting to have this put together monster. Like we all think of the green guy with all similar colors, but like Sally theoretically is a Frankenstein monster in Nightmare.
More Bride of Frankenstein, another specific character that they own.
Yeah, and even too, like seeing what you get from like I feel like Child's Play is almost a kind of Frankenstein monster.
Yeah, that's more like voodoo.
But I mean, you could argue that it's kind of connected to that.
Yeah. Did you see the? Well, I mean, obviously, like I said, neither my co-host Ed nor Chris ever see normal good new movies. So I assume you didn't see the new Frankenstein movie that's in theaters at this very moment, starring Oscar Isaac as the Doctor.
I have not.
Okay. And the trailer for the new The Bride movie coming out as well, which actually looks pretty like artsy and cool, with Maggie Gyllenhaal, I believe, is playing the bride, and Christian Bale's playing Frankenstein. Yeah, very, very cool. Him like being a weird zombie man's pretty fucking awesome.
There was another movie that I remember. So like I watched some films, and I think it was called Lisa Frankenstein.
Oh, Lisa Frankenstein was the movie. It was like a weird with like 80s version with that one actress who's in a shit ton of horror stuff.
And then one of the and then Cole or Dylan.
Was one of the
It was a weird film. It wasn't terrible, but it just felt odd. Yeah. And I was a little upset because I learned about it from to shout him out again, Kill Count.
Yeah, Kill Count.
But like, so I remember watching it and kind of hoping it would be similar to Totally Killer. Yeah. Which that movie is incredible.
Yeah. Also starring that actress, correct? Or
was that her? That might have. Was that? I don't think that was her. I can't remember though.
That's the one where she switches the body with Vince Vaughn.
No, that's Freaky.
Okay, Freaky, I believe.
Totally Killer is like a horror version of Back to the Future, where she goes back in time accidentally, and it's her because her mom had gotten killed, so she ends up going back in time and is trying to find this like serial killer who would kill her mom's friends. Oh no! And had never been caught. No, and like the whole town was like known for it or whatever. It's very Back to the Future-esque. Okay. It's a really good movie because it's ironically too because it's taking place in like the 80s, 90s. Mm-hmm. So it's it's like watching.
Those are very, very funny.
But it's like because the gap is similar to Back to the Future, where like you watch that in the 80s and it's like back to the 50s. Mm-hmm. We're watching the 80s, 90s in the 2000s. Yeah, 2020s.
Very, very fucking funny.
It's a really good movie.
No, that's good. Personally, I would say I definitely love The Mummy because it's just like a fucking insanely overpowered lich that's just like seemingly unbeatable unless you get its phylacteries, which are the canoptic jars with all the organs and shit. At least that's the lore in the, I believe in the original Mummy and then in the Brendan Fraser series, which is fucking incredible. And just recently got a new movie announced that's coming out soon.
That's right, yeah.
Which is crazy. I recently watched the Tom Cruise one. Boy, that movie is like, so it's like, that was like the original pitch for their Dark Universe bullshit.
I remember them trying to pitch that.
Yeah, guess what? The movie sucks and it didn't do well, so they canceled it. After that, and Dracula Untold, which was pretty honestly the movie, the dude Deckard Shaw from Fast and Furious plays Dracula.
Oh shit,
that movie's legit actually pretty good. The Tom Cruise Mummy sucked. It's like what people think in their brains of the bad Marvel humor. Like, he's right behind me, isn't he? Or like, oh, well, that just happened. Like, it's like that turned up to 11 and like unfunny and shitty, along with like just Tom Cruise being action guy is normal. And
you know, it's funny. I've never been like someone who's like, oh, Tom Cruise is so incredible.
Like, he's all right.
Because like, I mean, it's one thing for like action stars, you know, and everything, but I feel like, and especially having, you know, since our last episode was the Fast and Furious franchise, and watched them all. Which is funny enough that there's a YouTuber I watch who referred to Fast and Furious as Twilight for Men.
Yeah.
Which 100% is accurate as hell. But like, you know, I think about those films and like, yeah, there's some of the, you know, similarities, but they started to get some niches. So like Vin Diesel, like, even though like, yeah, Ludacris's character is just ludicrous, whatever, like everyone feels unique. Ironically, you know, kind of pointed out, and I guess Paul Walker had dated a 16-year-old when he was in his like 30s.
I'm not that.
Until up to his death.
Ugh, that sucks.
Yeah, that was unfortunate to learn. But he was kind of the most generic out of everybody.
I mean, yeah, Brian was like the generic white guy, just so like white people watching the movie kind of company to associate with, because like everyone else is a weird, diverse person who's hilarious.
But like everyone in those are even like. He's like even Jason Statham in those is unique in being, because like he's small but he's a badass.
I mean, dude, we cannot turn this into another. We've had 5. Dude, I just recently listened to the Fast and the Furious episode. It's literally 5.5 hours of Fast and the Furious stuff.
Oh yeah, but what I'm saying is like the point is like like Tom Cruise is just generic action guy, and he's not like like he's someone who easily could be just replaced with somebody else. Even to like. For what, you know, for all their faults, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, John Claude Van Damme to an extent, Steven Seagal, I can't believe I can say, you know, Sylvester Stallone, all these guys, even though like Stallone and Arnold are both like these big, muscly, you know, brutes, they are different in the way they play those brutes, and I feel like Tom Cruise doesn't have it. So I could basically, all that said, I can see why that movie flopped with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. I'm hoping that the Brendan Fraser one's going to be back to form, just hilariously awesome. I heard Benny Zactor's coming back somehow, even though he definitely died in the first movie, which I'm like, I don't care, that's fine. He's fucking great. But
I think too with like Mummy is like, I think there's interesting things to do it, because I know we talked about it in our Fantastic Dinosaurs, talked about like different lores.
Yeah.
And I know Egyptian is like picked up a lot, but I kind of like the idea of like mixing, and I think that's why like, ironically, again, like I know Chucky, I said, was Frankenstein, but you know, you mentioned Voodoo, like that is kind of a mixing of, you know, religious, you know, iconography and monsters, and I think that there's interesting things to be done. Ironically, you know, having a mummy style outside of Egypt could be really interesting.
Well, that's the what's it called movie? Like I said, like what we were talking before, the weird politics of that 2017 movie opens with like. Nondescript insurgents in, I believe it's Iran. Just like, no specific group mentioned, but like how they were destroying ancient Egyptian artifacts in that area, which is true. They actually do that. Any specific or non-specific extremist groups in those do destroy all the ancient like architecture and stuff like that, just for shitty religious reasons. But the mummy actually is like not outside of Egypt, the physical mummy, and it's like it opens with like crusaders during the 1500s. Like having opened this tomb previously and like taking stuff out of it, so there's like a lot of like really cool like imagery of like church stuff, but then also that, and then also the weird thing with the Brendan Fraser Mummy series. For some reason, Imhotep, who is ancient Egyptian's powers, are based on the ancient Hebrew Testament somehow, or the plagues. Like Imhotep wasn't the one that that what's the name was going against. So it's a very weird decision. But like anyway, besides that stuff, just the power and the scale and the like interestingness that they can do with the mummy stories, I always find very, very interesting. And remember they did the Dragon King, which was a Chinese mummified person in the third Mummy movie.
Oh yeah,
which didn't do well because it was a bad movie. But besides that, recently in 2024 there was also a Wolfman movie. I watched that recently as well. Not very good. I think the Wolfman is the shittiest form of werewolf, next to just turning into like a normal ass wolf, like the
Twilight.
hair on a person's. No, that's cool. That's a big giant monster wolf. That's one of the like coolest.
It does also give us one of the greatest scenes of cinema.
Yeah, fucking biting dude's heads off is hilarious. But no, like, well, we'll get to Twilight eventually. But yeah, like the actual, like the Wolfman, which is just like a regular guy with some like fucking hair on his shit, maybe like a black painted nose for a dog nose, like that form sucks shit. The Invisible Man movie was incredible. All these Universal movies are also distributed by Universal, which is very funny because, like, yeah, you know, Blumhouse does horror movies and stuff like that, so it obviously makes sense. Any opinions, Chris, for Universal Monstoids?
I'm not really much of a film buff myself.
Yeah.
I know that they are certainly things that exist. People love the stories. They've been cliched to hell and back for the past however many decades.
Yeah, makes sense.
Zombies don't fall under Universal Monsters, though, right?
No.
Like,
It's like specific characters. Like, it's not vampires. It's Dracula specifically. It's not werewolves as a concept. It's the Wolfman, the one with the slight amount of fur on his head.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, it's like, and then Frankenstein's monster specifically, I guess. Well, that's still pretty public domain and vague, but they still like they incorporate that into their franchises and shit. And so anyway, between werewolves, mummies, zomboids, I guess, which is Frankenstein falls under, and then whatever. Which do you prefer, horror wise, or even just like monster shit wise?
I honestly, I don't really have a preference. Probably just like.
I would guess then probably Dracula, since I know a lot of the games you play are gonna. I know like a lot of games tend to use vampires and Dracula more. I mean, Castlevania.
Yeah, like vampires are probably like one of the most commonly used tropes in like horror games nowadays. So like I guess like maybe just for that reason, because I'm a video game nerd.
Yeah.
So I guess like strictly by association, I guess vampires.
Nice. Well, that's an amazing segue, because the next topic I was going to get into from the vague Universal Monster forums in the Vegas sense was going to be specifically vampire movies. I'm assuming neither of you guys saw that amazing ass Nosferatu that came out last year.
Nope.
I have not.
Fucking
I've never even seen the
incredible.
original.
Seek it out. Well, the original you probably just watch James on Dead Meat's coverage of it. It's pretty funny, and then go watch the real new movie, which is actually fucking incredible. Bill Skarsgård is an incredible Count Orlok. He's terrifying, and it's also a weirdly sexy movie. It's great.
Ooh, sexy. You had me at sexy movie.
Yeah, he's a weird, disgusting, giant, creepy man, but he's also a very awesome, sexy movie.
Okay, but is Nicolas Cage in it?
Well, if you want Nicolas Cage, you'd have to go to Renfield.
Well, then it's not
that movie.
Then it's not a sexy movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say. That movie's incredible, but that movie only got more specific into actual Cage stuff. But another movie did come out the exact same year, like within like a couple of months of Renfield. Did you see Voyage of the Demeter?
No, I wanted to.
I did see it.
Remember seeing the trailer. Was it good?
It was pretty okay. I would say it's a gentleman's 7.5. It's literally like if you've read the Dracula book, there's like, it's a famous scene that's always in every Dracula movie, how he gets from Transylvania to England or whatever. There's like a paragraph, and half a paragraph that says like, Dracula boarded the ship, the Demeter, and like when the ship arrived in London, everyone on it was dead, and like a big crate that was in it disappeared from it. That's like all there is in the actual book. It's a scene that you see in every single Dracula movie of, like, you know, the ship in the water, like, I'm traveling, and then, like, you know, the next scene goes on. They made an entire movie about just that boat's trip. So it's just Dracula on this boat being transported to England.
And how he's killing everybody?
Yeah, how he kills every single person on the ship, and it's really fucking cool. Because that Dracula is actually just, like, a giant-ass bat creature, like man-bat, like, fucking... dude, he's huge, like, literally just, like, a man-bat-style monster just taking out everyone on this ship.
Hell yeah.
And it's really fucking good. Yeah, it's a very fucking good movie. And it came out literally within a month of Renfield, which is hilarious. Another Dracula movie. And, of course, both owned by Universal.
And then very tonally different because it seemed like from what I saw in the trailers, the Voyage of Demeter was like a more of a suspense horror.
It's a slasher movie, basically.
Slasher suspense horror, like because they had the isolation of the ship and you can't escape.
It's literally picking off one by one what's going on. Everyone freaking out. Some people trying to want to go into the crates and investigate. Some people being too afraid to.
It's Alien, basically.
Basically
Alien with vampires.
With Dracula specifically. It's great.
And Renfield is. It's a spiritual sequel to this movie.
Open the window. Did you see? Speaking of that fucking amazing line, Dracula Dead and Loving It.
No,
that's a Leslie Nielsen spoof movie by Mel Brooks.
Huh.
I saw the movie 1,000 times as a kid.
Dead and Loving It.
Yeah,
I've never heard that one.
Like
Leslie Nielsen is incredibly funny.
God, that is a perfect title for a spoof movie, and Leslie Nielsen is the perfect actor for exactly
He's an
that.
amazing Dracula. He's an incredible.
Exactly who he is.
Blonde dude from all the spoof movies, Naked Gun and everything.
You need to see his face one more time for sure.
Renfield, open the window. Look at me. I'm eating chicken. It's great. He's like fucking. He's incredibly hilarious.
Did you guys hear about apparently that they're doing a remake of the Naked Gun movies?
Yes.
No, they already did a remake and it was fantastic.
They did. Oh, okay. I haven't seen it.
We talked about that in one of our episodes.
Yeah, one of our episodes. Leslie Nielsen. Liam Neeson is playing Leslie Nielsen's son.
Oh, sorry, I don't really keep up a whole lot on the news of that, so you can tell I'm out of the loop.
Yeah. It came out like 2 or 3 months ago.
Oh, okay.
It's very fucking funny.
It's been that long? Jesus Christ, I feel like I saw the trailer like last week.
Yeah, no, check it out if you get a chance. It's very, very fucking funny. It's just as, like, if you remember the Naked Gun movies, like, every single line is a fucking pun or a joke or a visual gag. It's just nonstop. The new movie is just like that, which is something you do not get in movies these days for comedies. It's just like constant
That's
jokes.
Impressive that you could like make that and stick to that in this day and age. Like, holy shit.
Especially because I know I had to make sure I could see his face. I knew it and I had to confirm it. But we talked about too, superhero movie. Like his he helps elevate that movie.
He's incredible.
And even like Airplane, like those films and like doing those kind of things, it's incredible. Just because like spoof movies got away from it, and they try to make a joke every line, but they're not making jokes. They're making references.
Shitty pop culture references which suck. Yeah, no,
and they're very dated.
The new movie is incredible. It's like I said, nonstop jokes. Like of course it's a modern movie, so I have to make fun of modern police stuff. It's very funny. Liam Neeson's like in a bar trying to find somebody. He's just like, "Hey bartender, do you know where this guy is?" And he's just like, "You don't recognize me, huh? You killed my brother. That could be hundreds of people. Like you shot him in the back. That could be a dozen people." Like he was white. Oh, Frankie, yeah, that guy.
That's good.
It's very funny.
Oh, that's amazing.
The movie is like incredibly funny.
I have to go see that.
It's very, very good.
Yeah, honestly, Liam Neeson might be one of those actors who, if he were to transition to comedy, I feel like he would be a Leslie Nielsen. Because, like, I mean, if you think about, like, he's in the Lego movie playing good cop, bad cop.
Good cop, bad cop.
And that character is, like, unironically making those, like, deadpan jokes is something it's an art form.
Yeah.
It is definitely an art form. Good. Is its own style of acting.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mentioned earlier Dracula Untold, which was very fucking good. It was another Dark Universe attempt. But that one was just like a pure action movie of Dracula during like medieval times. First getting turned into a vampire, then using his like insanely OP vampire powers to just fucking take over the nation. It's really good.
I do remember seeing. I think we watched, a film called Dracula 3000.
God, that thing sucked.
Yeah, I don't remember anything about it.
Nothing you remember. It's very bad and it's boring and shitty.
Though I will say one bad movie that honestly I actually enjoy, and I'm curious to see like what you guys think. Van Helsing.
I love Van Helsing.
Hugh Jackson.
Yeah, Hugh Jackman.
Jackman.
Yeah. Jackson, that's the same difference. Yeah, that movie is really fucking good. It's a very cheesy, like weird movie, but yeah, I fucking enjoyed the hell out of that.
And then isn't what's his name? Michael Boyle. What's his name? Was the Frankenstein monster? That was I want to say not Michael Boyle. Was it?
It was somebody dramatic because he was very dramatic in that movie.
I need to look this up as we chat here because if I'm remembering it correctly, I think it was actually someone who played Frankenstein before.
And anyway, another Universal movie specifically tied to Dracula. Did you guys see the movie Abigail?
Abigail. Yes, I did see Abigail.
Incredible.
It was not the same guy as I thought,
Okay,
but
no.
I was thinking of Young Frankenstein because that was the dad in Everyone Loves Raymond.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Everyone Loves Raymond.
In Young Frankenstein, that was the dad. Yeah, he was
Yes.
fucking hilarious. Yeah, Abigail, which was another Universal distributed movie, potential tied to a dark universe if they ever wanted to do an actual successful one, because that movie's fucking great.
Oh, I think I watched that and Renfield similar times.
Yeah.
That movie is so good because it's and I think that wasn't Radio, not that sense. Well, maybe was it Radio Silence who made that one?
I believe it. I thought it's distributed by Universal. I know that.
But if I'm remembering that Abigail.
This is why I do research, guys. Everyone else is on their phone.
Listen here.
I'm just here trying to see like if that
company
Naked
is
Gun
this?
movie's still in theaters. And,
no, it's way it's
it's
definitely like on
Production company. Yeah, Radio Silence helped make that one.
You have to stream it or torrent it.
I mean, Radio Silence, because they did the Scream 5, 6, and they're doing 7. They did Ready or Not. And like they definitely do a great job of making good horror films that use comedy. Like, they definitely were a great company to take over Scream because they definitely had that going for them.
They actually added some humor to that movie. It's allegedly a satire.
So, like, I think that, like, there's, again, like, stuff like, that's why Mel Brooks films, I think, are so good. It's because they are, as spoof as they are, accurate films that are part of the genre, while also, like...
They're good films and funny.
Yeah, it's like, it's kind of like how, like, technically Resident Evil 4 is both a horror game and an action game.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. It's like, it is a true horror game, but it's also using action, and it's one of those things where, which one you put it in? Like, theoretically, Young Frankenstein is a true drama-style piece, but it's also a comedy. Like, which one does it fall under? Like, Abigail is a true horror film, but it's also very funny.
It's very, very funny.
Very funny.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Did you see Morbius?
I have not yet.
Because it's Morbin time. That movie, that one I'll say is a fucking, 6.5 maybe. If you like just watch it ironically, it's a little bit more enjoyable because you know it's going to be shitty. And then it was hilarious how everyone tricked Sony into thinking that people were watching it ironically just to fucking make it fail in the theaters the second time. Yeah, that movie was shitty. Did you watch Buffy growing up?
I never did actually.
Oh, I love that series. It's some of the best vampire content you'll ever see. I'm hoping that the new series is doing well because the director is somebody who I do like and I trust to do something good with the series.
I learned everything I know about Buffy from Death Battle.
Oh, yeah.
It was Buffy versus Blade.
Did she beat Blade or no? I don't remember.
Spoiler, yes.
She beat Blade? Yeah. Well, I mean, she's insanely powerful. And she's gone against probably proportionally more powerful things than Blade has ever gone up against. Speaking of Blade...
That was a good... I would say that Death Battle. That was really good because they did live action.
Oh, no.
They've done that with live action, and they did a Snake versus Sam Fisher.
Oh, that's cool. Snake better have won.
Snake did, yes.
Yeah, because he fucking fights supernatural fucking freaks all the time. But there's a man with a gun and he fights fucking actual vampires. Funny to tie in, and fucking bullet repelling people, all kinds of giant robots. Anyway, back on actual subject. No, I remember back in early 2009 there was a funny ass movie called Lesbian Vampire Killers, which was based on the actual original thing that predates Dracula, the story, Carmilla story. Do you know the story of Carmilla?
No.
Okay, it was a vampire story about this young girl vampire who seduces this other young woman, and it's literally from like the 18 or 1700s before Dracula, and Dracula was influenced by that story. And so in this story, like the Carmilla vampire comes back and she bites people, only women, because she's only attracted to women, and whenever she does that, they turn gay. It's a very funny movie, but it's actually a very dude bro movie from the aughts, so you know it's probably problematic as shit.
Oh, definitely.
But it was very funny. A horrible name, Lesbian Vampire Killers, because you don't even know what the hell they're referring to in that movie, that title. Let's see, Life Force from the 80s. Remember, it was a How Did It Get Made movie. About like space vampires.
Don't think I've seen that one.
Space vampires.
Yeah, and like the lead woman is like literally naked the entire movie, just walking around London with all these people.
Listen, we've seen a lot because we watched. Valley Girl we watched earlier, and that one didn't have as many because everyone's teenagers.
Yeah.
But this one had it, and then we also watched Poultrygeist.
Poultrygeist is,
and there's a lot of breasts in that one. So there's a lot. Some women have breasts, and there's the main one, vegan woman had her rib cage went out more than her breasts.
Jesus. Well, back on topic for more PG ratings. Now, we mentioned it a dozen times on the podcast. Ed has told the story multiple times, but of course we have to speak. We're talking about vampires. There's no other less popular vampires than the fucking Twilight vampires.
You know, for everything that's wrong, like is wrong and problematic with, you know, some of the stuff on Twilight, I will say, and it's actually something that I eventually want to work on someday, is for all the faults, it took vampires and it did something unique and different with them. Mm-hmm. And like people I know will joke and clown on like the sparkling in the sun, but you know what? Like that is a bit of a, like, yes, it's funny him sparkling. Go, this is the skin of a killer. But like that is something that would stand out.
Yeah,
and it basically, it kind of was, you can, in a way, it could even make them scarier in a way.
If you actually like know Twilight and you actually know what the vampires are, which is poisonous crystal undead beings, they're really fucking terrifying. They're more scary than real vampires because they literally their entire bodies are made of crystal. They're incredibly. That's why they're so hard, and the fact that they sparkle. And their bite is literally venomous, which is why they're fucking dangerous. Like I don't know if they've ever gone into the movies, or you can tell like whenever they pull somebody's arms or head off, it's like just like dry crystal inside.
So yeah, but like that explains.
They actually go into like the physicality of like why they're like that, why they sparkle. It's like they're like fucking stone, like sparkly inside, like completely like you know, weird non-crystals or whatever, and that's why they're so durable and strong and fast.
They're just poisonous stone skin snakes.
Yeah, they're stone skin poison people, and that's why they're also incredibly fast, and that's why they're so deadly. Because like almost nothing can fucking hurt them unless they pull each other's arms off, which is that awesome ass thing we talked about 1,000 times.
Yes, but like I said, I'll give credit because I think like when you have something like vampires or like these well-known like creatures, getting something like that is unique, and even though it's recognizable but unique, is important. And I think that's where you get, like, as much as you know the author is, you know, a turf, but like what happened with wizards, and go up on that, like it's something that's well known, but taking that and twisting it and morphing it into something new and while being familiar. I mean, even you could argue, like, again, referencing Night of the Living Dead, like zombies were much different. Like voodoo, like zombies started off as a voodoo creature kind of thing that are being controlled through like that act of like unknown, you know, black magic.
Yeah,
but Romero making them these different creatures, and even then, like that's why I think stuff like 20 Days Later, and like Left 4 Dead, and some of those ones that took zombies and made them fast. Like there is something unique about that. And why World War Z, the book, was so great, because again, when you take these well-known beings, monsters, creatures, whatever, and find new ways to make them familiar but unique. I think that's where the evolution of these characters and medias are so great. Yeah. And it's why seeing them, like, I mean, even too, like Castlevania itself. I mean, that's got Dracula and all that into it.
That Dracula is fantastic.
How different nowadays is Castlevania Dracula to where it started?
Yeah.
You know.
What is a man but a miserable little pile of secrets, as he says. Did you watch the animated Castlevania series?
Not all the way through. Like I think I saw the first 2 seasons. I did eventually pick them up on Blu-ray, and I'll watch them eventually.
Yeah, the first season is like practically just a movie. It's like 4.
Yeah, it's like 3 or 4 episodes.
Yeah, it's like very, very short. It's basically like one long like sequence or story. You could basically watch it as just a movie. All the seasons after that are like a long, written out like TV show. Right, because
I feel like that the first season was meant to be more like a pilot.
Yeah, basically, and as much of a piece of shit as Addy Shankar is as a person, you can snap it into the mic. It's very fun. We have a couple of those snaps into the thing.
And when I say a pilot, what I mean is that like I feel like the series was sort of like almost like a test.
Yeah, it basically was, because they didn't know if they're going to get a series.
It would be well received, so they didn't commit to a whole lot of episodes, just 4, and it turned out to be a big hit, so then they went further.
It deservedly, because I love that show. Check out Action Toon Bros coverage of the Castlevania, all 4 seasons of the original series. We have not watched Nocturne yet, but it looks beautiful, and I can't wait to get to it. But yeah, the Castlevania fucking rules. The other one I was going to talk about, let's see, most of them talking about, the Vampire the Masquerade series, the tabletop game turned like multiple video games, and I think there was a movie at one point.
But yeah, they like just came out with with
Bloodlines too.
With Vampires 2 Bloodlines.
Yeah, I hear it's janky and okay. I'm probably going to check it out because I fucking love Vampire the Masquerade. Bloodlines is incredible.
It's a game that's been on my radar, but...
The original game is a hugely famous old school PC RPG with like, tons of choices, tons of different storylines and stuff like that, and like it was hugely famous. The new one came out, it was kind of like midly received, but like semi-positive, so I'm probably gonna check it out eventually. I love the Vampire the Masquerade like tabletop game stuff. All the lore and everything is incredibly fascinating. But alright, so I was gonna say with Twilight, speaking of like how they changed the lore and stuff like that, the other thing I really loved in the books was like Jacob, the quote unquote werewolf, and like his tribe or whatever. They, at one point during that amazing scene with the Volturi at the end of the fight sequence or whatever, in the books, I don't know if they mentioned it in the movie or not, but in the books they actually mentioned, like, they're like, you have a clan of werewolves you guys are hiding here, you have to kill them too. And it's like, these native people are not werewolves. They are skinwalkers. They could have literally turned into any giant animal. It could have been a hawk or a bear or anything. They're not...
or a trout.
Yeah, or a trout. They literally say they're not like the children of the moon we saw in Africa or in Alaska. I'm like, wait a minute. So there's actual bipedal werewolves as opposed to the actual shape changers that the Jacob's tribe is. So there's like a lot more in that fucking world. And I'm like, Stephanie Meyer, why can't you be a normal person and not a weird piece of shit?
Right? Because, like, I mean, again, I think, too, like, the idea that certain vampires can get superpowers is also really interesting.
Yeah, one dude's literally the fucking Avatar.
Yeah, literally.
Literally can control water, fire, earth, and fucking air. And it's like, what the how? Why? How? Like, what is all this shit? And when I was reading the book, my sister was obsessed with it. She would always have the audiobooks playing nonstop in our house. The female werewolf in Jacob's tribe, who, I'm a horrible for not remembering her name, but like that character had a horribly harrowing fucking existence, and I would like love to have a story from her point of view, because you actually like see the story, and also like how the women in the fucking vampire and werewolf communities are both like horribly fucked over by the transformation, but men aren't. Is really fucking weird.
I mean, that's part of, I think, the author.
Yeah, Stephanie Meyer's internalized misogyny from being a Mormon or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
So, but, like, yeah, it's, like, terrible. Like, yeah, it's really
It's because I know, too, like, like, you get a piece of it, like, with Bella, well, somewhat. Yeah, yes, she's so empty in the head, that's why she's got a superpower.
Yeah.
But, like, the idea that certain people, like, the way their lives were before they were changed gives them powers. Like, there's a lot of, like, untapped.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, honestly, too, like, even in the film. So, like, the third one is Eclipse, right?
I have no fucking... I've read all the books. I've watched all the movies. I could not tell you what the hell any of them are named.
So, like, it's I always think, like, and it's maybe this is just the film, because the films, especially later on, they start deviating. But like one of the most interesting stories to me that does not get explored in the movies is Victoria's like commander dude from the third one or whatever. Like that dude himself, like just randomly gets changed, and he gets full on like committed to the point where like he seems like he's got like a great like head on his shoulders comparatively.
Yeah.
And like I want to know like his backstory and all that and see these things.
Yeah.
And I know there's like the story of Bree, who's one of the vampires who is in that group and like survives, and I guess that's like ends up being killed down the line or something that they defend.
Yeah.
And even too like the story of the Volturi is interesting. And that's why I think the last one was so fun, because all these characters were They were finally got to characterize.
A huge guy, not just following, like literally purposely boring on purpose fucking Bella. And he's like, this world is absolutely insane. And we're following the boringest fucking person possible who's actively not engaging with it. And it sucks.
And it's sad because, like, you can see the chaos in the last film. Like, honestly, Bella's character is probably the best she is in that last movie.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, she's still, like, Mary Sue-esque, but she's, like, she finally gets to open up. Mm-hmm. And I just find that incredible. Like, honestly, like, you know what? Give me someone who's freaking out over stupid shit finally. Who's finally, like, honestly, she's finally using her voice.
Yeah, finally has actual emotions besides depression, which is
interesting. And I think, unfortunately, it's because she was the human around all these vampires who could, like, at any point, like, rip her to pieces. Yeah. And now, finally, she's the one who can't get hurt by them, between her superpower and also the fact that she's the whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it's again, it's a shame that it's a shame that some of these the greatest things here have these terrible, problematic authors, because, like, there's just so much untapped potential in these. Like in that particular Twilight here, like there's so much untapped potential in this, and the fact that it is like I'm fine with it being somewhat almost romanticized, like, but I want it to be good, like give me the good stuff, and I think like you can see like you can get the payoffs, you can get the romantic film, and you can get the action film, and it's sometimes too it's why like sometimes like yes you want to have the creators input, but I think tying directly straight to the book. At a certain point, I think, well, why don't I just read the book? Yeah. It's the same way, like, when you make a remake, why are you just remaking the movie the same exact way? It's also why I say in remakes in general, like, honestly, they keep trying to remake all these quote-unquote good films or classics. Why? The classic exists. Like, yeah, there's potential retellings. Why don't you take... I've seen before some people say, and I agree.
Yeah, it's a very common sentiment, yeah.
Why are we not remaking the bad films? The ones that... maybe had a cool concept, but just either it was you couldn't get it to be made, special effects wise, or you had a bad director, or you had a bad actor, or even if it was an average film that was forgettable or had like a problematic element tied to it in terms of actors or connection, like remake those and put new spins on stuff. Like, I mean, honestly, because you guys are into Final Fantasy. If they remade Final Fantasy VII directly as it was back in the day, but just fancier graphics, would it be as good as it is when they've taken the story and started adding changes to it?
Yeah.
I mean, in the case of 7 in particular, like, if they did, like,
remaster as opposed to a remake?
Yeah, basically. Like a remake in the sense of, like, basically a shot-for-shot remake. Mm-hmm. I think it could still be good, and, like, I feel like that is... funny enough, like, when the first... one came out. That is basically exactly what the fans were expecting.
Yeah,
I think it still turned out okay. Like like with the changes they did make, but
I mean, I've tried to convey to Ed, Ed, that is not a remake, that is a sequel. No spoilers, but that shit is fucking Kingdom Hearts level insane, and like technically. They call it the word remake is like a misleading pun as opposed to what it actually is.
It's more of like a reboot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still in the same continuity. It's fucking bizarre.
A requel?
Well, okay.
I mean, yeah, technically a requel maybe, but just like that's what the second one's called, Rebirth or whatever. It's like, remake. It was like tricked everybody into thinking it was like a remaster or remake, but it's not. And then Rebirth is just like, hey guys, we're getting fucked up and crazy now. But anyway, yeah, Final Fantasy, yeah, that's a good example. Yeah, if they didn't remake mid movies, that would be very interesting and fun as a concept, but. That's not how IP works, or how shitty Hollywood producers think IP works.
It's a good way to give some old IP some love,
Yeah.
And as far as the audience is concerned, like if it didn't do very well, it probably didn't get as much publicity at the time of its original release.
Also, I feel like a lot of times we look at films and I get yes, the initial release is going to make influence, but how many films came out and were panned on release, and I'm not just talking about Rocky Horror, but there's a lot of films Starship Troopers is another example of a film that there are films that come out ahead of their time and are not fully understood or fully grasped, especially too because there are things that are more subtle that are secrets that are locked in the way people view things, and even too just the context of the day. I mean, Starship Troopers hits different in 2025 versus when it came out in the 90s. Yeah. So and even the way you would have viewed it in the 10s as well would have in the aughts.
Well, honestly, Ed, that is a perfect segue to the actual segue to the actual topic at hand, which we have not mentioned since over 40 minutes ago. Yeah, 40 minutes ago. The Vampire's Kiss, getting into the director's intent and what this movie actually is supposed to be and whatnot is going to be very fucking bizarre and weird. I would like to start with the production company. I'm trying to go into more with my research besides just vague topics into specifics. I want to go into more actual production history and shit like that. The studio that produced this movie, Hemdell Film Corporation. I was like, well, what else they made? Not jack shit I fucking heard of. And also they went defunct in 1995, which is very funny.
Wow. So what are they called?
Hemdale Film Corporation. They were eventually incorporated into MGM, which and then incorporated into Universal. So it's just a bunch of hand-changing, rights-buying shit. I went through all the filmography of Hemdale Film Corporation. I barely saw anything that I recognized.
Well, I might recognize one of these.
They distributed a couple things. Like, I think they had some hand in Terminator and stuff like that, but, like, nothing
Distributed
major.
by Orion.
Yeah.
Okay, so they technically had that. Perfect Strangers, that's one that I've heard
What
of.
the fuck is that? I mean, you mean, is that like the TV show? Because that I know.
It was distributed by New Line.
Yeah.
Return of the Living Dead was distributed by Orion.
Yeah.
But that's what I've heard of as well. Wait, they get the Hoosiers. Platoon is in that one.
Yeah, but
Inside Out, ironically.
They have like one or two things, but
They
not
definitely
like
have. I mean, they changes. Vampire's Kiss looked near the end of the line.
Yeah, they went defunct in 1995. So yeah, there wasn't really that much on them that I could really go into. The actual director and writer, the director didn't do anything I've heard of either.
Oh shit! Hold on, real quick. I'm looking at their stuff. So they did Tommy, which was a rock opera from. It was based on the Who's rock opera. You know, like it had.
I don't know what the hell I was talking about right now,
You ever heard of Tommy?
No.
You've never heard? I mean, actually,
This
the
1990
lead singer of The Who, Roger Daltrey, plays the main character. You know this pinball wizard? He can't see, he's mute, deaf, and blind, but he can play pinball.
Nope.
And everything.
Chris, you know what he's talking about?
No.
I don't care.
I'm looking at his phone directly.
It's from 1975. I heard it. It's a British musical fantasy. Elton John's in it. Eric Clapton, Jack Nicholson's in it. Robert Powell, Tina Turner. That's one we have to watch eventually. But I can't explain it well. It's based
It
on
sounds big, but it just completely missed me.
It's based on a song from The Who, and it is built around this whole thing, and it's a very like trippy film. But it's got a lot of like famous like bands and musicians in it.
Yeah.
But they did that. It's Perfect Stranger.
I'm thinking of the TV show. Is
a film.
Yeah, but is it an adaptation of the TV show?
Okay, maybe this isn't as big as I thought, because I just got like nothing.
Yeah, see?
But it seemed like their connection with New Line at the time is probably what.
That's what they're probably bought and sold by. But yeah, the director didn't do much I've heard of before. The writer did a lot of writing on Tales from the Crypt.
Oh,
which
okay.
I will say is what I think that it actually hints at what this movie I think is, and like
that is a big thing. Yeah, I guess you know what? As you say that, I can see that because ironically too, like at the end of the film, there's a lot of shit that I just didn't fully understand, part of that I'm sure is purposeful.
Oh yeah,
because it questions everything. I mean, this film literally like answers no questions.
Yeah, it's very confusing, and like I listened to the How Did This Get Made episode of the episode just to see how they interpreted it, and I actually do have a different interpretation of theirs, which is probably now about like 10 or so. Actually, it was 2016. I think that episode came out.
I
like literally,
find that
literally, it's depressing actually, Ed, because it came out in like it was released in November 2016. So it's like right before the world started to go more to hell than it already was, and they make a lot of jokes that like they don't know what's coming. So it's not great. So it's very depressing.
Yikes.
But besides that, like the actual other actors in this movie besides Cage, because that's gonna be a whole fucking tangent in itself.
Yeah.
The lead, Alva, Maria Conchita Alonso. I know her from Predator 2. Where she plays a cop, and The Running Man, where she plays like the main woman that Arnold Schwarzenegger's dragging around against her will while he's being like hunted or whatever.
I can't say I've seen either of those.
Really, Predator 2 or Running Man?
Yeah, I've never.
See, listeners, they don't watch good normal movies.
Nope. I watch Poultrygeist.
Yeah, Poultrygeist.
I the Chicken Dad.
Oh my god, that fucking movie.
Yeah, I recognize from a lot of stuff. But then next one, Casey Lemons, who was Jackie, the first love interest who he goes on a date with.
Yeah.
Her I know from Silence of the Lambs, where she plays the lead's friend while she's like in FBI training.
Huh.
And then the other thing I know her from is Candyman, where she plays the lead's friend who's with her while the Candyman's hunting her. She's fantastic. Yeah, very, very fun actress. I wish she had more to do in this movie, but she has a very specific role and she plays it fine.
It's it's funny, like we're talking to these other actors like Alva is outside of Alva, like there is almost no other real actor.
I mean, no, there's
character. There's a few here and there, but like, I mean, we'll get to it. We'll get into it. But like, this entire film is Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, because always following him. No.
Even when he's not in there, he's cut to. I guarantee you, like, if you time it out, there's no more than like 3 minutes in between when he's seen. But also too, like, every scene that does not have him is about him and everything.
Of course,
or influenced by him.
Yeah, influenced by his crazy ass.
Yes.
Jessica Biel, who plays the vampire, Rachel, famous from Flashdance. She's the lead in Flashdance. But then what I know her from and what she's actually most commonly, for the longest time, known for, she is the lead character in The L Word for all 6 seasons.
Oh, damn.
She's like the main woman.
Never seen it, but I've heard of the show.
Yeah, the show's fantastic. For an aughts LGBT show, it's very, very good. It covers a shit ton of stuff. Like I said, 6 seasons of an HBO show is a long-ass sequence.
Oh, yeah.
She's like pretty much the main lead of the show. And that's where I knew her from, because I watched like the entirety of that show growing up back in like fucking high school.
Her and Jackie were really hard for me to distinguish a lot.
They look very similar. They're both light-skinned black women with or orange reddish hair.
Yeah.
Which I thought was on purpose, but actually the casting of her will be good too, because it's actually very interesting. But yeah, her I love in The L Word. She's great in Flashdance. I love her as an actress. Basically, that's all the fucking lead. The psychiatrist. She's a big actress from like the 70s and TV shows and stuff like that. But like nothing I really particularly knew her from.
Do you have her name written down?
Nope. And then there is a quick scene during one of the bar sequences where there's a guy making a joke or something like that, like how he doesn't get a joke. That's actually Nick Cage's brother.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
One of the Coppola, right?
Mark Coppola.
Which, I mean, we'll get to him. We're going to talk about him in a minute.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, yeah, this is a very small cast of actors.
Elizabeth Ashley is the name of the.
Yeah.
Let's see, filmography. Holy, started in '64.
Yeah, she's an older actress in this '80s, not like '88 movie.
She's in Mallrats. In the extended cut, she's Governor Dalton in Mallrats.
A character I could not possibly point out.
She's Miss Vitello in Hey Arnold, the
movie.
movie.
And in the Hey Arnold TV show. She's like the older lady who's like always in the garden or whatever. She's in the Hey Arnold TV show a bunch, which I was like, okay, that's a character I do not recognize. Except for like that old-sounding lady with the big nose and like the old lady lips. Now I'm ready to get to actual Nick Cage himself.
All right.
The man, the myth, the legend. Started films. He started in films with his uncle, Francis Ford Coppola, the famous director.
Yep. I can tell you his first official role was a bit part in Fast Time on Ridgemont High.
Yep.
He was actually still credited as Coppola at the time.
Yeah, before he actually wanted to get away from that just for nepotism purposes, which is great. But then his actual name is insanely it's based it on
Luke Cage.
Yep. Luke Cage, and I believe, is his real name Nicholas?
Nicholas is his real name.
Nicholas Coppola, okay, yeah, because his last name based on Luke Cage, which is hilarious.
Yeah. Ironically, reason I suggested we watch Valley Girl was not just because it's an interesting film and it's early Cage, but I know that and you probably have written down his first two, because that was technically his second film leading, but it was shot. It was shot second in terms. I forget the first film he starred in.
Peggy Sue Got Married.
Yes, but that one didn't release until after Valley Girl. So Valley Girl was his technical lead debut, even though it was not his first film shot and everything. And I know that was one of the things that really started catapulting him upwards.
Yeah.
And it is very odd to see him in that film because he's got bits and pieces here, but it's a pretty on the point character. It is, but he definitely and it's especially now what we know about him, it's a film that he does not chew or steal the show, and he's very much sharing it and a part of it, but not what I feel like in a lot of his films he does not take away. He's a part of the ensemble, he is not the lead of the ensemble.
Yeah. He's actually, slightly more restrained, or caged, if you will, back before he starts getting more and more progressively, fun and having more fun on set and being able to do whatever he wants and, getting crazy and goofy.
But you see a lot at the end there when there's the conflict going on and the second act breakup where they split and he's kind of losing it. He goes off the rocker a bit there.
Oh, yeah. Was leaving Las Vegas before or after Vampire's Kiss?
I'm gonna say.
I feel like before, because you feel like he was like more young and goofy back
I
then.
want to say that came out in '96.
Okay, well, that'd be way after then.
I gotta check that. Or at least Leaving Las Vegas.
Yeah, Leaving Las Vegas. That's the one we saw at the like a far theater. It's a
No, we
special
saw
week.
Wild at Heart.
Oh, Wild at Heart. I keep getting the names mixed up because I feel like Wild at Heart, they're like traveling across country or whatever towards Vegas, and they might be like, "Oh, Leaving Las Vegas." That's how that was.
That was '95.
Okay.
Vampire's Kiss was '80s though, right?
88 or 89.
So yeah, this was '88.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was 7 years after the fact.
Okay, yeah, Wild at Heart was, yeah.
Or sorry, well he is in Leaving Las Vegas.
Yeah.
That is '95. Wild at Heart. I mean, I could look at the back, but it's one of those weird copies. So Wild at Heart, 1990. So 2 years after.
Okay, yeah. I feel like, yeah, I was gonna say, I know if you, I know you don't play Dead by Daylight. Chris, do you play Dead by Daylight or no?
Not regularly. No, I've played a handful of times, but never really caught on.
Okay, yeah. As you know, Nick Cage is in the game.
Yeah.
As Nicolas Cage, the
As
actor.
himself, and playing himself too.
Yeah, playing himself as Nicolas Cage, the actor. It's fucking great. He has a ton of hilarious fucking lines of him just being goofy, Nicolas Cage crazy. They have a bunch of different skins from various outfits he's wore to like premieres and stuff like that. And one of them is a very young him, and it's like the blondish dyed hair that he had when he was young, including in this movie Vampire's Kiss. So if you do want to like emulate in Vampire's Kiss, you can like put on the young Cage head and then like some like weird goofy outfit and be like, yeah, it's fucking Vampire's.
An 80s
It's Peter
power
Lowe.
suit.
Yeah, it's Peter Lowe running around from fucking what's it called? Any like Chainsaw Massacre people or fucking goofy ass Chucky or fucking Alien or the Ghostface. Anybody? It's just
Oh my god, they absolutely need to give him an ability in the game where he just like jumps, leaps forward, like points at the player and is like, "There you are,
there you are."
Oh my
screaming.
god!
But yeah, he's actually a pretty decent character in the game.
Quick side
very
tangent.
fun.
I'm sorry. There was a great clip from I think it was a video game donkey video on YouTube where like he took a clip from I think it was the Game Awards one year where they like announced or like talked about the recently released content of adding Nicolas Cage. They bring him on stage.
Oh yeah, I
and
remember.
Jeff Keighley asked him how did this happen? Like how did we even make this happen? How did we even get here? And then it cuts to like money.
Yeah, yeah. Him actually with the Game Awards was fucking hilarious, and just to promote his character in the fucking game is very funny. But yeah, Nick Cage, and of course the famous. I think I sent the group the video of Jesse Cox going through like that long list of insane things that he's bought. Fucking amazingly funny video.
Nicolas Cage bot?
Yeah, the Nicolas Cage
The big one I
bot.
know is he outbid Leonardo DiCaprio for a dinosaur skull.
Tarbosaurus, which is a Tyrannosaurus. Yeah,
Which I believe
skull.
we mentioned in our dinosaurs episode.
Of course, yeah.
During some
it
of those
was
7 hours.
$276,000 for a Tarbosaurus skull.
I do also know that there was a stalker that broke into his room and like stood at the edge of his bed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, some of these stalker stories are insane. He also owns 2 albino king cobras. He carries a vial of anti-venom with him all the time. He also owns a crocodile. Yeah, he also owns a crocodile. He owns a shark.
He owns a lot of houses.
He owns 2 castles.
He owned a lot more, but I know he had a lot of tax issues,
Yeah,
too.
he also has a private island and 4 yachts.
Of course.
This is all Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, he also
yeah.
owns a large burial pyramid in New Orleans where he wants to be buried. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Wow.
He also owns a huge haunted mansion in New Orleans as well that he does not live in, but he just owns it.
That is interesting too.
Yeah,
I think he owns some really expensive comics
Those
books
sure
because I
are.
know we'll mention.
Those sure are things to spend money on. My God.
Yeah.
I know he's obviously Luke Cage is named for his character. His
Yeah, he
stage
owns
name.
I think original Superman because he was gonna play Superman, and then he did end up in the Flash as a weird CGI cartoon.
Yeah, but even to like I know one of his son's name is Kal-El.
Yeah,
He is a big fan of.
huge fan of Superman. Which his weird crazy hair Superman in the plastic suit that would have been a terrible movie, but probably done it on this podcast.
Honestly, though,
I in no world do I see that movie being good, but I do love that he fought the giant spider from the famous Kevin Smith story, which is fucking great. But yeah, Cage is fucking incredible. Huge, gigantic, massive filmography. Even more so now these days, where he just is like saying yes to whatever the hell anybody puts in front of him, just like Sam Jackson. He's like, yeah, I love acting. Sure, I'll be in your weird little piece of shit movie anyone's going to see. Why not?
I mean, we've already technically done a Nick Cage film with Willy's Wonderland.
Yeah, this is the second one we've done on the podcast, but that was years ago, so it's fine.
Also, that was more so on because we also did Banana Splits. We were focused a bit more on the Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, we weren't doing real research back then. We were just like, yay, Nick Cage. Anyway, let's start talking about the movie. So yeah, we didn't really go on the actual depth of how much we love this guy. And we are huge fans of him. He's an amazing.
Oh yeah, and I've actually done my own research back in the day because I'm a huge fan of his. And I know too, I'm surprised he hasn't come out with it yet. I'm hoping we eventually get it. He said that he does specifically have his own style of acting, like the Nicolas Cage brand of over-the-top goofiness. Yeah. It is a choice, and it is something he has actually worked and perfected on to the point where it is a unique style of acting that he has said he eventually wanted to write a book about.
I hope he did.
The style, because it is engaging because it's memorable, and I think that sometimes it's why I think he is the actor that he is. And I think especially as time has gone on and he's perfected it, it's why he can play bit parts in films and still be memorable. Like, I know, what was that one film he's in? I think he gets killed in. It's like that weird, gangster when he plays the really off-the-wall, side character.
The one where he has that mustache?
Yeah.
They did it on How Did This Get Made as well. I can't remember what the hell it was called, but yeah, he's like a side character in a half of the movie and gets killed very early on.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of his most insane possible roles. He's only written a weird Treasury of American Tall Tales book. He's never written anything personal, I don't believe so.
I cannot believe.
People have written books about him, though. Age of Cage, 4 Decades of Hollywood Through One Single Career. There's books about him, by other authors, biographies, not autobiographies, but
By the way, on Wikipedia, so if you ever look at actors, you can usually get their filmography on their
page. He has a separate page.
He has a separate page for it.
A couple people like that. But yeah, he's absolutely incredible.
Not Rumblefish.
I don't even think it was a shitty fighting game called Rumblefish. It's ass and plays like shit.
I gotta find it. Was it Deadfall?
Deadfall, yeah, I believe so.
Do you know why that's ironically funny enough then? Guess what his character's name was?
What?
I'll give you guys one guess. You know this character dies.
Rando guy?
Come on. I've talked about this dozens of times.
Does he have an actual name?
He does have an actual name.
It's not that one Jedi from Star Wars, I'm gonna die. There's an actual character, and I'm not joking. I
believe you.
I forgot what the race is called, but yeah, his name is I'm gonna die.
Does he die?
Oh yeah, he dies. And the Geonosis attack.
So think about it. I've talked about this. What is the name of one character?
Eddy.
Yes.
Yeah.
His character's name is Eddy.
Cause I remember, people calling him his crazy mustache. My bad. He's like facing his girlfriend's boobs. He's like, my bad. In that movie. That's another crazy. He's only in half of the movie. The lead actor sucks. That movie's weirdly boring. But he comes in and he's in only half the first half of the movie. He's crazy, wacky, funny, gets killed, and then the movie just continues to be weird and boring for the next couple of hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when we watched that. Wasn't there another movie that he had a spiritual camp?
He said that character came back in another movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make any sense. That character definitely died.
Hey, you know what? The crazier things have happened.
Yeah, crazier things have happened. What I wanted to start getting down from the broad subject of Cage as a background character or as a character. This movie is. Do you think this movie is a horror movie or a comedy or a thriller?
Chris,
what do you think?
Oh my god. This movie.
Nice.
Wait, don't sue us, Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's Donkey Kong. Well, it's Rare, right? So don't sue us, Microsoft.
Yeah. Not how you feel about it, but what do you think this movie is supposed to be?
Was it supposed to be a comedy? Was it supposed to be a thriller? Was it supposed to be a horror? Jesus Christ, I don't even. I feel like probably the closest, if I had to guess, would be a thriller, because I really don't think it was meant to be a comedy at all. A horror film, I mean, you could argue that, I guess, but. Mostly just, and I'm thinking back to just the interactions between Nick Cage's character and Alva. I'm leaning more towards thriller.
Okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is definitely a drama thriller.
Okay.
Because like his performance is separate from, I think, the actual content.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you've got more on it, but I think that the way he played this character, again, those were choices, because like there's many moments where out next to his performance, his over the top actions, there are some very dark, real things happening. Like I even wrote it down. Like there's one scene where there's a character literally just coming to terms exactly with what happened to her, and there is Nicolas Cage going absolute bonkers, cut into it.
Yeah.
But if you take those out, this is a very real scene. This is a very true, serious subject.
Yeah.
And I think that
oh god, you know what? I just realized, like, Nick Cage, like, not because of the content of the film, not because of the writing, but strictly because of Nick Cage's performance and how he played the character. I think that is probably the only reason why this film would even remotely be considered a comedy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I think too, like, part of that is going to be by choice through both Nick Cage, I'm sure the director, because the director's not going to put in things that they don't want, theoretically, kind of thing. But I think like there's a scene in this film I think is almost kind of encapsulates things. So it's in the boardroom, they're all laughing, talking about a serious event, joking about it, and I think that is a extreme microcosm of this film. Is this very, because when you see somebody laughing, you naturally smile, but what they're talking about is not something to smile or laugh about.
Oh,
no.
And it's that juxtaposition of humor, happy, joyful joke, lightheartedness, talking about something serious. And I think that is a choice that this film made. So I definitely think this is a drama thriller style film that is more closer to a horror film in actuality than a comedy.
And in the year of our Lord 2025, like that particular scene is probably emblematic of actual conversations that go on behind the scenes at Wall Street.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that you are both wrong. It is a horror comedy, apparently.
What?
According to the director. Now, before we get back into that, I'll go into why in a bit. But, of course, as this podcast goes, I always have to drag it out as long as possible. Horror movies and comedy movies that Nicolas Cage has been in. So,
real quick, because you mentioned that, I'm curious to see her and some of the stuff, because you know, something that this film kind of made me think about, and I actually looked up the dates. So the novel came out in 91, and the film came out in 2000. I mean, this is a very much American Psycho coded at times.
Yeah.
But this came out, and Vampire's Kiss came out 3 years before the novel. And obviously the novel had been being written.
Yeah.
But there's frameworks and connective tissues.
This was based on a novel?
No.
American Psycho.
American Psycho.
Okay.
Which is and that's why a lot of the 80s yuppie style thing. So that is built around this time period. But like
this is like
I said, this gives off very American Psycho.
Oh yeah.
vibes.
Have you read the book American Psycho?
I have not. I've only seen the film.
It's crazy. The movies, the book is obviously, since it's a book, more fucking fucked up and weird than the actual
Which is saying
movie
something.
is. Of course, that movie is fucked up. Well, yeah, horror movies and comedy movies that Nick Cage has been in. One of our personal favorites, The Wicker Man.
Oh my god, that's
Fucking goofy as shit. You've watched The Wicker Man with us, haven't you?
Maybe, but it's been if I have, it's been several years.
I'll say one quote and tell me if you remember this. Ah! The bees! They're in my eyes! Ah!
That's the film.
Or maybe you remember Nicolas Cage in a bear suit punching out multiple women.
Yes! I can't believe I forgot about that.
Okay,
the first scene of it happening was him walking up. What's the matter, sister? Boom!
I do remember the bees quote, and holy shit, it's okay. It's the memory is like vaguely there, so it's been several years.
Yeah.
We've also quoted it many times.
Of course,
we very much have.
How'd it get burned? Tell me!
Tell me! How'd it get burned?
Yeah. The last couple of years, Nick Cage has done a shit ton of horror movies, actually, modernly, outside of Wicker Man. Did you guys see Long Legs yet?
No.
Because he has an amazing... He's fucking... his singing is insane. He's playing like a weird, crazy rock guy in like the early 90s as a serial killer. Ooh. So good.
I just orgasmed.
Yeah, he's fucking fantastic. He looks like a creep, but he's fucking hilariously...
Want to smell my finger?
Right now again.
No! I just orgasmed.
Oh, nice. Real gross.
90s Nicolas Cage rocker? Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. I have to know the fucking do the sound that he does because it's so fucking funny.
What's my name?
Dunkachita. No. No, his song is like he's like approaching people. He's like always doing like weird like hand gestures before he like goes like crazy. And he's just like, I want to do something that's so fucking. I can't. I love this thing. It's fucking fantastic. But no, Mandy. Did you guys see that yet?
Not yet. That's on my list.
That's when he like does like a fucking a jug full of liquid LSD and fights a bunch of crazy fucking like sword and spike covered monsters that like kidnapped his girlfriend. Oh my gosh. It's yeah, that movie is Mandy's great. Yeah, Mandy fucking incredible. It's such a surreal, weird movie. Another movie where he like
smells like Clorox up in here.
Gross. It smells like with circus peanuts. No, fucking. It's another movie where he barely has any lines like Willy's Wonderland, where he's just like straight up, just like silent psycho.
That film.
He's great.
Holy shit! Like
okay.
And earlier you were talking about how like Nick Cage is kind of like just like not only made a name for himself, but like his acting style is like kind of like it has also made a name for itself. Like or well, that may not be quite what I may be confusing things, but the point is just like Willy's Wonderland just spoke to me on such an amazing fundamental level of just like how insanely good Nick Cage is at his job.
Oh yeah.
The fact that like he was probably the most like standout character, like probably like the he literally was the main character of the film, of course.
Oh yeah.
But like the fact that like he was the most standout character and memorable character in the entire fucking film, despite the fact that he had literally 0 lines of dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's probably been forever since we recorded it, but during our Fast and Furious episode, the last episode we released, you did say of the ranking of the movies you've seen on our list, that was your number 1, which makes sense because it's.
I mean, to be fair, it was number 2.
I mean, yeah, sorry. You said number 1, but we all know you meant number 2 after Freddy got finished.
Because you put it in his was it Kingdom of Heaven?
Yeah, Kingdom of Heaven.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
All right, real quick.
Freddy got fingered will just like, always be number 1.
Weird mental tangent, because I remember seeing mimes in this movie, which I'll mention, but for some reason, I think it was my dream last night that there was a large group of mimes who did talk, and I gave them credit for being very good at their craft. And I don't know why, I'm just thinking about this large group of mimes in a crowd.
I mean, it's the movie. It's obviously subliminally put the weird mimes in your head, guys. So you had to dream about mimes because of the movie.
I have questions about those mimes.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Another one, Colorado Space, based on the Lovecraft story.
I've not seen that. That's on my list again too, but I have not seen it.
Where a weird meteor falls into this family's backyard, and like all this Lovecraftian weird just starts happening, including Nick Cage. Of course, this weird space meteor turns this normal everyday man into Nicolas Cage, where he's a fucking maniac. So it's really fucking good. Like the whole family is going through like all kinds of horrible eldritch nightmare shit.
Like mimes.
Yeah, like mimes. Horrible nightmare eldritch shit. But Nick Cage specifically is going nuts. And it's a great movie. It's based on a great story by a horrible person, but it's a fucking great movie. Very, very funny.
A horrible person?
Yeah, Stephen King. I said Lovecraft.
Oh, Lovecraft. Right. Okay.
Colorado Space is a Lovecraft story.
Oh, okay. That's
yeah.
All right. I thought you said Stephen King. All right.
No. I may have seen that. I hope I didn't. Arcadian is another one that came out this year. It was like a straight to streaming service. It's about this like Nick Cage and his like son and this like weird post-apocalypse. It's like it's like a what's it called ripoff? What the hell is it called? That's the movie where you have to stay quiet with John Krasinski. Quiet Place.
Yeah,
it's like a pseudo Quiet Place ripoff with these like really creepy looking aliens. That's like him and his family. Just came out this year. It's Arcadian. It's another pretty good horror movie. But yeah, Nick Cage obviously a fan of horror. I don't think he does too many direct comedies. Because comedy-wise, I couldn't really think of too many. But the in-between point of this type of would be Willy's Wonderland. Like we said, it's like a half comedy, half horror movie.
See, I think...
But not scary in the slightest. It's just he's the fucking horror character because he's killing everybody.
That's more action comedy
than anything. Yeah.
Like, 100%.
Yeah. Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance.
That
fucking great.
Is incredible.
It's probably one of the funniest movies. You remember he's pissing fire with his... fucking in the Ghost Rider form. So it was good. The Croods. I've never seen any of the Croods movies.
Me neither. I think the kids might have watched one or two here and there, but
I have no idea even who does. Is it DreamWorks? It's definitely not Disney.
It's
maybe Paramount. Maybe
I feel like I
know he's
Paramount.
I've seen a couple of funny things, like funny clips of him being the dad in that movie, but I've never watched it.
It's on
myself.
Peacock, so I'm gonna guess it's Paramount.
Yeah, that's definitely no Paramount Plus is Paramount, right?
Hold on, Croods.
Yeah,
no, Peacock is NBC, I think.
Distributed by DreamWorks. It is DreamWorks.
DreamWorks, really? I'm surprised at that. Yeah, it looks funny. I've never seen it. I've only seen a couple of like out of context clips of him yelling at the family as Nick Cage does. The movie I have not seen, we wanted to see when we were like in the early stages of the podcast, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent.
I have seen it.
I have not seen it yet.
It
I really want to.
A very weird film. Like, because it is Nick Cage playing Nick Cage.
Mm-hmm. As himself, like, actually, yes.
And
he's
it is...
his character
Literally, he's playing himself. Like, that is his character?
Yeah, he's playing actual Nick Cage.
Oh my God.
It's funny, I can remember all these crazy details about things, but there are so many things about that movie I don't remember, but I do remember enjoying it. It was a very odd film.
It looked... I've seen trailers I really, really wanted to see. I'll probably watch it tonight or something on my own time.
It is definitely a good film, and it's you know, like like obviously there's the meme of the, you know, stare versus the like goofy smile. That was
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which his character too is great. Like that film is, it's just so weird, and
it's on my list of what I want to check out.
Also, there's another movie that he's in that is again, it's a weird one. I think it was called Dream Man.
Yeah, that's based off of like a supposedly real
Have you
phenomenon
seen that?
of like this weird generic guy with glasses that a lot of people dream of.
Yeah. Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen the movie yet. I've seen stuff from it. I want to see it.
Weird.
I want to see it. It looks interesting because I listened to a podcast about the actual phenomenon of what the weird alien man everyone dreams of.
But it's so weird too because it's like it's another film that just it feels similar to this where I couldn't tell you how it ended in a way of like it didn't feel like it resolved. It just had an ending.
Yeah.
It's just one of those weird films. And he was very tame in it too, which is odd.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Something that's not tame in, another horror comedy, Mom and Dad.
I haven't seen that
one. We
yet.
watched it together, didn't we?
If we had, it's been so long.
Where some kind of virus makes all the parents go crazy and like just suddenly want to kill their kids.
If we saw that, I've forgotten about it.
I know I saw it. I can't
movie.
remember I watched it with you. It's the scene where that funny like slap scene where you like smash that dude's head in the ground.
Oh man!
And it's just like really gross stories and like talking to his kids.
For some reason, it just my brain just shot out.
That movie is very fucking funny. Like Nick Cage and his wife are just like going crazy. Like everyone on the planet suddenly, all the parents want to like kill their kids.
Yeah.
And Nick Cage and his wife are trying to kill their 2 kids. He's just so vilely crazy in that movie. It's fucking fun as hell. And then the midway twist of what happens with is very fucking funny as well. It's a really good movie. Another fun ass action comedy, Kick-Ass.
Oh yeah.
Where he plays Big Daddy. Fucking great.
That is...
Now switch to Kryptonite!
Honestly, that's another role where, like, it is Nick Cage's chaos.
Yeah.
And he's another one where, too, I feel like even though, like, his character doesn't last the whole film, spoiler alert, for an old film, like, he had a good character. And I guarantee you, he probably said, I want to look like Batman.
Yeah, I mean, the character is, he's just like, no, like, good call, baby dog. Like, shoots his kid with, like, with bulletproof vest.
Of course, the porn stash.
Yeah, the porn stash. That movie's fucking funny as hell. Did you watch the sequel to Kick-Ass? Obviously, Cage isn't in it, but...
I have not yet.
It's alright. It's not as good as the original, obviously, but it's alright movie. It's a fun... But yeah, Nick Cage's character in Kick-Ass, actual fucking
I know,
fun.
Did I hear Jim Carrey regretted it? Because there was, like, some violence that was, like, very...
There's a lot of... Yeah, the second movie, obviously, they, like, toned down one of the most, like...
Jim Carrey was in Kick-Ass?
In Kick-Ass 2, yeah. He's been one of the people inspired by him in the second movie. There's one storyline in the second one that they took out for the movie because it was too, like, horrible and, like, graphic and disturbing. But they, like, made it, like, goofy. And still a bunch of bad stuff does happen in the movie. And I'm not surprised that he was kind of, like, whatever about it because he's kind of chilled out now and he's only doing fun Robotnik-like roles. But yeah, that movie is very, the movie...
Which, that's something we'll eventually talk about, is Jim Carrey's Robotnik.
I've still only seen the first Sonic movie.
Oh my god, the kids love the third one. I like them all.
Yeah,
but like that's something we have to do eventually because like those.
I mean, they're good though. We can't do them on this podcast.
Yeah,
well, we talk about Freddy Got Fingered, which is that's perfect cinema.
Yeah, and that was when we started before we knew the actual tone of the podcast was going to be something wrong with the movies.
Brief side tangent.
We started knowing it was movie garbage.
Yeah.
Brief side tangent.
We picked the best movie first.
Ed, how you were talking about how like Nick Cage again. Talking about how Nick Cage has like really made a name for himself as acting style. Like as soon as you talked about that, like the first name that came to my mind is that like oh, you know who else kind of did that? Jim Carrey, honestly.
Oh
like, like he's also. In fact, it's funny enough. Like as I was watching Vampire's Kiss, I was kind of thinking this, just like Nick Cage in his own way, just like his own style is kind of like Jim Carrey in that like he's like spent so much time like cultivating in acting style, especially like in like where he just like can be just goofy and silly most of the time. But it feels like to me there's like Jim Carrey leaned more heavily into like the humor and comedic style of acting, whereas Nick Cage, while still somewhat in that vein, is I think generally a bit more serious, I guess. So it's like they both know like who they want to be. They don't give a fuck at all. And like when they get into the roles, like they fucking pour their entire body and soul into those roles. They nail it. They become the most prominent character in basically anything they do.
Oh yeah.
They're just slightly different in how they approach, but like they both have a very like similar energy, and they're just so both incredible, memorable actors because for that reason.
I'd say ironically that I think what it is so like Nick Cage obviously doesn't do a lot of like true pure comedies, but his acting style leans into the comedic. So I'm wondering if like one of the things that he, again, I'd be curious to ever read his take on it. But like he takes these serious roles and plays them to comedy levels as an undercut of the drama and reality, basically making a mockery of reality. Whereas I'd argue Jim Carrey is exaggerating reality to comedic levels in pure comedies, because he's never, because like as funny as he is and as physical and all that, he's saying it's a case of like taking himself seriously and playing an eccentric character in these films, saying a silly line but with a true sense of like exaggerated behind it, but a serious exaggeration that becomes funny in the context of it, whereas Nick Cage is funny in a serious situation.
Yeah, they're both absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get into they're getting close to the actual thing. There was a massive The Ringer article about this movie a couple of years ago. And this is where like a shit ton of facts come out. I know there was also the DVD has a bunch of like...
I don't own the DVD though. I own the Blu-ray.
Yeah, the Blu-ray should have... There was the commentary.
It does, yeah.
I believe it's the director and Cage himself talking over it.
I can tell you actually because I have it right here in my hand. Commentary with director and actor. Yes.
Yeah.
Is, by the way, a Blu-ray double feature with Vampire's Kiss and the film High Spirits.
What the fuck is High Spirits?
Daryl Hannah, Peter O'Toole, Stephen Guttenberg, Beverly D'Angelo, Jennifer Tilly, Peter Gallagher, and Liam Neeson.
Hell yeah.
Star in this hilarious haunting comedy. When a castle-turned-hotel owner by Peter Plunkett, O'Toole, falls on hard financial times, he comes up with an idea to turn the place into a tourist attraction by billing it as Europe's most haunted castle. But just when it seems he'll have to give up the ghost, some real phantoms show up, and they're none too thrilled about being exploited.
So did they say Vampire's Kiss is a comedy or a regular thing?
At the top it says, get ready for high-definition haunts and ha-has
See?
From Scream Factory. This double feature presentation presents a pair of paranormal favorites from the 1980s, available at last on Blu-ray.
Funny enough, in retrospect, when you asked Matt, earlier, like what genre we thought this movie was, I guess I was of the assumption and the impression that there was like exactly one genre, and that having two genres kind of mashed together was not really an option. If I had been aware of that, I think I actually might have said horror and comedy.
Yeah.
Because in hindsight, I could see how like the mashup of those two things could lean toward being more of like a thriller, a thriller with like comic relief.
Yeah, makes sense.
Do you want to hear what this back
Vampire's
says?
Kiss? Yeah, I'm very curious how they refer to it.
I'm going to put on my fancy voice here. Teetering on the edge of sanity, volatile literary agent Peter Lowe, Nicolas Cage, tries to find purpose in his life through a cutthroat work ethic and a hedonistic nightlife. But when an encounter with the mysterious beauty leaves Lowe convinced he is turning into a vampire, his behavior turns positively outrageous.
Yeah, see, it's very vague.
That is even more vague than High Spirits.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't even tell you anything about truly about it.
Yeah. So, it's still vague what the actual genre is in that fucking DVD explanation
Blu-ray.
of the movie. Yeah, Blu-ray, DVD Blu-ray explanation of what the fuck this movie is. But yeah, this Ringer article does go into the actual like history of the movie and actual some production stuff. Firstly, the writer Joseph Minion wrote this while on vacation in Barbados. He was extremely depressed at the time, and he was like out at a bar on the beach, and like a stranger was just like, "Hey man, you're a movie writer?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You know what you should do? You should write one of those low budget horror movies. They're really popular and everybody loves them." And so when he first started writing this, he pitched it as a low budget horror movie, which is, you know, what the fuck are they talking about? Now today though, he tells people that it is a comedy. He did interviews about the movie before this article with the people, and like I think it was possibly How Did This Get Made specifically tied in because they did their tie-in stuff with the back in the day when they had the articles and stuff like that. He was like, he says in that article, airing those things now, he says it is a comedy. Like, it's a horror comedy. That's what the point of this movie is. And there's 3 things that make me believe him. As opposed to
about Vampire's Kiss?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There's 3 things about specifically that like make me believe him, because unlike some directors who like make a shitty movie and they'll say like, no, it's a comedy. Yeah, I meant to be shitty. Just like to cover their assets for making it. Yeah, Birdemic, and obviously Tommy Wiseau saying that the even though that wasn't an incredibly personal project for him, that he's incredibly serious about and everyone made fun of, so he says it's a comedy. There are 3 things that make me believe this one. The first one I'm going to say in this article, he specifically mentions that like whenever he talks to people about this about the movie Present Day, he is upset when people mock the movie. Like, actually extremely disappointed when people say it's bad or say, like, you know, they like, oh, this is a terrible drama or it's a terrible, you know, whatever. He actually gets, like, really upset when people say that. It's like, that's one thing that makes me think that he's actually serious about it being a comedy. Okay. I'll go into the other side as I go on about the article. Originally, the actor they cast as Alva was supposed to also play the vampire.
Oh!
Which would have made it a lot more surreal and a lot more, like, you know, this is a super figment of his imagination, because he also, like, at one point, he was like, check out Alva very bizarrely.
I'll be honest, like that actually would have made the movie significantly more interesting.
Yeah.
In fact, like I was kind of thinking that, I mean, until it was made clear, like there were 2 different actors, Rachel and Jackie. Mm-hmm. I thought, like, when I first I started noticing, I was like, oh, how Rachel looks kind of similar to Jackie. Like, wait a minute, oh, did they just like take Jackie's character and then just turn her into a sexy vampire?
Yeah.
Like, no, they didn't. But like that would have been really cool, I think.
Yeah, that would have made sense. Or if Alva looked similar to the 2 of them, that would have been very interesting as well.
Yeah,
I actually, like, you know, hearing that, it makes me wonder, and I guess, you know, I want to see that out of the remake of this, but like, I would like to see like Jackie, Rachel, and Alva all be played by the same actress. Yeah, but they're all dressed in
different makeup or something to make them look slightly different.
Jackie is like the actual actress's like base, you know, quote unquote base form. Like they're
the real form.
They're basically the comfortable living, you know, living they get gussied up somewhat, but not to the like over the top extent. But they also like look comfortable. Rachel would be the form where they are the quote unquote, you know,
heightened sexual.
Very very provocative, very again gussied up, you know, all that. And I even noticed like the red nails. Yeah. So I'll even see stuff like that, like the type of makeup, that color of the makeup that they wear. But then Alva would be the person, the
frumpy dressed downward.
Yes, like the loose, baggier clothes, the quote unquote put on the glasses, basically the trope of, how do you unmake somebody hot? You put on glasses and you put their hair up instead of putting their hair down and taking the glasses off.
Yeah.
So like that would be interesting because like you could, and through makeup and coloration, you could easily define them as different and make them look, especially if you have something like there are actors, or I guess actresses where like they look completely different based on like not just like the outfit, but like their hairstyle or like
complexion, makeup, and stuff like that.
And I think too, like there's definitely gonna be. I guarantee you that there's probably got to be an actress out there who's got the ability to do.
Oh, there's lots. Yeah.
Because like there are actors and actresses who have the ability to put on like just that slight accent work that turns, this character. It turns them into something so different that you could barely understand who they are. Yeah. Kind of, over the top. And
Absolutely.
I feel like I think that was I think a missed opportunity then. Hearing that now,
yeah. I guess I'm more like that would kind of give away that the vampire possibly isn't real though earlier than.
But see,
what happens in the movie.
We see a point where we theoretically saw Rachel.
Yeah.
In real life.
I mean, we'll get there when we get there because I have my own personal read on the movie, which is makes it much more interesting. There was an original director after Joseph Minion wrote it, but then that director left and they got a new one. Cage was early on because of the connection to the Coppolas, and he was like, just beginning acting at the time. He was early on produced or was attached to the movie very early. When the director switched over to a new person, they wanted to switch it because they didn't think that Cage could handle a comedy movie like this. And who this movie was going to star was Steve Martin.
They made the right choice.
If they no, this is point number 2 that I think this legit would be a comedy. If in your brain, take out Nicolas Cage and put in Steve Martin, leave every line the same, leave every acting choice the same, leave every shot and dialogue, everything the exact same. But Steve Martin is playing Peter Lowe instead of Nicolas Cage. This would be a beloved comedy movie.
Well, actually, I feel like it would be a basic comedy movie.
I mean, yeah, it would be a lot more obviously a comedy movie, but yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like, honestly, I think the ambiguity of the genre is something that is important to this film, and I think it does change the way you look at it.
Yeah. Steve Martin would have made this, I think he would have been hilarious in this movie with these lines, and it would have been less of an ambiguous, it would have been explicitly less ambiguous, yes. But the reason
honestly though, I don't know, because I think that a lot of the humor of Lowe is the eccentric nature played in the Nick Cage style, because I think that there's obviously we referenced it already, but the Alva's shouting and him jumping on the desk, like that. I feel like the way it comes across, like, it is funny, but at the same time you see it.
Yeah, you're not sure if this is supposed to be funny or if it's just like it's funny because it's supposed to be, or it's funny because this is crazy what's happening and this person is unhinged.
Yeah, and I think that an actual comedic, pure comedic actor at comedy take would not have done that scene the same way, and I think that would have made it less impactful.
Yeah.
The
reason that Cage almost stepped away originally was because his agent read the script and thought that the movie sucked and didn't want to fucking have him do it.
Please tell me he fired that agent then.
I mean, I'm sure it's been like fucking 40 years, so probably.
I want to now I will say, we've invited random people on the podcast. That agent needs to come on our podcast, I want to hear their take on this film and why they told Cage he shouldn't do it. And I'd love to hear the pre-filming and then the final result, because they watched it.
Of course, yeah.
We'll
get to the actual reception for the movie at the end of the article.
But I'd love to hear their take on it, because I feel like a very interesting person to talk to.
Yeah.
So Cage, you're welcome to the podcast. Get a hold of
guy who
contact our people.
Cage ended up doing it again after they couldn't get Steve Martin because he was busy, and they brought Cage back after getting rid of him originally. He decided to do this movie for $40,000, which was a reduced fee, which he was originally going to do the movie for. So they got $40,000 for it, and he used all of that to buy his first 1976 Stingray Corvette. He has more than one since then, but that's what he used the entire budget for his movie for.
Please tell me that the license plate on that is Vampire Sticks.
I hope so. Or Alva! Exclamation mark.
Yeah. Oh my god.
The famous scene where he eats the water bug. They say it's a cockroach or whatever, but it is a water bug, which is like a larger...
Okay, but I know that is real. That is the third take?
He did multiple takes. It was Cage's idea to actually eat it. And he regrets it. Yeah, he actually ate. He did multiple takes, and he said this is the worst thing he's ever done in his life. He hated doing it.
And you can tell it's real by the way he chews.
Yeah,
because he is
screen.
he's open mouth.
Yeah, and it runs out of screen. Yeah, he says it's the worst thing he's ever eaten in his life to this day.
I believe it, and that scene. I mean, that's not the first time that I'm surprised he's able to catch an animal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he does multiple. Yeah.
The commitment to that bit though, is genuinely impressive.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I can't believe he got that on film, and I can't believe that made it into the final cut.
They had a box full of him. He's talking about how the Wrangler on set was just "Are you serious? You're gonna do this?" And he's like, "Yeah." It's okay. And they called a vet and stuff saying it's not poisonous, but it's gonna be, you better fucking drink something like alcohol immediately after, or it's gonna be you're gonna get sick.
A water bug, it's called?
Yeah, water bug. It's a larger breed of cockroach.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd love to see Nicolas Cage now on Survivor.
Yeah.
Because they don't do it as much, but they used to do those challenges where it's the eating challenges.
Oh, Fear Factor. Oh my god.
Well, not just Fear Factor, but on Survivor they have eating challenges.
Really?
Where you have to eat stuff like maggots or half embryo.
Gross out eating challenges.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I know, ironically, there's Johnny Cochran on Fan First Favorites 2, he won that. Spoiler alert for that season. If you haven't seen it, that's in the 20s. But he surprised everybody because you think of Survivor challenges like that, and you think of either the badass girl or the big buff guys who are oh, it's protein, and Johnny Cochran's this little dude with glasses and nerdy, and he dominated and cut like cutthroat, like surprised. Even Jeff Probst was like surprised, like, oh shit, he's going for it. And even I think after the fact he said like, yeah, it's like I'm gonna win this, and it's like I want to win, and I will do what it takes to win. So it's the mindset of a person like that is
you have to be very dedicated, and you can do insane shit like Nick Cage does. Mm-hmm. The ending scene with the blood all over his mouth and his shirt, and then the wooden plank, that was actually really just like a candid shot of him going up to people like, hey, can you stab me with this plank? I'm a vampire. There's like two people who were just like walking by that he really did that to, and they were like terrified of this crazy ass doing that, talking to them like that.
I believe it. Yeah, I very much. And again, that's another person I would love to hear. Like, what do they think when they saw that? Because the second they walk off,
it's a guy with his partner. I believe they may have been homeless. I'm not sure, but like he's like no, he's like get away from me. They're trying to get away from them. Yeah, that's a like real candid shot of like him like going to the people saying, "Hey, I'm a vampire. Can you stab me with this?"
Oh my god, that scene. Like, if you need an example of just like how fast you can go from like 0 to 11, just like you just go to just imagine just being a random person on the street and you have some dude with a giant plank of wood come up to you and just be like hey,
vampire, stab me with this. What happens though if someone does grab it?
But what was the first sentence he said though? Like, I feel like that just like really set the whole thing up though.
He was like, "Hey, can you like?" He like holding, "Hey, can you stab me with this? I'm a vampire, you see."
But I feel like I need to go watch it again, and I'm sad I didn't write this down. But the first sentence seemed like such an innocent, innocuous sentence, and then immediately followed up with like, "I'm a vampire, kill me."
Yeah. It's so insane.
Can you imagine being that couple and like, so the second that they run off there's someone running up and like, hey, we're shooting a movie, because they
have to, they
had to have signed away and signed the waiver and got paid for that.
Of course, yeah.
So like, I'm curious to hear like what they thought about that after the fact.
I don't know. Yeah, the movie has tons of weird. Yeah, the score was made in Budapest since it's cheaper to record there than it is in America.
That score was
crazy,
wild.
Yeah,
because there are there's some good music, but like there are times where they do not fit the theme of the scene at all.
Yeah, it's very, very hilarious. The scene where Cage, like at the end, where like Cage is like walking off with the plank after he meets the love of his life, and he's like walking away. He like whistles Stravinsky's Petrushka, which is a famous Russian song. But him whistling that for literally like not even 2 seconds cost the movie $10,000 by the Stravinsky estate.
Sorry, quick side note. Okay, I just looked it up. The first sentence was like, "My girlfriend broke up with me. I'm a vampire. Kill me. Kill me." And like, holy shit. Like, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
My God.
Insane.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's worth it. That's a hilarious line. Yeah. But yeah, him whistling that song for 2 seconds cost him movie $10,000.
So that was that cost a fourth of what it cost for him.
To pay him, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it's insane.
What line?
Also,
when he's whistling the Stravinsky's Petrushka, it's a Russian song. He whistles at the end when he's like walking away with his new girlfriend. He's imagining. He's like
Sharon.
Yeah, he's like sings a song, and him whistling that much cost the movie $10,000.
Oh my God! Licensing, everyone.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't reshoot that scene.
I mean, they could have paid. I think they already put it in, released the movie, and then they're like, "Hey, this is a Stravinsky estate. You owe us money for that whistle."
Which honestly, like that's like again.
At that point, you're fucked. You've already out distributed. So.
Understand like the idea of like make whatever, but like I feel like that's fair use, right?
No.
I understand. No, that's
apparently not. It's probably a very famous Russian play. And, people were very litigious back in the 80s, even.
True. Also, like I give you because that was during near the end of the Cold War too, wasn't it?
Yeah, 88.
So
yeah, Cage wanted his girlfriend at the time, Patricia Arquette, to play the vampire.
How did I not know he would date Patricia Arquette?
I'm not surprised. I think they've had to have done movies together, I believe, right? I think they did one together. That's probably how they met. But yeah, he wanted her to play the vampire. They said no. They've already cast a different actress. But that actress's boyfriend did not want her sleeping with Nicolas Cage in a movie, I guess. And so she quit the movie. And so they ended up with Jessica Biel, who like I said, I love in a bunch of stuff. Cage didn't like her. They didn't get along for some reason. So this is one you want to pay attention to, you two. During the sex scenes with Jessica Biel, Cage had hot yogurt poured onto his feet to keep him aroused.
What?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, he had them pouring hot yogurt onto his feet during the sex scenes.
Is that a fetish of his?
I mean, apparently so.
Wow.
Is it a fetish or is it just like...
Acting! Now,
All right, hold on. I need to know about
Keep
this
them
now.
aroused though, like
We-
that's not
yeah.
something that they should on screen. Then that has to have been like a personal fetish of his.
Yeah, because like you said,
Wow.
him and Jessica Biel did not get along. And so like every time when she's like, biting him, he's just like, oh yeah, look, with his eyes crossed. He's like, yeah, he's getting hot yogurt on his feet.
For the
Well,
record, by the way, I'm really good.
I'm not. I'm not.
No, yuck is yum. Yeah, not yucking is yum.
I'm not here to kink shame. Genuinely not. That is just. I've heard of many fetishes. This is a new one for me. Like, wow.
Yeah, very.
Listen,
crazy.
I can see it because you're thinking it's not only warm and it's squishy, so it's like feeling it's like you've stepped inside what you're trying to get inside here. And then I'll bet you that there's a little bit of that fruity scent, and you know what? Sometimes
Also, hot yogurt feels like it'd be gross.
Hot yogurt listen. What are you gonna do? Step on cold yogurt?
Yeah,
What are
I'd
you
be-
talking about? Like
Now
if
that's
it's
just
not.
Now that's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, hot yogurt, I get it, 100%. I'm down. I get you. I'm on board. You go, Mr. Cage. Cold yogurt, you're a freak, and you need to be shunned and like sent off to the gulag and like buried under the earth here into a max prison
Hell
and
yeah.
never
The
shown.
temperature makes all the difference.
Yeah. Hey, listen, have you ever had yogurt poured onto your feet during filming
Honestly, I can
scenes?
say no. I've never not.
Well,
Or
then,
I never not.
You've never not done it. Yes, every time he's on film, he has to have yogurt poured on
But then
his
again,
feet.
I've been in zero films, so it still works.
there you go. By the way,
Not
so I was
zero,
looking
still
through the Patricia Arquette discography, and I was looking through and
Discography.
filmography, and I was looking to see comparatively, and I was pretty sure that this was the one. There is one film, Bringing Out the Dead. Nicolas Cage, Patricia Arquette are both in it, with John Goodman, Ving Rhames, and Tom Sizemore.
What year?
That was 1999.
Okay.
And it was a Martin Scorsese film,
Nice. Yeah, that movie sounds familiar. I don't know if I've ever seen it.
based on the novel by Joe Connolly.
Hell yeah. Another hilarious one. Cage hated the fake rubber bat on a string. He wanted them to catch a real bat. So he sent a personal production assistant to Central Park with a cooler and a broom and told him to not come back until he catches a live bat.
I want to believe then, so there's the obvious scene with the meme speech
Yeah.
and the face. I want to believe that was Nicolas Cage talking to that production.
Yeah, you have to do it. Because if you don't, I'll fire you. Yeah, but no, obviously the producer and the director and the writer said, you cannot do that. They're like, you have to do kinds of rabies testing. It's illegal to capture them. It's dangerous. You don't want to fucking die for this movie, do you, Cage? Because if you get rabies, you will die. Do not do this. And so they stopped him from doing that, but then later they found out that he, behind their backs, tried to order one from Mexico. And they finally convinced him, absolutely not. I know for a fact, as I work in a vet hospital, yeah, there's no testing for rabies while the thing is alive. So that is, and all bats, if any bat comes in for any reason and is dead, they have to do rabies testing. So, yeah.
And I know too, with rabies, there's obviously there is a cure, but I know at a certain point, if you have rabies,
It's impossible to detect, and there's no way to test. Because when in my hospital, if the dog has bitten anybody or in the past 2 weeks, they have to do a rabies test, and the only way to test for rabies is to cut off the head and remove the brain. So they have to do that at our hospital if the dog has bitten anybody in the past 2 weeks.
well.
And 2 weeks is all you have to get the cure.
Yeah, because I know the second the swelling happens in the brainstem, it's too late.
Yeah,
at that point.
it's impossible. So yeah, they have to test the brainstem in the brain, and you can't do that while the thing is alive.
And it
So
isn't too if you have rabies, if they give you it and you don't, isn't they're
it's deadly if you get the cure
Potential.
without knowing that you have it. Yeah, so they're absolutely not, Cage. You're not going to die. You're not going to fucking get tested for rabies, you idiot. And they try to order one anyway from Mexico, which is probably worse.
Though I will say this because we're talking about rabies, bats themselves are honestly, I wish bats were treated better overall because they do a lot of good.
They're cool and awesome.
They're not cool, and I feel bad that they're probably villainized. But at the same point, they are able to. They are so important. I know, in fact, bat. If you have a bat house in your backyard, those are protected because bats are not only is guava. Their
Guano?
guano.
Guava's a fruit.
My bad. But their dung is really potent and really
very
important.
helpful. I mean, this is the thing I've seen from Ace Ventura: Pet Detective season 2 with the guano.
So there's that, and then the fact that you think about it, their absence would theoretically be massively felt because they are taking out mosquitoes,
Yeah.
which are a very popular, well-known,
dangerous thing. Yeah.
like rabies is obviously an issue, but like the things that the mosquitoes can carry, who knows?
Yeah, and bats don't bite people unless they're actively harassed. I've seen bats multiple times back at our college in CSU. There were bats on the brick buildings, just resting in the middle of the day, sleeping bats. It's very fucking weird seeing although it's what that little brown mouse in the middle of the wall. Oh no, it's not. It's a bat.
A brown mouse.
It looks like a little curled up mouse, somehow sticking to the side of a wall. Whenever you see them, they're very tiny and they're very cute.
I can see why bats are connected to vampires.
Oh, just those wall mice.
Yeah, just a wall mouse. Oh my god, it's flying away.
It's funny that I think that bats being tied to vampires is not an accident because I feel like
vampire bats do drink blood.
But in general, bats themselves are so weird, comparatively to what we think about. They're nocturnal, mammals. They do look like mice, but they can fly. But their wings aren't they don't have feathers comparatively to the same way we think of flying animals like birds. And then just so the fact that they sleep upside down and coat themselves cocooned and all these things there's so many strange things about bats that I think are just. Honestly, welcome to the Batcast.
Yeah, Batcast. We're covering Man-Bat comic issues. Fucking cool as hell.
But yeah, no, I think that bats, it's interesting that they're so, chaotic, but they're so unique.
They are very, yeah.
And I know, too, there's extinction issues with them.
Yeah,
It's
you look at a fruit bat, it looks like a fucking cuddly ass, a wolf, or not a wolf, a fox with, wings. They're, huge and cute. And then you look at an actual vampire bat, and they're fucking terrifying as shit. And there's such a wide variety of this really weird, specific mammal that is able to fly. They're very cool.
Even too, they have that
yeah, the vampire
weird,
bats specifically have the upturned nose for their
noses and their ears are you think about it, bats themselves are probably more over culture things than anything else. Outside of vampires, theoretically elves. What's the word? Theoretic, a lot of too. I bet you they have enough of a canine look that there's probably inspirations of canine wolf. Wolfmen, I feel I can see that.
But yeah, bats are fucking awesome as shit.
Yeah, bats are cool, so don't
go to the Central Park with a broom and
bats are cool, so don't do drugs.
Yeah, so don't try to capture them because they're very cool, but also dangerous. They're vampire bats specifically, which I don't even think there wouldn't be vampire bats in New York.
Yeah,
but whatever. Yeah, so the next thing, the absolutely incredible, famous alphabet scene. Was actually very highly choreographed. Every single action did was super choreographed, and they said that Cage did this multiple times in his hotel room to his cat while he was filming production. And so obviously at home, while watching the movie, my two cats running around my house causing trouble. I had to do the how does somebody misfile something? You just put it in the right file, and then I do the whole sequence, and then I say I never misfiled anything, not one time. So my cat was like. What the fuck are you doing?
Just the stances he took, just wow, he's not compensating it for anything at all.
That makes the scene
you tell me who did
it. That's the kind of shit you see fucking 6-year-olds do when they're trying to say no, I didn't do that, they did it. I'm a good boy.
Yeah.
I will say then I know there's theoretically written as a horror film and presented as a comedy and all that. I still argue I think this is a drama thriller.
I mean, well...
and I don't think it's bad, though. I will say that.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a bad film. It's confusing.
Yeah. But, like I said, I've already done my 2 points. Like I said, point number 1, he does get genuinely offended when people mock the movie. Point number 2, it was going to star Steve Martin. There's a third one I'm going to get to why I also still believe that it was a comedy. The accent, the insane accent that he is doing, like it's been noted before, is based on Nicolas Cage's literature professor father. It's supposed to be an erudite, fancy accent. But then also when they started production, the first day, Nick came in with a pencil mustache. The tiny little,
Hitler one?
No. The tiny little, the dude who does Hairspray and Pink...
John Waters.
John Waters mustache. A tiny little, right on the lip. Pencil mustache.
Okay.
Looks like it was drawn on. They're absolutely not Cage. This character. That would make it too obvious that it's a comedy. That's not the other thing, but that would have been also very funny if he did that.
I want to see that cut.
It would have been hilarious.
We need the Vampire's Kiss, Nicolas Cage, John Waters mustache cut.
I mean, hell yeah. As of even 2018, almost that would be about 20 years later, or that's 30 years later.
30 years,
yeah. Nick Cage still says this is his favorite role. 30 years later, he still says this is his favorite role that he's done.
I know we referenced it, but like Renfield, like his Dracula in Renfield is 1000% based on this character.
100%.
Like the mannerisms.
Let me tell you my evil plan. Woo!
Like the eccentric aspect of this film is incredible, and it's genuinely incredible.
Yeah. During the premiere of this movie in June, the crew went to multiple theaters to try to see if anybody was watching it. Every theater was empty. Nobody saw this movie. Nobody liked the movie. It did horrible. Like literally, even in June in New York, when it's super sweltering hot out, and movie theaters are like the only places that have actual cooling, nobody was watching the movie. Nobody was in theaters watching it at all.
What was because I believe they were on the time. Siskel and Ebert.
No, well, I mean, there's also another very specific Bat thing that made this movie that also was competing with. This movie released the same month as the original Batman movie.
Really?
The original Batman movie.
Wow.
Yeah. Which was obviously the Batman movie made in one night more than the entire run of Vampire's Kiss.
Wow.
So yeah, one night of that Tim Burton Batman movie made like literally more than the entire run of this movie like in a day.
That's insane.
Yeah, it just completely obliterated it.
I will say, knowing Nicolas Cage, he probably is okay with that fact though.
Yeah, Batman deserves it's fine. Yeah. Critics did not think this was a comedy. And they thought that Cage, like multiple pun titles, Cage should have been Cage for this movie. He's acting too ridiculous for this horror drama. He's terrible in it. He's acting too much. He's too crazy. And then so the director went back to like writing British TV and teaching. The writer went on, like I said, to write Tales from the Crypt, which is the third thing why I think this is legit a comedy. Have you guys ever watched Tales from the Crypt, the original HBO series from the 90s?
I saw like clips of it, but I never really watched it to any meaningful extent.
The Crypt Keeper, right?
Creep
Show is similar too, right?
Yeah.
Was he on? Did he work on Creep Show as well? Do you know,
possibly, I'm not sure, but I know he specifically did.
Because I've seen Creep Show, the first film, but I've never seen Tales from the Crypt. But I know they're very similar.
Okay, yeah. If I've watched almost all the episodes of it, like a couple, probably 10 or so years ago back, I like torrented the entire series and started watching episodes of it just because I watched it back as a kid in the 90s. That show is the exact identical tone of this movie. And by that, I mean every episode is incredibly creepy if you watch it or if you're a kid, but those movies are about, I would say, 60 to 70% camp humor. They are campy and they are goofy and they are like intentionally goofy and silly, but the tone and the actual subject matter is exclusively dark and serious and like horrifying. And like if you're a child like me who does not get satire, every episode of that show is a fucking terrifying thing to watch. But it's explicitly like look at the Crypt Keeper. He's a goofball making jokes and puns at the beginning of the episode. The episode airs and it's like an air of comedy and satire in the actual episode, whatever the subject is. But overarching wise, the production, the tone, and everything is like explicitly a horror thing. And this movie specifically has that exact same tone. Everything else is played 100% straight except for Cage. And if that is the intent of to make this like humorous, it doesn't work obviously because no one got that. But like I think that was the intent. I 100% believe the director. Between him saying that and getting offended when people mock the movie, between the Steve Martin original casting, and between the going on to write a shit ton of horror comedy, I believe that this was intended as a comedy horror movie. But it just completely was lost in translation and nobody got that.
I can believe it, but I would argue that similar to Birdemic in The Room, whether that was the intent or not, I think that this is truly a drama thriller.
Yeah,
and
the way it turned out, yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that's actually... I don't think it's bad. I generally don't think it's a bad film. I can see it misunderstood, and I can see even things being missed or opportunities not taken. But I think that it whether it was the intended target did not translate to what it became, but I think that's fine, and I think that's actually something that should be embraced more, because I do think that there is a lot that can be taken from this. Again, the fact that I can think, there's a lot of times I thought there's in this movie, like, there is a connection to American Psycho. Mm-hmm. And the fact that American Psycho came, not even the book was not even released yet by the time this is, and the fact that the American Psycho is a satire of this era, and this came out near the end of it, and again, the way that certain scenes were shot and everything, I think that there is a drama thriller sense to this that should be embraced a bit more.
Yeah.
I can see where he's probably more upset because of the way that it came out when it was released, the way it's talked about during the release, and even too the way people might look at it nowadays. But I think that it's not a bad drama, and there's a difference between a people say mocking. I think it's worth mocking in a way because I think I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, because I think that there's things to mock in this but I think too, I don't know. There's a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot. This film is a lot.
It definitely feels like okay, so I'm sitting here wondering how would you even realistically do that? Try to make a movie that is not just a horror film with moments of comic relief, but genuinely try to say this is roughly equal parts horror and equal parts comedy. I don't even really know how you would do that.
Scream.
Well, I'm one of those people who I never really got the satire of Scream. Just like Tales from the Crypt, watching it as a child, Scream was a horror movie, period. I didn't get any humor from it. I was, 9 or 7, 8 years old when it came out, I think we were. That movie was explicitly a serious-ass horror movie to me. Scary Movie was a fucking hilarious
I was about to say,
comedy.
Ed, are you sure you weren't thinking of Scary Movie?
No, Ed is correct. Ed is correct, because everyone, the director and people who are older than us have watched Scream and said, this is a satire. It's mocking slasher movies. But that's just something that completely went over my head as a kid. I think most millennials, it went over their heads.
We've talked about this, I think, before, but what Scream did, because even people point out too, New Nightmare is also is like a framework to
meta,
Scream, but it's not only I think the meta-ness, and again too it's hard. I think people don't truly understand the importance of juxtaposition in film because we've talked about this. I know a film that is set to is 100% tension from start to finish is less tense than a film that has 30% tension with moments of comedy and lightheartedness. Because
that makes it sound like it's like a 30% tension. That's literally a comic film with moments of tension.
But so basically,
did you mean like 70% tension or
no 30? Because if you think about it, when you just think about how I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. If you are just watching something, and you are tense, you're going to tense, and you're going to tense, and you're going to tense, eventually that becomes your new state. That becomes your new normal. And it's no longer a alien, upsetting feeling because that is your new reality.
Okay.
But so basically, one of the powers of what Scream and what humor can do in films, especially horror films, is it catches you off guard.
It lulls into a false sense of security.
It's what, you think about this, think about those clips of a serene, calming meadow with a jump scare into it.
Yeah.
Why does the jump scare hit you?
You don't expect it.
Exactly. Yeah. When you go in knowing it, you are not scared.
Your default state is not expecting it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you're expecting to be scared, you will not be scared. If you go in and you are lulled into that calm sense, the things will stand out. And even too, the gory, that's why I think this film is so odd, is Nick Cage's performance intercut with these real moments. Yeah. The absurdity of laughing at realistic, horrible words. Those stand out because you don't expect to hear somebody talk about sexual assault, about workplace harassment, in a board meeting with people laughing and joking and you doing this, ha ha ha. That is absurd, and the absurdity is that's why when we talk about to bring it into a little bit to our current year, that is one of the dangers of allowing things to become normalized. It is why people talk about the news and these things and why we're quote unquote desensitized to violence. When I watch the news, if every single headline talks about a killing, then I'm expecting there to be a killing tomorrow. I'm expecting there to be a killing tomorrow today. That is my new normal. And it is not normal. That is why people remind you, this is not normal.
Or this should not be normal.
This should not be normalized. Because it is not okay. But in filmmaking, you cannot only have one set of things. You need, and that is the line. That's why horror is such a weird genre, because you cannot be pure horror.
Yeah.
Think about too. Like, we watched Poltergeist, and I know you broke during that film.
I
but
really did.
That scene when the chickens come out, and then it's just the straight on boom, 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 like this person killed, that person killed, that person killed. That hit you a lot more so because we got glimpses and pieces of it that built into it. We talked about the pacing of that film. It needs to build it into that. That cannot be the default.
It's kind of like, honestly, that makes a whole lot of sense, and it's making me realize, like, so much like with, say, like music and film both have, so like you could argue that, like, as far as like what is the goal of those two industries, like anything you listen to, anything you watch, what is the goal of it? It's generally to make you feel a certain way. And how do you? And so, like, you know, like the directors are, you know, meant to be like experts at eliciting certain emotions, and eliciting emotions of, say, fear. Like, a great way to do that is subverting expectations. It's like lulling you into that state of false sense of security, and then hitting you with a jump scare. So how do you do that? Well, like, you have a mixture of, you know, calmness or things that make you laugh, and then just, I mean, I'm not sure like how. Well, what's the appropriate level of veering into left field? But then you hit them with the thing that will make them scared, and that will elicit the reaction, that emotion that you're going for, specifically because of the juxtaposition of those two very different, like, genres, those two different settings and tones.
Ed, we went over this in a previous episode explicitly, but you've seen what was it called? Fucking Ghostbusters.
Yeah,
OG, right?
Yeah,
like with Bill Murray and Rick Moranis.
So,
and Dan Aykroyd.
Do you think that
Dan
movie?
Aykroyd,
So, to you're our age as well.
Yeah.
Is that more so than the other? Do you think it's more of an action movie or a comedy?
Ooh, that's
Personally,
a good
obviously that's
question.
back, but yeah, what do you think it is?
Oh, wow. I could see it being, well, maybe slightly more action. I don't know.
I mean, just like off the bat, when you think in your
Off the
head,
bat,
do you think cool action or do you think funny?
Personally, I think my gut reaction is initially action.
Okay. That was a bit in a podcast I was listening to with a Gen X and a millennial person on it.
Okay.
How millennials and younger see the Ghostbusters as an action movie, first and foremost. A movie with cool action. Mm-hmm. But during the time, possibly, or to older people, that movie is a comedy first.
Really?
Their outfits, it's Bill Murray and what's it called? Dan Aykroyd. It's a comedy movie. All these funny people. And it's like, you know, their outfits are silly, and this whole idea is just like goofy. And it's like, yeah, it's a comedy movie first, but then
that should not be taken seriously.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be taken seriously. It's not supposed to be, you know, they don't get it, and that's why all the movies try to incorporate humor, but then all the remakes and everything fail because they're trying to be funny too much. And then, like, the millennial in the group was just like, no, that movie's cool. What they're doing is cool. The way they look is cool, and what's happening is cool, and it's fun action. He doesn't, like, it's funny because, but, like, he didn't grow up with the 70s SNL, so he doesn't see Dan Aykroyd and Bill Murray and say, ha, oh my god, they're so funny. Mm-hmm. He sees, like, these, like, you know, weird old men fighting ghosts and that's cool. So that's why, like, tonally wise, interpretations are very bizarre, because the very next line in this article, like I said, the director and writer say, like, it was supposed to be what it's not, or what people don't think it is. As the director went on to back to teaching, like, you know, movie filmmaking and everything in England, he said, people can quote to me word for word, scene for scene this movie. I've had multiple students of mine come up to me saying that they love this movie and they can't believe it didn't do well. It created a huge fan base through bits and modern, current day meme culture. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The article does go on to say that boomers during the time and Gen X did not get it. They did not appreciate the movie. The movie today is perfect for surrealist meme culture. It just came out 30 years too early.
Yeah, I see it.
So yeah, if this movie, same tone, was released today, I mean, obviously the subject matter, the Alva storyline, like, even through a 2025 viewing, like, the way it's handled and the way what happens, it could still be like, yes, it's harrowing and serious, but everything Cage is doing is comedic, and so this would be like, I think today it would explicitly come out and people would perceive it as a comedy thriller before anything else. I think today,
maybe
in today's context,
maybe the older audiences. I feel like the younger audiences in general, like more left leaning audiences, would probably focus more heavily on just the the abuse.
Yeah, the Elvis storyline.
There's a lot,
and just kind of judge the film based mostly on that.
Yeah, if it was released today but taking place in the 80s, everything with the boardroom and everything like that would be seen as like, I think even at the
it was
time.
a product of the time.
Yeah, I think at the time, watching it, people in the 80s were supposed to see that scene and be horrified and upset at what those people were doing.
Right,
And they
that's
should-
what I'm saying.
and 40
if
years
you were
ago,
watching
yeah.
it, if it was released in modern day, and it was made clear that like the setting of the film took place in the 80s, then you could watch that film and just be like holy shit, people talked like that back then. Like that was acceptable behavior back then.
But I think it would be probably seen more like just like any kind of it would be more obviously satire of like, yeah, in the 80s people were this shitty. And it still happens today, but it's just this is heightened what's happening right now, and that's why it's funny.
That's why I think American Psycho was a big reference.
Yeah,
I connected to it, but like kind of going back a little bit. So like we're talking about like expectations and normalization. That's why I think films like Scream were interesting, and it was why I think Saw, when it finally did come out, reset the genre in a way because. So, like, one of the things that gets talked about in stuff like Scream is, you think about this. You watch every kind of horror. And it's why I think Nightmare on Elm Street took off. So, like, when Nightmare on Elm Street came out, all the killer slashers, big, silent, brutal. They were just imposing forces that didn't talk. They just did their thing and were scary on that right. And especially as it evolved. But, like, Freddy was the OG term in terms of, like, he was somebody who seemed to take joy, take pleasure in what he was doing. And that's why I think, it's even, too, like, one of the big, in horror films, whenever you see a dark hallway behind somebody in frame, it has become almost normalized. There's something hiding in there. Or if something is obscured by a door, when they move the door, boom, there's something right there behind it. Yeah. So when you look at that and you watch horror films for 10 years, and every horror film that you watch, the second you see a door obscure a doorway, and then it's closed, and then there's something in that realm, you have now become conditioned to that. So you see a door open, you feel, something's coming. And now,
or like, is there somebody behind there? Like, is there someone hiding behind the door? Is there someone there?
And when you watch 10 straight years of horror films doing just that, you have now become conditioned. So if you now watch a film that uses that shot to now break your expectation, that is a way to subtly build tension without actually having to pay off said tension, because now it has made you not understand the rules, and that unfamiliarity is something that is very, very hard to do.
Because you're relying on the cliche that has built up in the decades before you.
Yeah. Cliches exist for a reason, and they're treated as bad, and to an extent they can be. But I think that's where satire is important, because satire is not making fun of the thing that you're then doing. It's using the expectations of what you're doing
to subvert your own expectations.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think this is a satire.
No, but like then we're talking about Scream, and I think that's where this film is weird, is because I think that there is a conditioning attempt at times, because even early on, every time we see Nicolas Cage, he is unhinged. Yeah. He gets more and more and more and more unhinged. But I think that there is a reason why we have scenes where Alva is in her bed, retreating because of this trauma that has been put upon her, and there are splices of Nicolas Cage being a goofball, I'm a vampire person, completely unconnected to what he did, and even later on in the film excusing what he did. Yeah. That is not an accident, and that's why there is a drama thriller sense to this, because may have been horror adjacent and comedy adjacent, but I think those blend to create such a thriller drama that is hard to replicate without these performances, without this editing and this writing and these choices that were made.
So yeah, I think the intent and the actual... Well, I was going to say, but I never get a chance. What they say is that a movie is created several times. And there's 3 different versions of any movie. There's when it was written, there's how it was directed, and then there's how it's edited. And those can be 3 wildly different movies throughout the lifespan of that movie into production.
I would argue there's a fourth. There is a fourth
Yeah.
because I think that
Audience interpretation?
audience interpretation. Because even too, like we've talked about this, like we've talked. I know we mentioned it before. So a book that people in our high school loved, except for us, Into the Wild. Mm-hmm. Everyone was talking about how he's inspirational, how it's a brave what he did. And you and I both were like, he was an idiot.
Yeah.
Like we can point to these reasons why, and the fact that there's an interpretation that is vastly different, and even too in general media, like there's always somebody who loves and hates a single piece of work, whether it's great or terrible, whether it's ironic or true. And I think like an audience's reaction to a film, and even honestly, you can almost argue that there's a fifth. There's initial release, and I think that there is a retrospective, look back.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean, how many films have been looked back upon and said, "Oh wait, this is actually fun," or "Oh wait, wow, can you believe they did this?" or that or whatever. And I think, I mean, you can't get that same sense in the moment versus years later.
Yeah.
And even too, there are films that were. I mean, how many films are there that you look back on that were said to have been great? Theoretically, to bring up a film we've talked about, The Last Airbender, I believe, made money. Did it not?
It made a shit ton, yeah.
Yeah. That is not a universally loved film. That is a terrible film. I know, Chris, that you enjoy it on its own merits.
Of course.
I know that.
You'll never let that die, will you?
No, I won't. But that is a film that, just because it made money, we still have never seen a sequel to it.
No.
I mean, obviously, thank God, because, what the fuck. But that theoretically made money. But then a film like Rocky Horror Picture Show, like that didn't make money. I mean, there's so many films nowadays that are beloved that are not looked at the same. Hell, even a film that, of course, we've always recognized as being, true perfection, Freddy Got Fingered.
Of course. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely was not appreciated for its time, but
it was not.
Literally peak cinema, if there's ever was such a thing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the exploration and evolution of film and industries, and you just get these changes. I mean, there's I think there's actually 5. There's the writing, there's the filming, there's the editing, there's the initial reaction, and I think there's a retrospective reaction. Because I mean, we can look back at Star Wars and we can see so many issues that people didn't see back in the day.
Yeah, of course.
Because we have.
Or maybe more generically, that 5th stage is like not just like a retrospective, but I think it also, you could argue that like in the interpretation of a film will shift or can shift from generation to generation. Like just because let's say like the first generation that it comes out at, sees it one way, the next generation sees it as like this wasn't a comedy, this was actually a horror or whatnot. But then like the generation after that is not guaranteed to see it the same way, or in every generation that follows is not guaranteed to see the film the same exact way, gen after gen after gen. It could be just, I mean, it was a product of its time, and generation and culture climates are shifting all the time, relatively speaking.
No, and they are, because like people say, well, you can't make Blazing Saddles today. Well, A, it exists, but also like there are probably films that you could point to be like, well, that's like Blazing Saddles. And I mean, even too, like we watched Poltergeist from 2006, and there are jokes and lines and readings that are, you listen, and it's why I think there's
multiple times I watched that, I'm just like, wow, that did not age well.
I mean, even too, like I look at too as having done Rocky for almost 16 years. There are callbacks today that I don't say that I did used to say. Yeah. Because things change. And I think too, the cultural significance around words and interpretations and meanings, they matter. And I think that, the way we look at things, I mean, it's also too, you think about, I mean, people watching Endgame, nowadays, and especially 5 years from now, will not have the same reaction watching the portal scene, even if it's for the first time, as me and my wife did in a theater that no longer stands. In a full crowded theater, we spent the 2 decades watching these films, watching these characters build up to this moment, and every second of those 20 years came together in this one scene. But it was not built in a single film. It was built over 20 years that nowadays can be watched in a matter of days. It is, you can argue too, like people who probably watched the Fast and the Furious, films, people who've been playing Final Fantasy since the beginning, people who played a lot of these games and these genres, they've evolved. They've watched the evolution, and there's a comparative difference. If I got into Final Fantasy, so many things I would differ from the both of you who've been playing it for years in different ways,
right?
In
like
different
your
extents.
Your current experiences are shifted, or not shifted. They are shaped by your past experiences. Like your past experiences have a direct influence on how you view a thing today. Like two people looking at the exact same content with vastly different life experiences, vastly different like gaming histories or lack thereof. We'll see like the same exact content in vastly different interpretations.
I mean, you gotta look at Marcy X for us too.
Yes.
Ed was just like, "What is this a really whatever comedy?" I'm like, "Ed, this is the most offensive thing I've ever seen in my fucking life."
Yeah, when I came around to it, I saw it, but I remembered the nostalgia. I think it was in the episode. You can have nostalgia for a time where and for subject matters and things that are problematic, but at the same time accepting that there are flaws with something you enjoy doesn't negate your enjoyment of it at times. And it's just, there's a nuance to things are not black and white, they're shades of gray.
Yeah,
even too, like people who nowadays who watch Tiger King would not have the same experience as us who watched it in the moment,
trapped in our houses from the pandemic.
Exactly. I mean, we were in such a different, unexplored mindset that we will never be able to recreate that. Squid Game to an extent too, and seeing these things, and who the hell knows how things are going to get. I mean, Squid Game itself, in a decade from now, how is that going to be seen? Who knows what we're going to be like in 10 years.
And this is like the 5th episode in a row you've brought up Squid Game.
Listen, it's a good show.
It's a great show, but I swear you brought it up in like the past like 5 or 6 episodes.
I mean, there's
it's worth it. I love the show.
But just, I mean, even too, like the fact that there's a game show about it, which is interesting at times, but there's a weirdness to watching that at times because you're seeing these people react to something that's like, this is not a life or death thing. They're acting like it at times to an extent. Like, there's one episode that, like two people are talking as if they're never going to see each other again. It's like, you're going to see each other in a few days when shooting's done. You're never going to see each other again.
And I have a heart out, and we have like no time left to get into the actual episodes.
I feel like we've addressed, this movie is going to be, go. Start this film.
Well, I was going to say, just like any of the I Party with Victoria's episodes of either show, thank goodness there's only 3 sets in this entire movie. He's either in his apartment, at work, at the therapist, or at a club. And that's it.
Oh, you've got the 4th. Walking the streets of New York.
Oh, yeah, streets of Watts between his office, the club, or the psychiatrist episode. But he's literally, it's like cycling between those like 4 fucking locations every time. It's great. Film opens up on a shot of the city. Nice little 80s, 90s shot of the Twin Towers.
I did not get that. And this is a very 80s film because you have, again, I want to say it went up until the 2000s. Like, every film started with establishing shots that started from a broad view and would narrow down in a big city until you eventually, during the credits.
Yeah, just to convey to people where they are.
Exactly.
We hear Cage talking to the therapist about a one-night stand with somebody. I interpreted that this might be when he first met the Rachel the vampire, possibly, because he's talking about a previous relationship that he left, and then it cuts to the club, which I'm like, oh, is this a prequel thing, or like, no, I think he's just like talking about an unrelated relationship, and then he goes into when he the cuts to the nightclub.
This is when he met Jackie, though, right?
Yeah, it cuts to when he meets Jackie, but I don't think it's supposed to be like a flashback. I think he's just talking about a different relationship, and now he's in this relationship with Jackie. It's how I interpreted it, but it's not clear.
This therapist, her and all of her scenes are odd because I don't understand.
I don't know if she's real or not, because Chris was but when we paused for a second to record, and Chris was talking about how he doesn't think she was real, and I'm like, I agree, I don't think that she was real because there's a line at the second to last line of the fucking movie makes me think that she was never real. So
when he calls her from the payphone and talks to her,
can we just get to that part?
But I'm saying, I swear to God, that was the brother, was it not?
No, it wasn't. It looked like him, but it was just another young Hispanic man.
But they showed somebody in that
her
young
no
reason.
Lover. Yeah, her weird young lover.
So that makes me wonder, how real is she?
I don't think she was real.
Because the way
she behaves is very bizarre.
And the way he talks to her, even too, like, I even wrote at one point, like, when he's talking on the payphone, I think it was to her he was talking on the payphone, like, or somebody, like, there's a random stranger looking at him, like into the drama of things, and he was very dramatic at times.
Yeah, it's very weird. Like I said, when we get more into the different scenes with her, I'm going to talk more about how I don't think that she was real, and it's very bizarre reading. Cut to an 80s nightclub. Everyone has very juicy Jerry curls. Very funny. Everyone's bopping along.
I wrote the soul vibe.
Yeah, very
like R&B soul music.
Yeah, like I said, very juicy, dripping Jerry curls, like in that one Eddie Murphy movie. Very funny. Cage is chatting up a new girl. This is Jackie. As they're leaving, they begin talking about, of course, the Rubber Man and Fireball and Brownstone Man.
I just remember talking about comics.
Not comics. They literally say, he's the Rubber Man. He can stretch himself from here to Ethiopia if he wanted to.
Just talking about the Fantastic Four for some reason.
The who? Who are you talking about?
He said that.
He said, yeah. I know.
Watch the Fantastic Four.
I know.
Fantastic Four.
Fireball, the Rubber Man, and the Brownstone Man.
Oh, I see. You gotta avoid those copyrights.
It doesn't make any. It's insane. He's talking.
They already had to shell out how much for that 2 seconds of whistle. They didn't want to get sued by Marvel.
That's fair, yeah.
Because that was before. I mean, it was before. I'm sure Marvel.
They were dying at that point. They were probably already. So they already sold the rights probably, and were desperately trying to get that shitty. What the hell? That shitty Canon Films to make the bad Spider-Man movie.
Honestly, though, I bet you Sony would have been litigious.
I mean, maybe
Sony had the rights to it.
Yeah, no. Well, at that, in the '80s, it would have been shitty ass Canon, who was like pouring out all those really funny low budget pieces of shit movies. Anyway, he puts on a British accent to send the cab away. Be off, cab man. He's just like,
my castle is just 2 blocks yonder.
Yeah.
And then the cabbie calls him a mime. He's
like,
talking.
Fuck you fucking idiots.
You fucking mime.
Yeah.
He's a mime. He's talking though.
Yeah.
But that's not the only mime reference to this.
Yeah, I know. He calls some cocksuckers and says like weird. Calls some mice. It's weird. He tells her like she's like, so what do you do? He's like, I do literature. Doesn't explain what the fuck he actually does.
At no point.
Yeah.
No point did he explain it.
He's a literary agent for
which
short
is
stories
funny
specifically.
because he's talking like this. He has this accent, which is
hilarious. His dad was a literature professor, and his accent, while not his father's accent, is what he thinks like literary people sound like. I guess it's supposed to be just a vaguely erudite accent.
It is
very
thing.
Funny.
Also, like, throughout the scenes, I can't tell if they're just overly drunk or, like, overly lusted.
I think they're high, probably, as well. They're drunk and or high, I assume. Because we later see her, like, we see him run into a lady just randomly doing coke, so it's the 80s, everyone's on coke.
That is true. But he also, like, and also, too, like, during the, I noticed, too, like, so they go back to his apartment with a random kid watching.
Yeah.
Because he later gets, a literally nearly naked woman shot before his mom pulls him away.
Yeah,
how did he know that she was going to walk about the house naked? Because that kid's
she just shows around when they're like about to have sex. The bat randomly pops up, the crazy rubber bat, and
before that though, he can't get his belt off.
Yeah,
He's also like very, very almost entirely always has a shirt and pants on.
Yeah, I mean
he does not get naked, and
drunk.
every woman with him is in save for their underwear.
Yeah,
they are wearing underwear, and that is it. We are getting full frontal.
Very weird choice.
I masturbated several times. Chris had to clean it up every single time.
Yeah, all the hot yogurt.
Wait, what?
You don't remember?
All the hot yogurt.
How do you think I know what hot yogurt feels like on my feet?
He finds the bat and comes in while they're trying to make out, and he's just like, shoo, shoo. And she's like, shoo. And he's like, shoo, shoo. Shaking the blinds ineffectively. Very fucking funny. Yeah, she runs out shirtless and like has a coat covering herself, and like a child's like watching her, and he's like, "Oh, never mind." And he's like,
does he actually get the bat out or not? Because he walks away.
It's not
as if
clear.
He didn't.
It cuts away. I think the window was still up, so you think he just like left, assuming it flew out.
It was implied that it just like. We saw shots of the open window. Then he like went back in his apartment. He like fluttered the drapes, thinking that the bat might be there. There was no bat, so we're just led to believe the bat just flew out.
If it ever existed, it left at that point.
Well, no, it had to have because Jackie saw it, and Jackie was always set to be a real person.
Yeah,
I don't ever think she did not exist.
Yeah, as he's leaving the apartment, he like rubs his hair back and just like looks at like, ugh, and then like flees out of the apartment. As they're like drunkenly walking down the stairs, she's like laughing very realistic, and he's like, ha ha ha.
Was it you or Leanne who said the laugh was forced?
Yeah, he's like faking. Yeah, he's like weirdly.
That I literally wrote, by the way, because I wrote, what is his accent, and 3 lines, and I wrote in 2 lines, what is that laugh?
I think because he's a psycho, and he's just not. He's horny and weird, so he's just like laughing, just trying to be like, oh, that was funny, but he's like weirdly horny.
It was odd. He also, by the way, so they take a cab, cuts to him at work.
Yeah.
When he gets home next, he's looking for that bat. So did he not sleep? Did he go from wherever they went?
I assumed he went to her house and slept and then went straight from her house to work.
He also had no signs of like any kind of hangover.
Yeah. No.
Like, but they were at the point and
he
acting
starts
wise.
pretty insane immediately. Yeah, because this is the first Alva scene.
I almost wonder how much of that was him being lusted and not drunk then.
Or high. Like I said, it's the 80s. Everyone was on coke.
But do you think there'd be some kind of calm down?
I mean, maybe that's why he was so pissed. Yeah, Alva is leaving for work as like the day's over, I guess, and he says, "Hey, I need that contract for Frank Heatherton. He needs it for Rattlesnake Hills. It's the commemorate his first overseas sale to Der Spiegel. The original was from 1963." And he wants it framed.
Rattlesnake Hills in '63.
Yeah, Frank Heatherton to Der Spiegel. First overseas sale. He wants it framed. Go find it. I looked under H for Heatherton. I looked under R for Rattlesnake Hills. I haven't turned to Der Spiegel, so I need you to go find it.
And honestly, what's interesting watching this and knowing it is he does not sound unreasonable in this scene. Because he's like, I looked here, and I looked here where it should be, and it was not there. So it's probably in these files that are old,
it's a fat file, and I need
fat,
to, yeah.
and unorganized. So I need somebody on that. He did not sound at this moment as unhinged as he is, and even a bit
like it started off as a perfectly reasonable request or the task to give to an employee.
And it was honestly, weird because like shortly after, she's like, "Oh, I couldn't find it under R or H." And it was like, did she not actually listen? So I was always like, well, I'd be a little annoyed if I said that to somebody and they clearly didn't listen to me.
Oh, yeah.
And I was a little confused. I was like, I don't remember ever at any point thinking that his character was reasonable. And he was, in this moment,
yeah, in this very moment, giving her admission.
Reasonable.
Yeah. There's also a second to your point earlier, Ed, about how like he went from his personally sleeping with house to work. Alva looks under the desk and he's like not wearing socks with his outfit. And she's like, that's weird. And then when she's leaving, he does like eye her up, like looks at her butt and her legs and everything like that on her way out as well. So it's very weird. But yeah,
it's weird. It's also interesting because I know they had random cuts to him watching out the window before she came in, and he's like looking out in the city, and they show like this random couple kissing, and this hot dog vendor like shoving, here, take these Cokes, here's your Cokes, here's your Pepsi, Pepsi.
Yeah, while they're making out very.
And he's like observing it. So like,
I mean, yeah, this is just more to the point of like him like not needing love or whatever. This is back to the next day with the apartment where he's like he's looking around for the bat. And he checks the blinds again, it's not there, and then it just goes to another therapist scene. This is when she talks about like he's like distracted and not paying attention, and like he's like, oh, I guess my time is up. He's like, no, we have a couple more minutes, and then the bell rings for the hour, so I mean the hour is up. So she weirdly keeps him after hours for some reason, and he notices that. But then he's like, he sits down, explains the whole thing, like, well, there was this, I was making love, real hot stuff, and then this bat came in. He's like, a bat? He's like, yeah. Wild stuff. He's like, yeah, this bat came in, and this thing, I got really turned on by the bat. He's like, just talking about how, like, I don't know if I dreamed it, or I don't know if I just, made it up later, but, I was in Mortal Kombat with the fucking bat, and I was just, like, getting really horny, and she's just okay.
She's like, well, you were just with somebody. He's like, no. I was with somebody, and then the bat happened, and then I fought the bat,
and then it came down, and then the bat showed up, and then I got aroused again.
Yeah,
and I think this is a scene. Thinking back at this now, talking about it, this is where another point against her being real is because it cut from him looking for the bat to the psych section where he ended on a very strange, unresolved moment.
Him not talking and her talking, which is weird, and then like him staying after, which is also bizarre. Yeah,
yeah. And like, and also too, like he ended on this, and it was never resolved. Like because she kind of just shoos him away at this point. Like she gave him this moment to talk about something very massive.
Yeah.
But at the same point, like it doesn't go anywhere.
A whole hour passed and he didn't mention anything, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
And there's a lot of moments like that where like he uses her to almost frame and justify a lot of his mental states.
Yeah. This then next scene with Alva, like you said, she looks under Heatherton and Rattlesnake Hills. He's like, I already told you I'd search those files. He's very upset. She he just yells at. This is the first time he yells at her to get out and go look for the file. It's in the Der Spiegel file where he told her to. And then she kind of warily looks at him because vaguely wary of him, which is understandable.
And I almost wonder like there is a weird thing that we didn't get because like we see these flips and he's uncomfortable, but the way she reacts and the way no one else seems to react to the way she does, I wonder like if there is a deep layer of things that we're not fully getting of his behavior.
Yeah, I would say that
she is. I mean, she from the get-go understands this is not somebody who I want to even be alone with.
Yeah, he's dangerous. I was saying like in turn back to the not to derail us back to what we were talking about before, but like with the horror versus comedy and that not being a visible thing, I think that everything with Alva is like a realistic, non-supernatural horror movie that she's trapped in.
Yes.
But every single moment with Nicolas Cage is a fucking comedy. which is that's why it's such a dramatic, disparaging between the two.
Yeah. Real quick, I gotta mention this. First off, we all can agree that young Nick Cage, like obviously we watched Valley Girl, and he was the hunk in that.
Right.
Young Nick Cage, he gets it. I mean, this man is.
He's a Coppola. He's a handsome lead man.
There was some moisture between my legs. There is moisture between my legs.
Oh my!
Deservedly, he's the best.
And also too, a lot of these connecting scenes had weird fucking music choices. I even wrote, why is his going out? Because so after work and the setting, he goes out to get dressed for the club, and it is like an action coded music. I couldn't tell you how it sounded, but I have a sense of like. Action.
Yeah, all the musicals from Budapest, and
it is
decided to be weird with it.
That's almost the most upsetting thing in a lot of this film is the way the music is treating what the scene could be. There's a lot of things that do not match up how they should. Yeah.
The next night, this is when he goes to the bar. And he's like bored by two guys having a conversation, and this is when we see a quick shot of his brother being like a weird joke guy in the background. This is when he meets Rachel for the first time in real life. Yes.
He also fucking motherfucker knows he is. I don't get how he's so fucking smooth.
I mean, because he's a 80s
cokehead.
Yeah, cokehead literary agent who knows how to get people to And also, he's a fun, weird voice, and he's just high and confident. At that point, he's
got some confidence.
He's very confident, and that's why he's a psycho.
Anytime he wants to get with somebody, he's with somebody. He does. I mean, at every point of this movie, he is freaking able to. Like, he is the NPC. He's like the DNPC who rolls natural 20s every single time they make a charisma check.
I mean, literally, it's the 80s. It's before people were more conscious, more sexually conscious, which is like, the other reading of this movie possibly is a weird, like, AIDS or syphilis metaphor. Yeah. So that could be another.
So yeah, he gets with that Rachel vampire. I mentioned like whatever. She's got red nails, and I like that. And I wish we'd see more of this.
Yeah.
I think there was
also during their sex scene, she has like weird pasties on her boobs, like nipple covering things. Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah, very not even her like brown skin tone. It's like Caucasian skin tone pasties on her boobs for some reason.
That tracks because I feel like the only pasties that existed in the 80s were Caucasian.
Oh yeah, they weren't even thinking about people of different skin colors.
To be fair, nowadays that's probably what you can find anyway. Because in 2025, what are black people? What are brown people? What are red people? What are yellow people?
Yeah, nice.
White people are the only people that matter in the current 2025 American world.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Welcome to the Political Podcast.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Every episode.
Goddamn old ass witch white fuckers.
You thought we were going to talk about an old terrible movie from the 90s and 80s, but it was really it was an old political podcast.
I mean, yeah,
you thought we were talking about an old 80s terrible white film? No, we're going to talk about an old 80s terrible business person.
Yeah. Of course. Don't get him started. The next day, we see he's like shaving and nicks himself while shaving. And then he like makes coffee for the two of them. He goes to bed and like the bed is empty, and he shaking the coffee cup a crazy delusion of Rachel.
That was one of the weirdest
already
moments.
Crazy, I guess.
The fact that we know Rachel.
But that's one of the few times you actually see him talking to somebody who doesn't really exist the first time.
I'm wondering though. Because was he? I forget. Was he dressed up at that point? Like, was he in his full outfit?
I think he was like in a shirt and like underwear. Maybe.
Because if you remember in the opening scene, he's mentioning how I just wanted her to go, and there was like, you were dressed for the day. She took the hint. So like, was there an actual consensual encounter that happened, and she understood the hint? And again, too, like I wonder how much subtext is of him not understanding things, because like. Was there really... Did he actually get with somebody that night and she took the hint and he... Because he also at times forgets where he's at or what he's thought or been.
Yeah.
So I'm curious.
I mean, the whole plot of the movie is about him not being able to form relationships with women. that's like the overarching plot is that he's really shitty. Because literally, the next scene is the date with Jackie at the art gallery. He just says, "I gotta go piss," and then leaves for no reason.
Wow.
Just like a psycho, just like everything. He's just like a weird 80s businessman psycho. He just for no reason ditches her at the art gallery.
I did write that he ditched her. What a nick. Instead of a dick, you get it?
Yeah.
So instead of calling him an actual penis, I took the word dick and I replaced the D with an N.
Nice.
It is so much funnier now that you explained it.
Now it makes sense.
Don't you know? Haven't you heard? Haven't you seen the president? If you explain the joke, it's even funnier.
Yeah.
Also, that's my brand of humor, and it's a purposeful. That's not me being an incompetent comedian.
You sure about
How many beers in are we at?
I'm only on the 3.5.
Great. Perfect. Yeah.
I love the silence there.
Yeah, that fits perfectly for the podcast. After that, I gotta go take a piss and ditching her. I think she leaves him an angry message. And he's like strung out on the couch. She's just like, "Fuck you for leaving me." He's like, "Yeah, but fuck you too." Kind of just like strung out on the weird. Another therapist scene of him with the little like band-aid on his neck from the. I can't remember if he had the band-aid on his neck during the scene with Jackie at the art gallery or not. But like he's like, "Oh yeah, I cut myself shaving." And then she tries to bring up the bat thing again to him.
And he did not remember it.
He's like, "I don't remember saying any of that, but I was probably just horny from sleeping with her."
I was drunk. I had a little to drink. I was drunk.
I was horny.
I was a little drunk. Plus, I was horny.
And this is when we have another office scene. This time, Heatherton finally does call, and he's Heatherton's on the phone. Hold on, baby. Oh, get in here now.
I wrote this. His mouth gasped like a fish. He's like, oh, oh my gosh.
Weird mouth things.
This is where the film is so strange because, like I said, he calls in Alva, and is Heatherton's on the line, and I'm going to have you here to figure out, to see this song and dance I have to do to placate him, because he's going to be so upset. And then it cuts to the phone call where he is just like the chillest,
yeah, Heatherton's just like, "Hey
guy.
man, just seeing what you're up to." "Yeah, Frank. I just seeing what you're up to." "So yeah, about that Spiegel file, there's no rush. I'm not worried." "Of course, Frank." He's like, "Okay, yeah, I'll see you. How have you been?" "Fine, Frank." "Okay." And he's like, "Okay, well, bye."
And so we're at the moment right now. So you have that scene, and it gets undercut by this great comedian scene, right? You're just feeling, "Oh, that was funny, huh?" And it's weird too because we hear everything going on, but we know that Alpha only is hearing one side.
Yeah, Nick Cage.
So it's funny and it's lighthearted. Cut to the gaslighting and the abuse and manipulation, and you see that and you listen to it, and you're like, this feels uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It is an uncomfortable scene because you go from it's one of those things where they make a joke and then they just drop a dark thing on you and you feel bad because like you're still it got you smiling so much. It's like, "Oh, I'm smiling," and you just talked about like the third school shooting in the day that had another dozen children killed, but you're stuck with the smile because your emotions are having difficulty with such a shift. This film does that so many times.
Yeah.
And this is one of the scenes that I think does it the most, I don't want to say best, but successful.
Cream of the crop? Not yet, of course.
It's a successful scene, but makes you, it makes you uncomfortable, sets up great comedy, and then instantly makes you feel uncomfortable for enjoying the comedy that it then presented to you.
Yeah, because he's like, "Well, Alva, you see I didn't have to do a song and dance. Heatherton was so angry I could barely get a word in edgewise." So now you have to get in. She's just like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Mr.
Am I
Lowe.
getting through to you, Alva?"
As he like just has a cigarette in his office.
And again, that's another scene that makes you feel funny, and it is a goofy scene, and that's why I say this is a drama. This is a drama. It is not intended to.
I think that was a pure comedy scene, unfortunately.
That was, but think about how aggressively. How often does this film make you feel bad and uncomfortable for enjoying the humor of it?
I mean, the next scene is going to be just like that. The diner scene.
That is another moment. Yeah.
"Can I get some service?" And they're like, "Yeah, right at one moment, sir." And then the guy's helping other people. Some women behind him are like, "Oh my God, you're not going to believe my boyfriend proposed to him." And he just like says, like, "Fucking greasehole." He like gets angry for no reason because more people are in love around him. Just like the people making out with the hot dog stand. He just, at the point is like, he can't find love. He's a psycho and an asshole. And then he goes outside and he just just
I'll
like
point out this.
with his neck
And that's where a random. This is where I was the most unrealistic part of this is. So he's in New York City. Listen, I know this is the '80s compared to nowadays, so maybe it's a little different. But like, how many times is there a nice person in the middle of randomly running into him in New York? Come on now.
It's very funny. But yeah, he runs down the street, goes into a random building with two mimes getting in front of it. Now these two fucking mimes, I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Okay. What this? So me, this is what I viewed it as. It was a performance that was presenting spousal abuse.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like.
Because the guy
or
seemed
domestic
to have
abuse
a bit,
at least, because yeah,
spousal domestic abuse. Yeah, and we saw it again as he walks out of the building.
They're repeating the exact same scene. Yes.
Yes, where like she does something, he slaps her, and then she spits on him, and everything, and it's one of those. And what the? Because they show it.
Yeah.
And it's like this seemed like a performing school.
It seemed like they were practicing for a play or something.
Because
yes.
when he goes to make a phone call in there, and there's like a Peter Pan, Wendy styled dressed people that walk out arm in arm.
Yeah, it might be some kind of weird.
So it's like a weird performance school. But why is Peter Pan actors walking out and there's mimes directly outside, and they are true mimes? They are true mimes. Yeah. They have the face paint.
They're not talking. Yeah.
They're not talking. They clearly were French.
Commedia dell'arte clowns, maybe. Who knows?
At least someone in one of those two mimes was French, because somebody took an L. Fuck you, France! Boom, yeah. Baby!
Nice.
What a joke! Oh yeah!
All right. So
am I getting through to you, Alva?
He goes in, tries to make a phone call to his therapist, and she does not pick up. He's always looking around like a psycho. Then he calls Jackie and apologizes. This is one of the many times he apologizes for his behavior and says, "We're going to meet tomorrow night, right? We're going to go to this, specific restaurant." And she's like, "All right."
Well, it was that same night, I think it was.
Yeah, maybe
because she wasn't free, but she was free later in the evening. Because it was dark, but it must have been like either like winter. When does this take place?
Like 5 or 6 o'clock. Yeah.
Well, he's who knows. What
the whole movie takes place over the course of 1 week.
But like what season? Because they're in New York, and there's clearly decent weather, but there's like a dark.
I would assume early fall, probably September, August, maybe.
Yeah, I could see that.
No,
I know. I'd say October probably for the way the film is. Because I remember this. So first off, he is I don't get either. Is he that charismatic that we're not seeing? Because multiple times he turns on this charm and is able to somehow get away with things he should not. Also, I'm making a reference to a film we've not done on the podcast, but I specifically remember. I know you. I'm sure you've seen Staying Alive.
Yeah.
So one of the things I remember most about that movie was Jackie. That poor girl. I said, Jackie, you deserve a good man. I'm like, get somebody new. And like, wait, no, not John Travolta. I'm Staying Alive. No, poor Jackie, stop falling for these abusive, manipulative New York men and get out of there. You deserve better, Jackie. And that's what I took away from this scene.
Great. Perfect. Yeah, Jackie does deserve better, but this is a beginning of a very long pattern of him being an abusive psycho and then apologizing and then getting his way again. He leaves as the dancers continue to do their weird routine. And then at night when he's getting dressed, he has another I'll freak you out in the mirror. As he's getting ready and dressed, he keeps looking outside the window, looking around, and then when he's about to leave, again, the Rachel the vampire comes downstairs and says, "Oh, you're wondering how I got in here. Well, you let me in, and now you're mine, and I'm a jealous mistress." So they go back upstairs. He gets more hot yogurt poured on his feet as she bites him.
And his face, and in this entire walk down the stairs, his face is in the same expression the entire time.
Yeah, very dazed, high, looking weird.
What is happening?
And it's intercut more scenes of Jackie at the place, waiting for him, kind of pissed off, standing around and tapping her lighter. And eventually she writes a note.
And this is the last time we see her, is it not?
Yeah, no, we see the note later, but she does not come back into the movie.
Yeah. And this is where I think that actress not being the same across 3 roles is actually a vastly missed opportunity. Because, imagine knowing this is the same actress, seeing her appear on the stairs when he's set to go meet her. Like, the weird duality of this. Because that's where I think this film had a lot of missed opportunities. Because, the fact that they did have a very similar look, intentional or not,
I read it as he is as a type, and that's why he was also eyeing up Alva, because she's also a dark-skinned, non-white person. I was just assuming that he has a very specific type for light-skinned black women with like the orange, like blondish dyed hair.
And I think too, like the strange duality. He's going to meet the real Jackie, but this over-sexualized fantasy version of her, played by the same actress. Think about the weird, especially with the way we know about his character. Think about what that would have done for that connection of things. Like, he's going to meet the real thing, but he's being pulled away from the real Jackie by his fantasy version. And I think there's a weird subtext.
Well, honestly,
that would have been very heavily explored.
This is going to go into my actual theory about if the vampire is actually real or not in a bit. As he misses the date with her, she writes a letter and leaves it for him. But then we get the most famous
second most.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Well, honestly, I don't know. I don't know if this is the more famous action scene in The Office or the last one. But then we get Alva. And then he runs out. You want to jump on this couch, Ed?
Am I getting
through? There you are! Oh, jeez, you almost fell on Chris. You're right.
I'm fine.
Am I getting through? There you are! Yeah, he jumps on her desk and is like, there you are! And that was improvised by Cage. Apparently, that was like a thing he wanted to do, jump on the cage. He wanted the scene more dramatic when he's screaming at her.
And this is where things are so strange.
He then proceeds to chase her throughout the entire fucking office into the women's bathroom.
Yeah, and that secretary, and she's, real, because we see her in the bathroom and we later see her in the office.
Yeah, no, I mean, this 100% really happened. He followed her into the women's bathroom, and then she's just like, leave me alone, I have a gun. And then the old lady comes out and like, what the hell are you doing in here? And she's like, oh, good, I'll shoot you. And then she's like, what the fuck is going on? And then she washes her hands and then leaves.
And it's a weird, it's another weird scene too, because like, there is a subtext to this. And so, I mean, think about the fact that he chased this woman, and everyone knows. They all talk about it later on.
She says, I'm going to tell the boss. And then he kind of just like, he's like, kind of like, whimpers out of the bathroom.
And this old woman eventually goes up to Alva later and is like, are you okay?
Yeah, are you okay? Which is good. She checked on her, yeah.
Yeah, but like, the fact that, but she checked on her after the fact. She was there in the moment.
Yeah, she could have done something there.
I mean, how many times are we
from
seeing...
an even more sexist time period, though, as old as she was, so...
But, like, there's so many things...
So her doing that much is probably a lot for what a fucking Greatest Generation person.
She didn't do anything other than... And yes, she just talked...
Her checking, I'm saying, like, from whatever the hell that woman probably has come from, like I said, it's probably that's her doing her most.
But, like, there's such a weird thing, because they said she's not doing anything in the moment. She's there in the moment, but checks in after the fact. Like, what a... Well, I mean, there's a subtext to this.
She does hear Alva say, I have a gun and I'll shoot you if you come near me. So she's probably like, all right, let me get the fuck out of here. And then later check on Alva to make sure she's okay. Which she does, which is, I think, a good gesture at least.
But at no point, like, she never condemns
Oh, she could have vouched for
Peter.
her also, yeah. But
she never condemns Peter.
This wasn't a comedy horror movie.
She checked on Alva, but she does not call out Peter. She just says, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck are you doing? But she doesn't specifically target Peter. She's talking about this situation of that's going on. She's almost treating it as if these two people are both wrong, where there is clearly a good and a wrong. Like, there are times where, yes, there is nuance, but this is not a moment of nuance. This is a moment of right and wrong, and she is purposefully or unintentionally blending these two people together when you shouldn't be, comparatively to how many times we see that being, the gray being split. Like, this film is a way ahead of its time, because I think this is
people say
there's a morality to this scene that is being muddied, where morality is muddied.
But it's like still bad. It was bad then. It's bad now. Horrible, nightmarish sexism is.
You could make the argument that
permanent state for the planet. Apparently,
you could make the argument that the old lady in that scene kind of represents the idea of like walking into a situation, having literally zero context of what's going on, like who's in the right, who's in the wrong, like who started what, but most importantly, not making any assumptions. Like you could easily make the assumption of like oh, he's the big white man and she's the Latino girl, so therefore the white man is automatically the villain. But like she has no idea what's going on, and she doesn't.
I mean, she's in the women's bathroom, and the woman is threatening the man with a gun, saying, "Get away from me." So there's a lot of context you can get from that.
There's a lot of context that she could derive from that moment, but like she has no idea how that started or what led up to it. So like she could just say yes, there's a good amount of information here, but like I don't necessarily have enough to just automatically know and make my own judgment. So like just what the fuck's going on? I don't have time for this shit.
Yeah, but also this is a comedy movie, and that's a very funny old lady. And I think that's what the main crux of that character, the point of the character.
She's very, 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 very funny.
Yes.
I say as I walk back and I blow my nose.
But now we get to the actual fucked up. After she says, "I'm going to tell the boss on you," and he like slinks out of the thing, very like, "Oh no!" And then of course we get to the whole scene of all the men sitting around, being extremely shitty, talking about how like, "Oh, can you imagine that woman asked me for a raise? Did you really chase her into the bathroom? That's hilarious, Peter." And he's just like, "Fuck you, man. That's great. That's funny that I did that." And it's just like, typical shitty nightmare for women in all generations.
White men.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think too, like, there is not, this is not, again, the reason why I say this is drama. Like, there is context, there's subtext to 5 older white men, say for, a few younger people. I mean, honestly, too, you could argue, you could look at this scene, and I bet you could dissect it so much harder. The fact that there's the older white man at the table, across from the way there's some older ones, but then there's another similar younger man sitting next to them in a cage. So it's almost the generational, people talk about how racism and hatred is taught. This is where it's taught. In a group, the older white men are teaching these younger white men that it is funny. This is not, the only consequence is to the bottom line. They don't give a shit about the people. They don't give a shit about anything other than she wanted a raise. She wanted, these things, whatever. But they don't ever talk about what he did. Like, this scene is such a small moment, but I feel like it is much more massive than we even could get into. Granted, because we have an out and an end time we have to put on to eventually.
but also this whole movie in general, like I said, it's just a microcosm of the nightmarish 80s, office culture. The next day he goes home and finds, or that night I guess he goes home and finds Jackie's note about breaking up with him, leave me alone, don't contact me ever again. And then Alva is riding the train home, with her purse, just vaguely nervous because it's, rattled from the day and everything. And, obviously not being believed with the whole situation that happened to her from her fucking psycho boss. And then Kane just starts freaking out and, destroying his apartment, smashing shit, breaking all of his equipment and fucking throwing everything on the floor, literally going insane.
And again, this is where things are so strange because, it is a normal thing for her and it's this unhinged moment. And it's almost like she's reacting as if she can sense him. Like she's a woman on a train in New York, and there's some homeless people kind of brown or people begging for money, and you can see her clutching her purse. And there's subtext here that is why I say this is a thriller drama. This is not just a comedy horror film. There's darkness. Yeah. That I think that whether intentional or not, extends.
Yeah. And there's a nice little crooner on the train, and she kind of gives him some money, but then you still zoom in on the person she mentioned she does have a gun in. Oh, and also during the scene with the bosses, they do mention that they know that she does have a gun on her, and it's real and true. That's true. They know that, which I'm sure she had to disclose to them at some point because the train that she rides, and then they show her riding the train and everything. The next day, this is the therapy scene. Oh. Where you're just like, how can she not find the file? I told her where to look and she still hasn't found it. Like, well, maybe you can tell you, you're right, if someone tells you where the file is, it should be in there, right? And she's like, well, yes, of course, unless somebody misfiled? How does someone misfile something?
And this is, and we will talk about how incredible this scene is. But that is a line that I think you can look into. He does not understand.
I think he does. Oh, he
does.
She tells him, I think you know that. After he's goes crazy.
Yeah.
He's like, somebody could misfile something, I think you know that. He's like, no, you tell me who.
But and that's the weird moment about it. And that's why this film is insane. Because he acts as if he doesn't understand the concept of misfiling. And then she even calls him out for it. And I think this is again another point to where she's not real, because late in the movie, she justifies completely awful actions.
Yes, but I think that's the point. Is that even
I think
up to this point that she's
so
not real.
she is like this is his justification, like a way for him to almost understand the concept of misfiling, but there's also a sense of he's fighting himself and battling himself. Like there is another undercurrent of I'm gonna call it, if you don't want me to refer to it for going forward, tell me. I would call this a moment of Deborah-ism. Because this is somebody who understands how things should be, but will flip on a dime, but then will do their best to smooth it over, and then use your acceptance, understanding, and empathy to then try and re-hurt you again. If I'm not trying to traumatize you, Chris.
No.
There's context obviously here, but am I wrong in this evaluation of things?
You're pretty spot on.
Yeah, the interpretation besides the possible, like I said,
bipolarism.
Bipolarism or like some sort of schizophrenia if he is hallucinating this therapist in general. That'd be another possible thing. And also, schizophrenia would also tie into the illusion of the woman who's not really there, and all the other.
I feel like there's
behavioral swings. It could be a number of. You could interpret it as a number of different mental illnesses that he could potentially be having. Another theory from how did this get made was that he did get bitten by that bat in the beginning, and he is suffering from rabies currently. Is what he's going, because I have another mental deteriorating disease that would possibly result in these actions.
Show, later on we see, whether it was her or not, he does have technically a bite on his neck.
Does he, or does he have nothing there? Because there are scenes where he removes the Band-Aid and there was literally nothing on his neck.
We watched that.
I can think of one shaving scene where.
Yeah.
There's only one thing that comes to my mind. Like he's looking in the mirror. He's about to take it off, but then the phone rings and then he puts it back on, and so we never get a clear shot of what's underneath the bandage.
Yeah, but later on we do see a clear shot of fang marks. But that then goes back into the thing of, is this real or is this not? Is he crazy or is he not? But we see, or first it's supposedly a shaving accident. Later we see it seemingly doesn't look like anything's there. And then later on in the movie we see 2 visible vampire bite marks. So it could obviously be at any point he could be just crazy.
I mean, everything too, I forget where exactly it happened, but he looks at a mirror one time and he touches it and goes...
Yeah, that's in a bit. But we're not going to talk about the actual alphabet scene.
But later on, there's we can see what reality is, and he's not understanding it. So there's such a weird moment to that.
Yeah, it's not very clear.
But I think we do need to go because yes, this is the.
You just put it in the right file. How does someone misfile something? It's in alphabetical order.
You go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
Huh? That's
all you have to do. Very good. You know your alphabets.
I never misspelled anything.
Not one time. Of course, we are.
Y'all did that a little too well.
It is a great scene. Also, I think I farted.
Nice, Ed. That's another thing that the director did say that people can quote that. No, not even fucking fart.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
The director said that people can quote that entire scene to him identically, which we just did now because it's such an amazing sequence. But yes, and as we said, highly choreographed to his cat in his apartment while filming the movie.
It's I wrote this down because we had to pause at some point, I think, for bathroom breaks and the kids. I wrote, so this film is full of quick movements, and it goes scene to scene, and there's fun scene-chewing moments, and it's great. But watching this film last night, and I'm sure when you watch it, we knew this film, we knew this movie, we knew these moments. Chris, as someone who's never seen this movie and maybe seen out of context clips, I want to get your take at this moment, around this time here with this, what was it like seeing this alphabet scene outside of the Nicolas Cage of it? What do you think is going on at this moment?
Right. Okay. So I don't think I've ever. Well, first off, I definitely never watched the film prior to last night. Nor do I don't believe I ever saw the alphabet scene, but yeah, I know. I in that moment I felt like he was just kind of just going off and then just how do I describe it? Just letting himself go on an absolute rant and not stop, really just hammering the point home a lot going on a lot longer than it really should have. Like he could have just stopped at the first 10 letters, and then that he would have made the point clear by then. But no, he had to keep on going, and then just my God, he had to the therapist was accusing him of doing the misfiling when he could have just as easily said wait, who originally filed it? It must have been Alva or some other person we don't know. I don't know, but he genuinely makes it seem like she's declaring that he did it when she did not make that implication at all. She just said whoever originally filed it, and of course she has no context of who that would have been. She doesn't work for the company.
Yeah, he literally accusing her. He's like, "No, you're telling me who misfiled it." She's like, "I don't know." She's like, "Huh, you
right.
call yourself a therapist?"
Why are you asking her? She has no fucking clue.
Because he's just absolutely crazy.
But then of course the immediately just I never misfiled anything, never once. I'm just okay. So number one, You've made the point with the first 10 letters of the alphabet, and you just had to keep going for some fucking reason to really, really just continue to beat a dead horse, and then immediately follow it up with just this fucking 6 or 7 year old pouting and speaking, and the stances that he gave just coming across as so incredibly defensively. I'm just my God, man, she did not in any way imply that it was you. She just generically said, whoever filed it. That's literally it. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, and it also just to hit the point home about this actual file itself, the Frank Covington file for Rattlesnake Hills to Der Spiegel. This was filed in 1963. So neither Alva nor Nick were probably even born when this shit happened. And
he even says, I know this is from before you and I were even here.
Yeah. And so whoever misfiled it could probably be fucking dead by the time that you were or or that elderly woman, which would be hilarious. But whoever did this would have been over 20 years ago to them, and there's no way in goddamn hell that they were able to find it if it was misfiled. But still, he's so adamant, and it's just a real microcosm of his absolute psychosis, I guess. It's his behavior.
Again, I think because he refers to having a day with her before this, and all this and these things, and his mood seems to kind of carry from this, and that's where I think I feel these therapist scenes, because if you notice too, whenever we see him, there's a lot of times where he's standing near or on the windowsill and talking, especially near the end, and he looks out at the city. So I feel this is a sense. Every time too we see this mind, it's day almost. I don't think he's ever in this place at night, kind of thing. So I feel she's not real. I feel this is his mindset, and I think this therapist is his inner monologue speaking to him, and at times trying to reach him and connect him to reality. And I think this is a moment of us seeing, because it seems too, the fact that he's got a position where he has an office and is able to be on this board of directors, and in a very wealthy, affluent position, and all that. I'm feel the fact that she continuously is less and less effective proves that she's not real, because she's less able to ground him to reality. And I think that's why he starts insulting her, and why he'll connect things to her but not remember things. She's a very odd character.
Yeah. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta keep going through because we have a shit ton of movie left, and it's already 5. So the next another office scene. This is when he calls out. He walks into the office with the shades on, and another secretary is like, "Wow, he's so eccentric."
That's when she throws her rubber duck into the trash.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
And he snaps at Alva. Mescaline, it's a psychedelic drug or medication that like is the same thing as peyote, pretty much.
Okay.
From a cactus. It's like it's like a more like the side like what's it called, actual substance in those like hallucinogenic medications.
I wonder then, because if there's connection to like cactus and South and her having Hispanic ties, because he says that on mescaline later on when she comes in and she's like, oh, I tried it once, kind of thing.
The mescaline, wow.
And
crazy stuff.
and later on, he was it therapist or himself?
No, the vampire says mescaline. That was so funny. That was a really good idea you came up with.
So I feel like that is another weird moment tied to like, again, it's almost telling of how incredibly intuitive he is, that he's able to pull up something that theoretically, like, I've never heard of. You know, and in New York, if this is a Southern thing and she's got Hispanic ties, like, that's not a coincidence, right? Am I wrong? Am I reading into it?
Yeah, probably. The mescaline is
this movie is reading into things.
It's a very specific hallucinogenic drug. It's not specifically from peyote, but it is like just a shared drug. And also, like I said, it's the 80s. Everyone's on coke and all kinds of shit.
But that's the thing to go for. Like, just drugs. Or weed is still going on. Like, even though this is the 80s, like, I think this...
we have 1,000 more scenes to go at.
We do. Holy shit.
This is when he's...
Should this be a two-parter, you think?
Sure, why not?
Unfortunately, I don't know if you'll be able to join us for the second part, because...
No, I guess not.
Alright, so before we get to the actual... Without spoiling, Chris, just personally, what you've seen of the movie, what you think of the movie.
Okay.
Where would you rank this in terms of... just like in general, how you felt about it?
Okay, so without spoiling anything...
And how would you rank it from the movies that you did see?
Okay. It was a clusterfuck that I honestly am just like...
Reading it as a comedy instead of a...
I don't really understand how anything... I mean, like, in a weird way, it kind of felt like a non-movie is the way I would describe it. Well, instead of just like... Yes, things happened. I don't understand the point of any of it, and there was basically no resolution, other than just to demonstrate that this person's a fucking lunatic, and that's all we really get from it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't understand like what was the conclusion supposed to be.
Well, I would say I don't want to jump ahead, but my theory is that the vampire was real. That's my headcanon reading of it. And that he is, like Renfield, a thrall. He's not a real vampire. He's just a bug-eating minion of the vampire that is being controlled and manipulated by them to, like, do their bidding, be controlled, maybe eventually be turned into a vampire, maybe not.
Okay.
But, like, have you seen the movie Renfield?
No.
Do you know the character from Dracula the Story?
Sure.
He's like his minion guy, whoever eats bugs.
Sure.
Anyway, but yeah, it's like a thing that's in some vampire lore where, like, if they just bite you or whatever and you're just like a servant slave to them, you're not a real vampire, you're just a freak who, like, does their bidding.
You're like a thrall or something.
Yeah, you're a thrall who's just like a crazy person who, like, does their bidding and stuff.
Yeah.
And, like, in Renfield specifically in the movie, which is very fucking cool, Nicholas Hoult, I think his name is. Like, whenever he eats bugs or whatever, he, like, becomes, like, almost vampire level strong and powerful. But he's, like, still a servant to the incredibly powerful Nicolas Cage Dracula. But anyway,
he eats a bug and then becomes like fucking Popeye the Sailor.
Literally, literally, yes. And it's an insanely bloody movie. It's an insanely bloody movie, and he's just fucking people up, and it's hilarious.
Amazing.
but I think that's without my, like, personal interpretation headcanon of it.
Yeah. Okay, but back to your question. I'd say, like, it's probably, like, mid to high tier. Like, I won't say, like, I say that because it's, like, it was an enjoyable experience. I mean, Nick Cage really just fucking made that entire film. He did a very good job. The writing just kind of baffled me with everything that went on. But, yeah, Nick Cage kind of was the glue that held everything together. It was certainly, I mean, it's certainly no Willy's Wonderland.
Yes.
Even as a product of its time. But I won't say it was like a bad film. And I mean, and that's like trying to think of it like literally, as Ed likes to point out, on its own merits.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who do you think started that phrase, buddy?
Shut up.
I mean, I've ran with it, but who does he think I got it from?
Shut up, you. Anyway,
I actually have 4 questions for you.
But like but like when juxtaposing it to the fact that, like, like a famous meme came out of that, and then of that movie, and then of course just like the sheer absurdity of Nick Cage's character as the story went along, that definitely did make for some like entertaining moments. So yeah, I'd probably give it like a solid like 6 out of 10.
All right, I got 4 questions for you. The 3 are, I'm asking for 3 different ratings here.
Okay.
I'm going to write them down so we can record them here. So, because we've talked about it, there have been multiple genres we have framed this movie as, right? Comedy, horror, and we'll call it a drama, however you want to interpret it, drama.
Okay.
So I want you, as a horror film, if you were looking at this as a pure horror film, with a rating out of 10, 10 being the best, 1 being the worst, How is this in terms of horror? How you interpret horror to be?
Okay, so the horror aspect of this, I'd probably give it like a 4 out of 10. There were definitely moments where like it established itself as, where it established like horror scenes, but those were some, in my opinion, like far and few between. The horror scene consisting of like the vampire girlfriend, biting his neck, draining his blood, or like we haven't gotten to that one scene yet, so I won't spoil that just yet. So like one scene that I won't get into just yet, and I think that's pretty much and then like the scene at the very end, which I won't get into just yet. Like you could definitely interpret those as like horror scenes, but they don't really. They never really felt to me like it was a horror movie, or at least not intended to be a major genre. So I'd give it about 4 out of 10.
Now, if you were to rate this as a pure drama, if you're looking at this as a drama film, how is this as a drama rating?
3 out of 10, because I just cause from what I alluded to earlier, just like the plot like just basically made zero sense. It like everybody was just running around like fucking idiots except for Alva, and there was basically no resolution. And
then lastly, if you were to look at this as a comedy film only, you were looking at this pure comedy, again, as you interpret comedy to be, would you rate this as a comedy film?
Probably like a 4.5 out of 10, not because of the writing, but specifically exclusively because of Nick Cage's performance. like he definitely made the film, but like he alone could not save it.
Nice.
So that's a question for you to think about as
of course,
the next part down the line here.
Yeah. So intermission, da 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 da. So, we're gonna pause for now and pick up the recording. Who knows when? But we have a lot of notes left, a lot of scenes left, and then our actual ranking. Yeah, which means this is probably going to be a much longer episode than I thought. So that's always fun for the podcast. We always need more of these.
We definitely do.
So yeah, intermission time.
Are we gonna do any kind of? Well, this.
I'm probably. You know what? I'm leaving all this in too. Probably literally just gonna keep recording from this point on at another date. So
we're not gonna have any kind of cut. It's gonna end up being another 5 straight.
I mean, yeah,
5 to 6 straight.
Another several hours episode.
So I want to ask that is this episode? So like when we did Fantastic Beasts, we had actual cuts there.
Yeah, I did
3.5 and 3.5, or 3.5 and 4. Is this going to be a straight potential 6 hours?
I mean,
we'll see. To end.
We'll see how we end, because like I said, I don't have too many post-movie notes, but there's a lot to talk about. Obviously, in context, and also won't be as constrained, so it might end up being longer, but we'll see. But no, I'm presumably, I'll see what I do in the future, Matt. Sorry, but how I love fucking screwing you over. We will see what I decide to do with this as of how long the second part of this is.
But I do think we need to make sure, Christopher, Bo.
Yeah?
Tell us, where can people get a hold of you?
Okay.
Plug, since by the time when we get cut back in, unfortunately, it's very likely. We might be wrong. Who knows? What the future holds. But very likely, Chris will not be able to join us again because he lives far away, and it's very difficult to bring him out this way sometimes.
Okay, so my list of plugs and places where you can find more content from me. Number 1. End of list.
Hell yeah.
All right.
We'll follow him on all those social media There's multiple social media platforms.
Especially that Father Bohawk Twitch stream where you can watch me play Pokemon.
Hey, it's not your turn to give plugs yet. Come on, man. It's your turn.
Yeah,
I'm the host of this. I can do what I want, damn it.
Yeah, as always, just like, fantasy, thinking of my possible schedule, this probably not going to come out until March. So we'll see.
So, I mean, and we're going to have to record this, and you'll have to do it.
Yeah.
You'll have to. Or else, I'll have to record it anyway. I wouldn't subject anybody else.
Or else I'll publish this.
And you never know. Listen, I made Chris watch it, but I won't subject anyone else to this. Even if they were here one day, I wouldn't make them watch this film. I have no idea what the fuck I'm going on about.
All right, we'll see you on the second half. See you in the future Matt and future Ed.
And by that we mean we'll hear you listen, viewers. You'll hear us in 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, now that here's a fun thing. Here's a fun fact. Here's a fun goof. Was Chris real or was he fake? Was that just one of us with putting on a voice the entire time? The world will probably figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we have to find back and where the hell we are because
We're
it's a
talking
little
about
bit later.
this has been one straight cut.
What do you? Yeah, Chris has disappeared magically into the ether, and now we're continuing.
Oh, he's here. Which way, of course. The joke
Chris,
is, Chris is totally here.
He's real. He's
He's
getting
still
in the shower
here
with us right now.
Exactly. What's up, Chris?
Yo. Yeah, absolutely, dude.
Oh, I get it. Have fun.
Nice goof. Yes. You can't bring up Avatar every episode, Chris. Come on.
We know that's your favorite movie. We know you've already said that enough. Okay.
Blood Freddy Got Fingered is number one. Yeah, we know. Okay, don't worry.
No, he did actually watch it again.
Yeah.
He and I had a bit to drink when we were watching it, and he's like, "What is this movie going to teach you?" And I don't know what I even said. Remember? But he actually was like, "Okay, I see it." It's coming around. Damn it.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Easy come, easy go. If anything.
I, for one, am proud.
Proud. Get the fuck out of the way. All right, so where the hell?
I think we just figured out this too. So he had just walked to the office and called Alva in and everything, and she was like, it was the end of the day. That's right, because he says that at the end of the day when he's like, Alva, why do you have your bag or coat on?
Yeah. He's like sitting in his room with the shades on and talking about the mescaline. Yeah, we talked about what mescaline actually is.
And then this is where, so anyone who's seen just an image from this film, without even knowing it, it is the Nick Cage wide-eyed, leaning forward, crazy face scene. Which, the face is obviously iconic, but this scene is just as, I feel like.
Yeah, the fact that it's just after the ABC scene is crazy because these are like two of the most iconic scenes and they're literally back to back.
Yeah. We're not even peaked at this movie either. That's the craziest thing.
I know, we're still fairly early on, I think. It's crazy how early we are. But yeah, the crazy, he has his glasses on. He's like, you can't go anywhere. You have to find that file. And she's like, but you Mr. Cage, Mr. Lowe, it's like in the middle of the night. It's like, yeah,
could you have another secretary do it or give me some help?
Yeah.
And of course he goes, no, you're the lowest on the totem pole. And even if there was one person who was here a day more, I wouldn't subject them to this. This is the absolute worst thing I could think of. And you have to do it. You have to, or I'll fire you. I feel like it's really quiet. Jesus.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can turn the game up if we want, but it's going to be really weird. There we go. Anyway, so yeah, amazing scene. And then, he just she leaves, or she goes back to work, I guess, and then he just leaves like a psycho.
Does he leave? Why do I feel like he stayed with her the entire time?
No, because what was when she leaves?
Was it really kind of clear?
Oh, no, as she leaves out, after she yells at her when she closes the door, like, "Which one? Use your gun, Alva?"
That's right, yeah.
Back then, yeah.
That's right.
So
He said that. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, so he wants her to kill him that early on, I guess. Supposedly, or try to kill him anyway.
It makes me wonder if this scene came in later than it was supposed to.
Or that, he already knows about the gun from the scene where you're chasing her into the bathroom. And then
right, what I mean is him saying, use the gun.
I think because he's already, I think he's already just knowing that he's going crazy because she always knows the vampire shit's going on. So maybe he's already kill me so I don't turn into a vampire or I want to die because I'm just, depressed or whatever is going on with him.
Maybe. Honestly, I if I were to remake this film or edit things, I feel like this scene after the trauma scene would have hit, it honestly would have made it much more of a...
Hit after which scene?
Horror. So if after the stairwell chase end scene...
Oh, yeah.
If he did this, at that point where, because that way, she could easily have a lot more trauma and horror-ish feel, but then him doing this would it'd be a very different take. If you even took this entire scene, basically, and his speech, and put it after that.
I mean, the point of this scene, though, is that she still hasn't done it, and the culmination of the scene we're alluding to that eventually is that she finally does find it, and he doesn't care. So this has to, I think him saying no, you have to keep doing this menial, dumb, stupid task that probably is not going to be possible over and over again. And this is immediately after, I was going to say the scene with the psychiatrist, which we got a little bit of the crazy alphabet scene, but the point of that scene is that he doesn't, he's pretending not to understand the concept of misfiling this 40, or I guess at that point 20, 30-year-old file.
It was
63, and this is 88.
So 15?
Yeah, 15 or so. Yeah, so 15 years, and he it could easily been misplaced by anybody who's doesn't even work there anymore. But still, he's and he's pretending he doesn't know what that is. So this scene when he's you have to do it or I'll fire you, and then he's being crazy because he knows that she needs the job, and then it goes in on to how it goes on to. But yeah, and then the fact that The psychiatrist even is like between two work scenes, which is also very fucking confusing. That's why I was like more implication that she's not real. But now we see him walking home, and this way he sees like the big blue cross where there's like a bag full of vegetables or a bag full of groceries, and he drops it like, oh Christ! He's like, yells.
He's gonna like collapses to the ground.
Yeah, he's like, and then like falls, and the guy's like, hey man, you dropped your vegetable, or he's like vegetables, your groceries.
Yeah,
and then he kind of just like wanders off, and the guy's just like, what the fuck?
So I even wrote, because I was like, because this is the second time where he had like a public reaction like that, and instantly when it happened, someone was there. I'm like, this is this is the most unrealistic part of this film.
Yeah.
People in New York instantly there to help out, not a single person was masturbating.
Well, those people are all actors, obviously. Remember, all the real people are when he's like screaming, I'm a vampire, or when he's like telling people to kill him and everyone's ignoring him. Those are like non-actors.
That was also a big swing there to have him go ask people to kill him in the middle of New York, and no one took him up.
No one took him up on it. Well,
there's a timeline. There's a timeline.
Well, I mean, hey, if he actually got that bat that he was trying to get from the Central Park or whatever, and it did bite him, he'd have rabies and probably would be dead as well. So the movie could have risked Nick Cage's life for this very cheap movie that didn't make any money.
But it would have made money at that point. Then
possibly.
There is a timeline.
Yeah. After the scene where he collapses in front of the weird, big, giant, glowing neon cross, at home again, the vampire continues to not allow him to answer the phone. Right,
because he just shows up again out of nowhere.
Yep, and he's like beginning to again. They have another sex scene with the hot yogurt, as we've mentioned previously.
He must have been some very hot yogurt because his eyes are crossed.
Yeah, it's very hilarious. And she tells him to say that he loves her, and she's like, "I love you." And then when he pulls off the scar, and you see that the shave scar area does have like fang marks on it now. Which is, again, very confusing.
I don't get the contents of what I wrote, but after that, I wrote Invisible People with Pete.
No idea. This is when he's watching Nosferatu. After the scene, where he talks about, mescaline, that was such a great idea. Well, he's
that's right, that's when.
We sitting there dazed out watching Nosferatu. Again, huge recommendation, the 2025 Nosferatu movie is incredible. If you get a chance, go watch it. But, yeah, he's watching it. The vampire is all hanging over him. Like, oh, you're so good. I love you. And then he's just like, yeah, I love you too. He's being all weird and sedate as he is. The next morning is when we see the shower scene.
Okay, yeah,
that's where he's running invisible. I don't know what you wrote Pete for, but
oh yeah, that's right. That's what it was because he's in the shower and he oh come on in.
Ooh, don't stop. Ooh, yeah, acting like she's they're having sex in the shower, but literally nobody's in there with him. He's just a crazy person.
That's why I wrote that. But I do remember that because now I remember that's when he looks into the mirror, touches it, and hisses. Yeah. Like it was hurt him.
Yeah. No one's there. In the mirror, he's making Nosferatu faces. He's like his eyes all crazy high up and his face all stretched out like Nosferatu's is. And he touches the mirror and he's like it burns him, which doesn't make any sense. It's a silver mirror, maybe.
I was gonna say but yeah. Later on, we see him touching a mirror when he's freaking out.
Yeah, he breaks mirrors and shit later. He's just very consistent with what he thinks vampires do. But he's a very goofball.
It's kind of like he's got some form of mental illness going on here. Yeah. That's taking full psychosis.
Well, I mean, obviously, yeah. Like we said, possibly schizophrenia, if anything, because he's hallucinating and hearing shit and seeing shit. This is the infamous water bug scene where he actually eats a giant cockroach.
Oh man!
And then, like they said, there was 2 shots that they needed. The director had him. Yeah, really did it because he really wanted to. Because he said in the DVD commentary, which they played in the How Did This Get Made episode, that he wanted to eat the bug because it was otherwise it would have been expensive special effect or whatever. But he could have just did that, and it was he compared it to the bus exploding in Speed. Him eating this cockroach because whenever he's in theaters and people are watching the movie, everyone freaks out about that scene because he really does it. But the first take, he didn't move out of the camera fast enough after eating the bug, he had to do another take where he ate the bug again. And then the director ended up just using the first take anyway. That's what we see in the movie. So he was pissed about that, but then the director said, yeah, that was getting revenge for you trying to fucking get that the PA to get that bat from Central Park. And he's like, oh, you got me back. It's just yeah.
Did he get the director him back or did the PA?
The director got him back for almost killing himself to get that bat, but the PA, who cares?
At the very least, making him have to have a wrongful death suit.
Yeah, absolutely. From the Coppolas, which would have been bad. So.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about it too. Yeah. But at the same time too, you think that you want to talk about a movie not making money, it's gotta have a wrongful death. And again, we have seen what happens with a wrongful death, with a accidental death, with that one movie with Alec Baldwin.
Rust. Yep.
Yeah.
Baldwin's not in jail or having any real repercussions from it. Well, what about the guy who did Brandon Lee, the other, the Crow death dude who like didn't get the fake gun properly set up and killed him by accident.
That's right.
Yeah, it happens, and it's awful when it does happen. But
yeah, and they really, and clearly, as we know, of course, that it's a shame that they didn't contact Steven Seagal until after the events, because he would have said that they'd find a bullet in Brandon Lee. Because of course they called Steven Seagal after he was shot, and not
a doctor,
paramedics, the police, anything like that.
Yeah, well, fortunately, we avoided all that by the director saying, no, don't get that goddamn real bat, but you can have a real bug and you can eat it. So, this is when we get to, again, another work scene. At the other secretaries are complaining about, like, well, this is crazy. This work is driving me crazy as he walks by her. Very funny little line of that. And then this is when he says, like, where's Alva? Like, oh, she called in sick, Mr. Lowe. And he's like, did she? He's back in his chair. Sick, huh?
And we kind of cut, around. So, like, he ends up finding her name in the...
This is when we cut to the mom first.
Right, but I'm saying, like, because it's so small, like, I figure we mentioned
it. Yeah, he goes to the Rolodex. Yeah, he goes to a Rolodex and finds her actual number and address.
In theory, like, how's that not that different? Like, if he's technically her boss, he would be able to get that info easily, right?
He did, yeah.
Like, I don't know, the way it was shot was as if it was like a smooth, like, creative thing he came up with to get her.
I mean, something you shouldn't be doing.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah. It's a crazy thing for him to do, I guess is the point of it.
Because he does take it out. He doesn't just, like, copy anything down.
I mean, you would still need to, like, call and look it up or write it down somewhere so you can, give it to the cabbie person to make sure you're going to the right place.
But he, like, pulls it out, so it wasn't even like he gently did. It's like...
Yeah.
As if it's like you take someone and they're fired, so whoop, I don't know that back in.
That's true, yeah. Well, unfortunately, she's not about to be fired. So
yeah.
At her house, her mom is telling like, "Hey, but you don't think I have a crazy boss? You need to work, and you can't just lay around all day. I have a crazy boss too, and he sucks." And he's like, "No, you don't understand. I don't want to go to work. He's dangerous. He's crazy. I'm scared for my life." And
she says like something feels weird. Something's off with him. Like this is. There's readings into this scene because like she is. And because it happens more than once in this kind of like little sequence of events where she expresses like this isn't a normal I dislike somebody or whatever. It's like something about this person individual I don't feel safe and no one is listening and taking her like serious. And as we find out, they should have.
Yeah.
And I think that's why the way it ends is in a way telling. I think it's important and all that. Like I know I'm foreshadowing a bit, but like I even wrote like everyone is so mean and rough to her too.
She has no support system, and she doesn't have an actual at-home good support system. She doesn't have at work. Everyone's just saying he's so eccentric to her, even though he's a fucking psycho. The old lady did the most, which was just saying, "Are you okay?" And then she's saying, "Yeah," even though that's not true, and the woman just saying, "Okay," and then leaving.
It's like taking it just at face value.
Yeah, but the people, her bosses her direct boss is a psycho, and her bosses above him are a bunch of sexist old rich white men who don't give a shit about her as well.
I mean, clearly because they just say they're like, "Oh, she asked for a raise."
Yeah, can you believe that? That's funny. And then, so everything around her is absolutely horrible. So she's in a absolutely terrible, harrowing existence, which is a nightmare.
Yeah.
But fortunately, not even her mom, who's like telling her, "Go back to work, shut up." Cage, she's like then ironing in her underwear, and Cage peeks in through the window, taps on it, he's like, "Oh, God, what are you doing?" And he's like, "Hey, I just came to check on you. I heard you were sick. No, hey, truce. We're gonna have a truce, okay?"
I got soup.
Yeah, I got soup. His little bag of soup, and he said, "I took a $20 cab up here to get here." Now, we said $20 cab. I was just like, I'm curious. How much do you think that would be today?
$20. So this was the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is that had to have been at least like $300.
No, it would be about $55 today.
Okay.
Which is, that's a fucking whole ass video game for a cab driver to stalk somebody, which is terrible.
Which is weird because they say that it's a $20 cab ride, but later on he has to pay like
it's $20 one way. And we said I have the actual number. Yeah, he ends up being $45.50 when he gets back. So the round trip was $45.50.
Okay, for some reason he said when he said $20 cab, I thought he had already paid.
No. Yeah,
the $20, and this is a different.
I know. I guess it was round trip. I think he said it was 20. Like it's racking up still because it's waiting for him, and he gets up there, and then he'll go back down. But like it going up there and dropping and taking him there at that point was $20, and then when he gets back, at that time he gets back, it's $44.
And he ends up saying $50. So
yeah, it's like $50 cab, which I can tell you when we get to that scene how much that actually is.
Well, you said $20 is $55.
Yep.
So probably about $130.
$121.
That was close.
Yeah. He apologizes again when he comes inside, and she's like, "Oh, come on, I'm good. You will have some soup, and you'll be fine." It's the truth. She's like, "Actually, I'm not really sick." He's like, "Oh, really? I kind of figured out, but don't worry." And like, "Okay, so we'll come back to work, and everything will be forgiven." Like, sure. As he gets in the car, she's just like, "Okay, so what's going on with Solo?" Well, I mean, obviously, we have to go find the file.
I think that you've mentioned, like, he was like, "Don't worry about it. They can go for all I care. Your health is what's important." And this is where, like, I don't know what it is. Like, obviously, we know this movie, we know what's going on with him.
Yeah.
But, like, every time he does this, every single time he flips and he's able to, like, even Jackie, who was like,
he
literally ditched her at a museum.
Oh, yeah.
And she still went to that restaurant. And it literally took being stood up a second time like that.
Yeah.
With no contact for her to have to, like, literally cut him out, 100% out for her to be free of him.
Yeah.
And it seemed too, I don't know if you noticed, during this scene when he's really nice and polite to her, he kind of had his shoulders hunch. He did this several times where he kind of hunched up.
Yeah.
Was he like shrinking in? Was he trying to...
I think he's trying to do like the Nosferatu thing. If you actually like see like actual original movie Nosferatu, he's like like a weird vampire. He's like always like this. That's why later in the movie he's like permanently too. His shoulders are very high up, and he has like a very like Nosferatu's face is like the crazy face he does in the movie.
Makes much more sense.
So yeah, he's like mimicking Nosferatu in the shoulders and in the crazy face he does.
Then that almost makes me wonder more at times. Like he's being manipulative, but like at this moment, if he is trying to embody Nosferatu here, like, is he doing all of these and saying everything and putting on the charm because he's basically trying to like almost live off the light, like in a way the life force of this one person is what he's like getting off on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yes, he is definitely getting off on torturing her specifically. Like in the torture scene, he said that, like, yeah, I'd love doing this to you.
Yeah,
it's just insane.
It's kind of almost, now that I say this all, I'm like, this is even putting more context into this thing, because like he is in a way doing what he thinks he's supposed to do as a vampire, but in a way that's actually effective.
Yeah, he's being emotionally draining piece of shit.
And it's almost too like, in a way, like again too, like, yeah, he's going crazy being, thinking he's a real vampire, but again, I'd argue like his actions are having an actual vampiric effect in real life, whether he's being a vampire, quote unquote. Like,
yeah,
this movie is confusing. I know this movie. I love this movie. But the more we're talking about it, the more I'm like, this is a hell of a lot deeper than I initially thought it was.
Well, honestly, yeah, and I'll get to more about what the director actually thinks of the movie at the end, too, because it's so chaotic. But there's so much to read into it. The car ride scene where he's just like, he's like, okay, so we'll get back fine. I know it. I know you're going to find that fine. He's like, but I thought you said it didn't matter. Like, no, we have to do these things. They never just go away, Alva. Things never just... Yeah, they can try, but things never just go away. That goddamn contract file is going in there, and they're going to fucking find it! So like, throwing up the cabin, and she's just like, oh my god, are you okay? Shut up, bitch. It's just like... Absolutely incredibly insane. It's a horrible thing.
This is probably one of the more realistic scenes because the cab driver does not say anything about it.
Oh, also we forgot to... Oh, no, I guess it's coming up in a second. Yeah, the cab driver... Yeah, that's very realistic. They will not say shit to whatever psycho's in the back of their car.
And he's like straight up dry heaving.
Yeah, dry heaving. He's like, what the fuck ever, man. I don't have time for this shit. And anyway, she's like, my brother works at this gas station. I gotta go... I don't know if she borrow some money or... Yeah,
I think she said I had to give him some money. I was supposed to give him some money.
Yeah, and he's like, whatever. And then she pulled over. And this is when she goes inside, and she's like asking for him, like telling him, oh my god, my boss is actually crazy. Like, yeah, you have a crazy boss too. Mr. Henderson said he'd fire me if I'm quit lazing around. You got time to lean, you got time to clean. And like, she's like, no, I really need help. You need to give me some bullets. Like, remember this gun you gave me? I need some bullets for it. And he's like, absolutely no. Put that away. It's dangerous. Like, oh, what about like, and then he says the only thing, like the guy who was like, robbed at the gas station used it, and they used blanks. And he's like, so do you have any blanks? I don't care. Just give me some blanks. And he's like, okay, so she actually loaded him with some blanks, but while they're doing that, it comes back to the cabbie.
Oh my god.
And he shows his wife that he's like, the cabbie's like, oh, this is my wife, man, it's love. There's nothing more important than love, man. It's the most important thing on the planet. And he's like, just staring there, looking still drunk and crazy.
He is looking insane.
Yeah, and then she for some reason gets back into the car and goes all the way to the work.
To be fair, I think it's because
she has no choice. Yeah, because otherwise she would have just stayed home and said, "Fire me, I don't care." So yeah,
right.
But yeah, she
and plus too, I think the fact that he showed up at her house had put. I mean, this is again we talked about as I'm talking about like. There is a horror darkness to the reality of this situation where he is stuck into a situation with a clearly, and he's at this point has shown himself to still be abusive.
I mean, literally, yes, in every way, shape, or form, he's abusive. He fucking screamed at her again about the files, pretending that they had a truce, and then he calls her a bitch in the car while he's taking her back to work. It's absolutely insane. Yes,
yeah,
it's crazy. And then he gets back to the cab, and then he says 45.50. He throws the money at him, you clean me the fuck out, screaming at him.
And then the cabbie says, and I don't get why, crazy Jews.
Did you say that?
That's what he
said. I
said.
didn't even hear that.
Yeah.
That's
he goes, crazy Jews. Why?
I don't even know.
At what point is this
I don't know. Well, it's just saying that's why he's crazy. I don't know. It's completely random.
There is I feel like there is context or history or something behind that
guy
line.
could just be racist.
But that was a line that was said to be delivered.
Yeah.
And even that was improvised, it was left in. They didn't need to put it in.
Yeah. So
why was it in? This is not real life. This is a film.
Well, that's
this
also
is a highly edited film.
I mean, honestly, the cab drivers could actually be real cab drivers. Looks like the weird people that they accost in the background.
But they didn't need to put that scene in.
No, but they also. I think every time there's a cabbie, they have them scream something random to them because the guy at the beginning was just fucking fuck you fucking cocksuckers, and then he drives off to them.
Mime, you come on,
mime, you fucking mime. So what the fuck? Yeah, it's all. I think every time they have a cabbie say something random, just because it's funny. And then after that, we get to the actual scene where she's back in the office looking for the shit, and he grabs her by the hair and says, "You just cost me $50 on that cab. You better fucking make it worth it."
and he grabs her hair
by the hair
and pulls it back.
Yeah, insane.
Which now that we're not looking at it differently, his stance, it actually even has another context. So he's pulling her head back and exposing her neck as he's doing this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it could be something. This is when we have another hilarious freak out scene. He goes to the bathroom. He's like, "Oh, God, where am I?" And
he's looking at two mirrors.
Yeah.
The best.
Where am I? Where am I? He looks at the side mirror where he's obviously, to the people watching the movie, he's in the mirror. And he's like, "Oh, God, where am I?" And the guy's like, "You're in the goddamn bathroom, Lo, so shut the fuck up. Or take your acting classes back home or fucking get the fuck go back to the ladies' room."
Oh, he says, "You're the crapper, Lo.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to take a dump."
Yeah. Yeah, take your acting lessons back home or, go back to the ladies' room. And he kind of runs out there like a psycho. Very funny. He's still, he gets a call while he's in his office and he's closing all the blinds. He's just like, "Tell him I'm in a meeting." He's like, "But are you okay, Mr. I'm just telling him I'm in a meeting." And he closes all the windows. And he shrinks down in his office like a psycho for the entire rest of the day.
I mean, he's there the entire day. As someone who has spent hours huddling in a corner, mine was a bathroom. Anxiety and panic attacks are no joke.
Absolutely not.
So, clearly that's what he's going through.
I mean, he's going through a shit ton, yeah.
But, at the same point, again, it almost shows, as abusive and terrible as he is, it also shows no one gives a shit about him. No, he's able to be in this office because they go late into the day.
Oh yeah.
It's this after hours. Everyone else is going for Alva, and ironically too, even though she doesn't know that he's freaking out, just the presence of him keeps her there out late.
Yeah.
Hour after hours.
Yeah.
Late.
Yeah. And this is when finally, after the entirety of the movie, Alva finally finds the file after hours and tells Peter, "Hey, Mr. Lowe, I found the file. I found it." I wish you would have told us where the hell it was, because that would have been very interesting, honestly.
I'm assuming it was in the Der Spiegel files.
Yeah, it should be in Der Spiegel, but where and why was it? Remember, he said it wasn't under Rattlesnake Hills, it wasn't under Heatherton. Under Der Spiegel, where was it?
I don't know what this Der Spiegel is.
I assume it's
I'm wondering then.
I think it's thus. I think it might just be a publication company like The Spiegel or whatever Spiegel is. But
I'm wondering then if those I'm wondering if that was part of a company that they bought out. So Der Spiegel could have been a publishing company that initially had that contract with them.
Yeah,
because clearly this
it was the first Heatherton's first international selling of the story Rattlesnake Hills was to Der Spiegel, and he wanted that contract that he sold it to them.
Yeah. Just a copy
so presumably that would be the production company.
So, and they're still working with Henderson because he clearly knows Peter.
Yeah, he's still personally with them, and he's wanted a copy of that original contract. So,
but I'll bet you that when they sent it over, they just kept everything. And
probably somehow misfired.
It was probably a small mom and pop thing.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
We did forget to mention, by the way, in the office, he does notice the cabbie and his wife.
He has a hallucination of them two, and it's like saying, "I'm telling you, Mr. Lowe, there's nothing more important than love." He's like, "Well, how did you do it?" And he's like, "Yeah, I was just gonna find the person you love and be with them."
And also, the vampire shows up in here and is like sucking him off.
I don't remember.
He gets drained in the office there.
Oh yeah, because then when she comes in, he's like, "Oh, I found it, Mister. Yeah, I found it." And she's like pounding on the door is when he's hallucinating the couple, and then she comes in, and then he's just like, "It's too late, Alva. It's too late, too late, too late."
He's bobbing his head side to side.
Falls. It's all too late. It's all too late, Alva. He's like chasing her throughout the entire house. He's like, "Come back here!" And he like runs after her.
Office.
Yeah, the office. Yeah.
He has a good slip and slide moment.
Yeah. She goes down to like the boiler room, I guess, or something like that, and he follows her down there. And this is when he's just like, "You have like," he's just like, "I'm gonna get you, Alva. Like you fucked up, and you're in trouble now. I'm gonna fire you." And then he's just like. She brings up like, don't rape me, and that's was her fear from originally when he chased her into the bathroom as well.
Yeah,
and he says, "Yeah, I rape you. Yeah, I will. That's what I'm gonna do." And he like does like gross tongue motions at her and stuff.
And he's like, and then she pulls the gun out.
Yeah.
Which, real quick, I need to talk. But before we go into the series of the scene, I want to talk about his hair. Yeah, because throughout this film, I don't understand what is going on. His hair is all over the place. There's a lot of times, of course, that it's more the traditional businessman. Occasionally, he's got like a coconut head style, like bowl cut. Yeah. And then occasionally, like in this scene here, like it gets so unkempt that it kind of covers. He's got like the 2000s emo rocker look.
Yeah.
Like he looks like the lead singer of like one of those, like a band that's, dressed in all black or whatever. Mm-hmm. He's got, of course, lighter hair than you would see. But like, explain that one away to me. Yeah. What is going on with his hair in this scene? This movie.
That's what's important about the scene, his hair.
Well, that's why I said that before. Yeah. No, the whole movie, his hair is crazy.
I mean, that's just Nicolas Cage in general, honestly. Remember the whole Nicolas Cage hair is a bird fucking meme of him, like when he has his fucking poofed out weird hair?
That is correct.
I think it's just, honestly, just 80s, like, medium-length male slicked back hair, but whenever he gets crazy, it comes unkempt, which just looks hilarious.
The bowl cut. And,
it creates either a bowl cut or, like, like draped over his face, like emo cut.
Makes you then wonder, did the 80s, were they all having bowl cuts and just had so much grease slicking it back?
The flock of seagulls, medium hair, just like weird white boys doing weird stuff with their hair, their long hair.
White people do crazy shit with their hair.
Yeah. I was like, where's your mohawk right now? It's a faded faux hawk right now.
I have not had a chance to cut it recently.
I have to shave myself.
See, the problem is I can't keep this. If it was just shaving off, I can do that. But getting it even, because like, have you ever tried to go straight back and make a straight line on your own head?
Yeah.
Very weird. Very difficult.
I mean, dude, I shave my head normally, and it's difficult as shit.
What is it? You gotta do a straight line. Try to make like a straight, like just shave half off at some point, and try to make it as straight as possible. Because what it is, it's right here on the back end, where like when it goes from like horizontal to vertical, like it just naturally goes sideways.
Well, I mean the fucking Naruto head swirl shit. Yeah. Anyway, besides
now going back to the rape.
Yeah. Now going back to this awful sexual assault. He's like,
straight up referred to as rape, by the way.
Yeah.
So there's
he refers to it as that, and then there's also the thing about the director is saying it's not like the director awfully saying it's not like a normal real rape or whatever he says in the commentary, which isn't good. But so it's explicitly a rape sexual assault.
Feel like the director might have said that, and I bet you that's why it's edited without anything to straight up say like there's. It's obviously sexual assault.
She does try to shoot him. She's shooting away like on the ground and around him, and he's just saying like no, shoot me! Quit trying to shoot the floor. Shoot me! And he's like slapping himself, trying to get her to kill him. And then he like goes up to her, he finally slaps her in the face, and this is when he actually attacks her.
He rips her blouse open, shoves her to the ground, and I think she gets knocked out.
She's like struggling slightly, and he imagines her as the vampire a couple times as well while they're doing that.
This is where I think that the same actress playing this character would have made things so much more.
It would have made it more explicitly him being crazy from the beginning, though. Which would have, I guess, spoiled any other interpretations of whatever the fuck is happening in this goofy ass movie. And after he like assaults her, she's passed out, and he kind of just like. He puts the gun in his mouth and fires, which, like they said in the Has Made episode, even with a blank, that would fuck you up, like, royally. That would be, like, the reason that the people, Brendan Lee and the woman from Rust got killed was because, you use a normal gun for even blanks. It's just that the actual bullets are just exploding in the barrel and they're not actually coming out, but there's still stuff that comes out of the barrel, out of the back and everything like that. So, and there was a piece of shrapnel stuck in the gun, which caused both of those accidents. But anyway, regardless of that.
With Russ, what happened was they were supposed to be blanks. They were real bullets because the weapons handler. There's I don't know if there's been, because I know they went to trial, but like basically what happened was actual live ammunition does get used. Yeah, but obviously it's regulated. But that and the blanks, like someone put real ammunition in the guns instead of the actual blanks they should have had. So the shot fired was with a real bullet at Rust.
I was saying with in Brandon Lee's situation, it was shrapnel from a blank that was in the gun as well. I know that one is for a fact. But yeah, anyway, even with a regular ass blank in a fixed, clean, normal gun, the explosion would still fuck you up and like be dangerous to have against you at any way. So he would have fucked himself up.
When was the Brendan Lee situation?
That would have been The Crows in the early 90s, I believe.
So that was after this?
Way after this, yeah.
Okay, because I was gonna say if it was before, then it actually would have made sense. And I'm curious because he does it twice.
I don't even think this is a blank because I think this is like 100% just like a rigged, like maybe like a thing on the gun, like not on.
I was gonna say this cannot, because that definitely could not have been a real blank.
Yeah, that would have been like a small explosion in his fucking mouth.
You're talking about in the context of the film, a blank would have fucked him up.
Yeah.
Not the actor, Nick Cage.
No, it would have fucked up the actor as well.
Well, what I mean is if it was a blank. Like if it was
a real normal like in a gun blank, then even firing it like against your skin would still fuck you up and like cause a wound because it's like a small explosion still comes out of the gun and its heat and everything else comes out of it. And also the little shrapnel shit inside the blank. But
I mean, I'd argue then like because he does kind of get. I mean, he's all kinds of crazy because there's of course the a very good moment when after he does this he goes boo-hoo!
Yeah, boo-hoo.
Oh, it's so funny.
That's another bit that he also talked about how like he wanted to say boo-hoo, like when he was fake laughing at the beginning, but the director was like, no one's gonna believe it. It's like you can't do that. And Nick Cage like dared himself like, yeah, I can. I can deliver a real like literally saying boo-hoo, and he did. It was a weird, crazy thing to do, but it was like not like it was very weird. It was like it felt like this psycho would do that too.
I think it was honestly like I'll say Nick had the right choice here because. The director said it wasn't, and I'll bet you that there was probably more. The fact that he calls it a rape later on, there was probably initially more. I don't want to say suggestive, but more. There was probably more work involved with because again, when he lays on top of Elva, he starts kissing her neck and imagines her as the vampire. Yeah. So there probably was things that initially were going to be in it. And then got cut, and I'll bet you that there was like almost a realization of, and that's why he did the himself, and why he later on referred to it as a rape. Yeah. I'll bet you that the director probably looked at that and said, "This doesn't fit. This doesn't feel right." So that's probably why the director's not calling it that, but it's still referred. That's my theory. Well, that's just a movie garbage theory.
Movie garbage theory. I would say that I don't know if there would be too much more explicit that could have happened because, like as he made it clear before, that was not his intent. And even at his most psychotic, when she wouldn't kill him, and he slaps her, the first thing he says is "You're fired." That was a culmination of what he was intending to do when following her being crazy, and that horrible thing didn't even enter his mind until she brought up, which was her real and justified fear that he would do to her, and he's like, "Yeah, that's what I'll do," and he starts doing it then. So I don't think I will honestly, like I said. The multiple versions of this movie, who knows what the actual writer intended with the scene, who knows what the director intended with the scene, and who knows how we're watching it now, and 30 years later, interpreting it how we're interpreting. Actually, 40 years almost over now. But like, still now interpreting it like, that's how we're interpreting it now. Like, it wasn't, obviously, yes. And, and there's a lot of different context.
I would say a lot of the potential other context here is just there's the 80s, so the term rape probably meant,
Yeah, it could be a lot more vague. Because
and it's into
they didn't specify sexual assault or like harassment, and they didn't specify things as more specified as they are these days. Rape, just vague sexual assault or sexual harassment or just general harassment or assault. Like these things are not as specified as they were back then.
Plus, didn't she say like she put that into his brain, so maybe he thought, and it's also too like again maybe there's cutting room floor or this might have been from Nick Cage's crazy, personal interpretation of the character. Like in theory, if he imagined the vampire and that caused him to like release and like orgasm, I'm wondering if he assumed that to be a form of rape, so that's why he used that terminology. And also could have been like he was trying to like point out like I did a really really bad thing and saying, like I said, because of the vaguities. Like if you say a sexual assault or something like that versus a rape, one of those has a lot worse of a contextual feeling to it. This movie is so much more deeper than I initially thought, and I always thought it was deep and loved.
Yeah, well, is that the intent of the director? Who knows? We'll find out. This is when after he assaults her and after she's passed out after the boo-hoo, he says, like, he goes up to her, I'm a vampire, I'm a vampire. Then this is when he goes, this is the famous scene where he runs out, he goes, I'm a vampire, 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 I'm a vampire. The 6 times I've recounted as many. And so he just, like, runs across, and of course, like I said, real New Yorkers, no one reacts to him, no one even looks at him. Like,
that's, again, realistic, because he is running through the streets screaming.
Yeah.
Like on and on and on. And it's
crazy.
And it's, again, a credit to this film. Like, we have the Bahoo and we have this scene directly after this very horrific scene. That is, I mean, granted, I can't say I speak on it, but, like, that's a subject being tackled and addressed.
Yeah.
And with everything he's done to her, it is the long term and the fact that there's so much darkness. Yeah. You know what? That's why I say it's a drama. But I was
going to say just to that point. Now, in your head, leave everything the way it was, but it's Steve Martin.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Now you don't know how to feel about this thing. You're like, okay, I can't possibly take this seriously, but what's happening is very serious.
Honestly, this scene and the dark and everything is like, this is why I don't think this is a horror comedy.
Oh?
Maybe that was where the attention was, and maybe that's how it was initially edited and thought of and shot and written. I don't think it's a dark comedy anymore, or a horror comedy anymore. This is a drama. It's got funny scenes, but in darkness. But this is a drama thriller. Like this, to me, this is what this film is. That's what if I was at Blockbuster and I've got a horror label, a drama label, and a comedy label, and I got to put this under one of them. This is getting the blue drama label.
Yeah.
Boom. That's right. Anyone who has been to Blockbuster knows drama was blue, comedy was yellow, I believe, and horror, I believe, was white.
Which is weird. It should be like black or dark or something like that.
Action was red. I remember that one.
Well, that makes
sense. Only had and then kids were green.
That's funny.
I don't know why. But.
I guess they did the other basic color. Back at the house, he breaks all the mirrors in his house like a psycho, smashing them up. And then this is the next morning. We see
he has the couch
boarded up. Yeah, he boards up all the windows in the house and everything, and he's sleeping under the sofa like a thing. And this is like when
a vampire. Yeah, like a vampire.
This is when we have the cover shot of like him under the thing with his hair all crazy, and her sitting on top of the couch talking to him. This is the cover shot of the movie.
Yep.
And then this is again. The next day, Alva skips work again. This is the next morning we see her at her house, face covered in her bed, obviously horribly traumatized after this rape. And like her family's always banging on the door saying, "Hey, get up, Alva! You got to go to work. You can't skip work again." Again, no real support system or infrastructure at home because she's also like any actual survivor of this kind of horrible thing. She doesn't want to tell anybody what happened, and she's just secluding herself.
And honestly, I think one of the most important or things I noticed was like during this scene, like her brother does catch on to something
during the breakfast scene. Yeah, he's actually meet her father and the whole family sitting down eating breakfast, and the brother who's like just like looks around and like, oh, she's still not coming down. Like, oh, I don't know what's wrong with her. She's just been in her bed all day again. We see like a vague concerned look on his face,
and I think it's important to this brother character because
yes,
he's just such a small character. He's got such a big impact. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know that in the film, but like that is a moment that is so small. but it's so big in terms of just what I think this movie is about at times.
Yeah.
Also, again, this is where I think that it's such a weird film. So we have these scenes of her in the bedroom and everyone, kind of acting. And intercut is Nicolas Cage sucking on a pillow.
Yeah, I think he's trying to bite the pillow.
Yeah, like biting the pillow and being Nicolas Cage as he's a vampire. And those are just like small scenes in between this.
Yeah.
Like that was a choice.
I mean, yes, absolutely.
Like, this is an editing choice. So, like, that's why, again, I don't think that, again, maybe it was written as and edited as a horror comedy, but it's dramatic as fuck, and it's entertaining as fuck.
Yeah. This is when we actually get the scene where he finally he's checking his teeth in the mirror after biting the pillow and failing to do anything.
That's right.
He goes to the shop and
he goes like a psychic, like one of those psychic shops.
Yeah, it's like a weird antiquity shop or something like that. And they have like fiberglass, $20 fiberglass fans, which obviously, like I said, today would probably be like $45-$50.
They're all very realistic.
Yeah, that's probably what they really use for like actual production and stuff like that. And they're saying he just checks his wallet, now he has no money somehow.
Well, that's because remember he had to pay for the cab.
$50 for the cab. Yeah, so he has no cash on him, which he should have a credit card or something possibly. But
yeah, I mean so he's weird. Like a high power
he's a literary agent he's a literary agent for short stories. So I couldn't imagine he's too rich.
Like I mean, even though his apartment's a little rough, like the lobby, like you see the staircase.
Actually, it's a really nice apartment for 80s New York. Apparently, they're talking about that and how this gave me like that is a very very nice apartment.
I mean, you can even tell just how big it is.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also just productions. All I tell you usually she's big,
right?
Stuff like that.
Like I get that, but like. I mean, if you think about like the fact that any kind of apartment like that is that he's able to do everything he's able to do and have as much everything he's able to take care of in that apartment. Uh-huh. Because I mean, even though it was bigger and production, like it wasn't the biggest. Like it had a very fancy lobby we saw, but the doors looked a little rough, and you could see even too like the stove oven was a bit. I mean, it wasn't like dirty or anything, but it didn't look as clean as you think like a high-powered guy's one would be. Yeah. So it's clear that he's on the upper echelon, but he's still not like...
Yeah, he's also you can tell at work that he's just like a basic like middleman person who's like not really high up or not really like doing a lot of crazy stuff. He's still an agent, which is like a well-paying job in New York in the 80s especially.
Yeah.
He buys the $350 plastic.
Oh yeah, it's like what else do you?
Because I really wanted to buy some for a thing, but we recorded this after all the Spirit Halloweens mysteriously disappeared overnight, so I didn't have any time to go get some really cheap fake vampire teeth. And he puts them in and he has this crazy like crazy faces and all the crazy crazy vampire gestures. And this is when he goes to...
He chases a fucking pigeon.
Oh, no, before that, he calls the psychiatrist and tells her, like, I need a meeting. And she's like, Peter, are you okay? I need a meeting. And he's like, okay, well, we'll schedule, for the next week or whatever. He's like, I'd sooner. And he's like, okay, well, what about Monday, sometime in the afternoon? No, sooner. And he's like, okay, well...
First thing Monday morning?
Yeah, first thing Monday morning, okay?
Which is, I think he's even said, like, his appointments were usually on Tuesdays, right?
Yeah, Tuesdays was their normal time.
So when did he make this call? Was it a week? Because
this whole movie took place over 1 week, which doesn't make sense because he does have multiple in and out of the office things, which also just goes more into like she's not real probably.
So like,
and this is when we see her like young lover.
This must have been Friday night when he made this call then.
Yeah,
which would make sense, but
or Saturday or Sunday. I mean, there's only 2 more days left in the movie, pretty much. I think.
Because he gets in.
Actually, because then he's talking to her. This would have to be like Saturday or Sunday because he's talking to her very soon. But then again, he's crazy and could be imagining everything.
I think Saturday because he does this is one of the last times he kind of goes out.
This is near the end of the movie now, so this could be like Saturday or Sunday night.
And he also ends up going to a club, and it's very populated.
Yeah,
weird.
Yeah,
we'll get in a second. I did write, by the way. There's a Twin Tower shot.
Another one, nice. Yep. Before that, he does chase. This is when he chases the pigeon around in the street and catches it, which is very fucking cool. He actually did this. And
that's impressive.
Yeah. And I mean, honestly, no. I mean, like, I don't know how. Like I said, I go to New York at least like once every other month for family shit. But like, they really don't give a shit. You can like walk up to them and all but kick them, and they'll like even if a crazy person, which probably happens all the time, kicks one, a big ass flock will probably like move like maybe more than like 5 feet away from them and continue about their business.
Oh shit!
They really don't give a shit. They're so used to humans, they really don't care.
Also, I'm gonna make a funny 2025 joke.
Yeah.
We got to see the RFK origin story because he catches this pigeon and eats it.
Yeah, it's like all those brain parasites that are controlling him to this day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, can we? how the fuck did a person who had a bear carcass, didn't the bear carcass get left in Central Park, by the way? Didn't they didn't know where the bear carcass came from or whatever, and he eventually was like, oh yeah, that was me. I left the bear carcass in the middle of Central Park in New York City.
Who knows?
And this is a person now in charge of the CDC.
Yeah, the
and
person who's...
people said, because he had to go through appointments, and people said, you know what? Everything that's happened, I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the actual goddamn fuck? That is crazier than Peter Lowe.
Yeah, it is.
Peter Lowe would not have voted yes to him.
No, he probably
and
wouldn't.
Peter Lowe thinks he's a goddamn vampire.
Yeah, he has more sense than to vote for that man who's being controlled by brain parasites.
What the fuck has gone
yeah.
1988 to 2025. The world has truly gone to hell.
Oh, well, I mean, imagine being a woman during the 80s. Imagine being a woman now. It sucks at any time. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, I guess to be fair, they want to go back to the 30s? Or
yeah. Oh, yeah, that's when
1830s?
That's when everything was great for them.
Yeah.
Everything was great and everything's still great.
Yep.
Yeah.
White men.
The next day, you see the feathers all strewn around his apartment, like everywhere, all over, tons and tons and tons of feathers. Don't even want to know how they got them.
That's right,
and he actually ate this. He was actually burping while finishing eating this disgusting pigeon. Yeah,
that's right. Because I remember writing this down. Because he catches it and all the morning, night, and all this shit. Because he goes to sleep, and there's a weird drama action jazz music.
Yeah, well, it trails score. This is another could be comedy scene because they trails through 40 feet of fucking pigeon feathers. To lead up to him burping.
It is a lot of pigeon feathers. This motherfucker.
So yeah, and then this way he sleeps under the bed for the entire 24 hours, I think, almost, because that's when we see the Twin Towers shot. And a whole day passed.
Crazy score. This movie has got a crazy ass score.
Yeah. And then the next day,
oh god.
Yeah, he slinks out of the apartment like Nosferatu. Like I said, the weeks this vampire teeth creeping out.
And he had the frozen wide eyed frozen face.
Yeah. This is when he goes. He sneaks into a club.
No. He doesn't
Not
sneak in.
Yeah. He goes to a club.
he pushes his way through this line. It's this must have been some really fancy ass club because he's got this huge line of people. The bouncers keeping everybody out. He pushes his way through the crowd. Sucker punches the security guard.
The bouncer, yeah.
And walks in, and he stays in there for a while.
Yeah, no one stops him.
How the fuck? That is a bad security guard.
Yeah, he must be that guy's really cool. I gotta keep letting him in. He's a bouncer. He's not gonna pay that much to really fight people. He fired.
But also too, all those other people could have gotten in right behind him.
They could have. Yeah, they could have. But they didn't run in. They kind of just were concerned about that guy's health, I guess, because they were actors, not really New Yorkers.
I guess, to be fair.
He sneaks in, goes to a very crowded club. Again, crazy Nosferatu face and fangs, just in a huge, loud, raucous club.
And he's just walking around like a crazy person.
Yeah.
And nobody looks at him.
Nope. Everyone's too busy dancing on their coke and their mescaline.
What the? He is listen, I get it, it's New York, but also you're in a club and it's somebody who's clearly out of place. No one even gives him a second.
Nope.
It is the weirdest fucking thing.
Yeah. Fortunately,
even more weirder is as we see him get in the club and he's at the top of the stairs and he's walking through this crowded dance floor. But apparently there's a room with nobody in it except for one person doing coke.
Room with one girl by herself doing coke on it.
And it's not just a little tiny thing. It's fucking big.
It's a huge ballroom area. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
It looks like a half of the club size. It's completely barren. Doesn't make any sense. And then while he's approaching her, he looks around it looks like to the camera practically and sneaks up to her. He does crazy, Nosferatu gestures, trying to offer to sit down, and she makes fun of his face and what he's being weird.
But he also in a weird. It's another scene where he somehow. He gets. She's into it for a while. She's coked up, but she's until he goes for the boot grab.
Nick Cage is hot, but then when he gets crazy, everyone's like, "Oh no, this is Nick Cage."
Yeah, and it was the second he got physical.
Yeah,
but she's into it. She's falling for everything, and he puts on the charm a little bit. There is no resistance.
Yeah,
and I mean that in the terms of he has talked and wooed his way. Yeah. And it is a weird...
Yeah, a young, hot, crazy, weird, confident Nick Cage can get away with anything.
This motherfucker is confident
get away with anything, even when he's being a crazy vampire. And he eventually does start grabbing her, trying to push him off, and then he bites her neck, which I could not tell if he had... Oh, he's like... he does the biting gesture to her. and then bites her neck, which
I just did a visual only.
Yeah,
thing.
the visual gag. Why not? That's podcasting for you. But yeah, he and then eventually bites her neck. I couldn't tell if he bit her neck with the teeth or without the teeth. I could not tell. But he's on it for a long ass time, draws real blood. And then when he gets off of her,
he doesn't draw blood. He fucking
you can see the teeth marks.
He takes a big bite out of his artery vein, his jugular vein.
No, you can see
and
the
she
shot.
starts bleeding and screaming. Completely missing the irony of the entire situation.
Oh yeah.
Man, some people can't take a joke, you know.
God, that's terrible. But yeah, no, he there's just teeth marks in her neck. And she's completely passed out. Apparently dead. We'll find out.
Oh, she
later.
dies.
Yeah, she's dead.
She looks dead. She's got
she dies.
giant
But it didn't
bite
look
neck.
but it didn't
with blood.
He didn't he took anything out of her. And you can see just the teeth marks. It's very weird. And also he picks up the vampire teeth and puts them back in his mouth like a psycho.
And then does he retch as he's walking away?
He goes back to another side room where people are another room where people are sitting, VIP side room, and then he vomits in there, or he starts retching in there, and the 4 or 5 people in there just get up and walk out.
And yeah, it's right, because he wrote he was able to force his way to isolation by being a creepy guy. Yeah. Which, again, it's, as I'm pointing out, the way he treated Alva, a lot of those, you think about, too, the cab scene when he's, flips on the dime and all of a sudden he's, shut up, you fucking bitch! What does he do right after literally attempting to quote unquote suck the blood of somebody?
Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was gagging from the fucking pigeon or something like that. But yeah, obviously obviously from the murder he just did.
No, it's just because it's the act of, I think, he's obviously not a great person, but we really only see his interactions with Alva after he's met the vampire, right?
Yeah.
So his all of a sudden dark turn to Alva for it to escalate. I think this is again an allegory for the fact that he is abusing, he is attempting to suck her life force out through non quote unquote vampiric methods.
Yeah.
And you see his almost the internal person who doesn't want to be a vampire, who doesn't want to be a bloodsucker, because that is something that does, again, it's a joke, this is the skin of a killer, sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
Yeah.
But you take away that joke and you think about somebody who's I want to live, but having to hurt others to live hurts me because I'm willing to do horrible things to quote unquote live. And you could almost take this nasty, terrible retching as this sign of he clearly is going through something. He's clearly mentally disturbed. But at the same point, there is a part of Peter Lowe who does not want to be this person. And that's, I think, what it eventually breaks into the end when we see him is I think Peter Lowe, the person, may not have been a great guy at all.
I mean, we argue he was a weird psycho piece of shit.
Yeah, but I think Peter Lowe thinking he becomes the vampire, that is the darkness inside of him, and there's the good part of him that is retching at the terrible things he is doing to quote unquote sustain and continue who he is and has his existence to tomorrow.
Yeah, he should be more like a better 1987 vampire, Dio Brando from JoJo, who, when asked how many people has he murdered, he just says, I don't know, how many slices of bread have you eaten? That's a vampire for you. I don't know, how many slices of bread have you eaten in your life? You tell me, and then I'll tell you how many people I fucking kill. I don't give a shit. That's a cool ass vampire. Unlike this weirdo who then gets confronted by the vampire Rachel herself as she mocks him and says, you're so pathetic. And he spits on him. And he's just I love you, but you're mine. He's you? Do you think I love you, you fucking idiot? I'm with this guy now. This random 80s hunk man.
Yep.
And then he's just what? I love you, but I love you. And then he's freaking out. And then she they laugh, and he's on the ground retching, and I'm a vampire, you turned me, and she's I'm just like you, and he's you think you're like me, you fucking idiot, you're nothing like me, you're pathetic. And then she leaves, and then this is when he follows her into the club, turns around, he's just it's me, and he's it's Rachel, he's just oh yeah, hey, it's me, Rachel, we know each other, right? And then he's kind of just she's well, how are you, Peter, I guess? And he's just how am I? And he's covered in blood.
You took me to the vampire!
Yeah, he tries to pull her out of the club. And then
I killed someone for you!
Yeah, I killed somebody for you. And then he
screams that, by the way. No one does shit.
No one gives a shit. Nope. Oh, a couple people give a shit in a second when he's trying to grab her and open her mouth, look at her teeth, look at her teeth. He's grabbing her face. And then her, the guy she's with, shoves him off and starts beating him up. And he's like, get off me, you fuck. Like, Peter was freaking out like a crazy person. And then the bouncer finally, the guy he punched out like an hour ago at this point, and the guy turned to murder and drags him out. And he's screaming, she's a vampire. Look at her, dude. Look at her, she turned me into a vampire. She like, kind of like look like kind of like, she's got to look around like, what the fuck? And kind of like vaguely, like, she's like, okay, what a weirdo, huh?
This is one of the weirdest, most confusing scenes. Because what is this?
I mean, I'll tell you what I think of it personally, because this was an interesting reading for me. There's a couple of readings you could make to make it like, obvious, like whatever context, but I have my own personal reading.
We need to talk about this scene because because there's also we are going to the end point from here. Like this is where things
before
drastically break.
Before
this club is where
because he goes outside and like just the people are like, he's like, I'm a vampire. See, do you have a gun? Do you have a gun? He's like asking all the people outside, like, get the fuck off me, you fucking psycho. And
then someone goes and makes a cross.
Yeah, and they cross their fingers. He's like, no. And he's like, they're all laughing as he like runs off like a psycho. And then like the sun is still coming up. So this, I interpreted this. So I guess there's this line later that I'm kind of like a vague like thing that like, okay, maybe that's what the situation is. But I'll get to that in this moment. At that point, Alva. This is when we come back to Alva.
I want to know what you think of this because
saying that I think, my own personal read. You could read it as this was a woman he hooked up with sometime before Jackie, but then later, like I said, the next scene when he's walking around the city, he keeps calling her a high school cunt for some reason. So like that's somebody he knows from like school that he was obsessed with. But then I was thinking like no, like my own personal just to make this more goofy and interesting and like how the movie actually finally ends. And like I said during our discussion with Chris, my interpretation was that Rachel is real. I think that she might actually be a vampire who turned him into a thrall like Renfield. And that was my interpretation of it. Like he's like not a vampire. He's just a like sub little weird, creepy, psychotic henchman who does like Renfield eat bugs and like animals and stuff like that to sustain himself. But remember, Renfield turns into a completely unhinged, goofy psycho. Like I brought up Dracula Dead and Loving It. I don't know if you never saw the movie.
No.
It's a great Mel Brooks spoof of Dracula. But but also in the actual like in any real normal Renfield story, Renfield is, like I said, he's like a lawyer trying to like purchase land in America or in London for Dracula. And that's how the thing starts with him going to visit Dracula in the beginning. And that's where you find Dracula, you meet the brides and everything like that through this character Renfield. And then he's turned and he starts turning into a weird, crazy, hunched, like I don't want to say goofball, but like a psycho who like acts crazy, eats bugs, can't be normal, is like psycho and screaming and all kinds of completely irrational behavior, but he's not a vampire, he's not hurt by sunlight, he's not drinking blood. He's just a weird psycho. And then when he gets back to England or whatever, they do put him in an insane asylum for the majority of the rest of the movie until Dracula breaks him out later. But he's like literally a crazy, weird little thrall who like organizes the Demeter trip for him to get to England. He like does all, he's like the henchman for him in the daylight. He's like his daylight, minion or whatever who does everything for him. There's a similar character in Stephen King's Salem's Lot. It's like this very old man who's attending to the vampire that's moved into this small American suburban neighborhood. And it's like their daylight henchman who's like goes around, gets people for them, like, operates everything in the morning in the daylight and business wise to like, so they can move around. The vampire can like continue to live and move around as like a vampire. So I was thinking that she turned him in like various mythology ways of how this happens or how this is like, trying like either he bit them once or they just hypnotize them or come some kind of other method. But I feel like you could read his psychosis and all of his goofiness as a like a thrall henchman for the vampire, and she really is just doing this to fuck with him because she doesn't give a shit really. And like that, but then also the reading is like, she's just a woman that he dated before, and she's not really a vampire. But then I said there's a couple of things that are weird, like the ending sequence and the fact that he is definitely going crazy. More overtly after she supposedly bit him like the second or third night of the movie.
I gotta say, I kind of actually agree with you because, like you mentioned, so like going back to when he shoots himself with the blanks, like if those were like in real life, like maybe that could have been initially like, oh, people don't fully understand blanks, same way that people don't fully understand silencers.
Yeah,
but at the same point, like he does use it, and he does not seem to react much at all to that. He also, like, shortly after eats the pigeon. So, like, it's not a bug, which we see around Renfield, but to an extent, he does, like, he eats that
doesn't seemingly get sick from it.
And it seems like he does get sicker and sicker until he has the pigeon.
Yeah.
When he's able to, like, again, whether he's using vampire teeth or his real teeth, like, he's able to bite someone's neck hard enough to draw so much blood that they bleed out, kind of thing. But it would make sense that doesn't do, like, in theory, because if, like, I know, like, Twilight's a bit different, but, like, isn't, like, in the lore, like, if you're bit by a vampire, especially in the neck like that, unless all your blood is drained, you can become a vampire?
Normally, like I said, it depends on each kind of different myth. I know in some things like Buffy or like Vampire Diaries and stuff like that, I think you need, or like True Blood as well, I think you need to be like almost entirely drained, almost about to die, and then the vampire gives you some of their blood to make you a full vampire.
Okay, well, I remember there's a film actually by a guy from Cleveland who I got to see when it came out, and I got to see in North Carolina back in the day when it was playing there, called The Revenant. And
that's not the one with Leonardo DiCaprio and the bear.
No,
okay.
no. It's a very independent film. I actually I own a Blu-ray because I talked to the director. He was here in Cleveland. He was at it, and I remember he was at some event, and I talked. Oh no, I think I messaged him on Facebook, because I commented like, I'm in North Carolina visiting my family for a con, and of course, the night before the con, I'm going to go see this movie that I'm excited for, and I think he reached out and he's like, do you have a Blu-ray? I'm like, I don't have a Blu-ray. So I have, my Blu-ray copy is actually from him, which is really cool. Awesome. And I've got a lot of the shirts from when it came out. Mm-hmm. But anyway, so it's like a weird zombie vampire kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And you do find out when someone gets bitten by him, he then turns them. And even if they get drained, split apart, all this kind of crazy shit, they're still alive. They are a vampire. It is like a zombie vampire.
Yeah.
Where they're vampire-ish. You bite and you're whatever, but also zombies where undead, that undead rotting style.
Yeah, that's what I did for the book, The Forgotten Minotaur King, available now on Amazon.
Buy it.
Yeah, Natanis Carnager. He made a bunch of he had a bunch of zombie undead thralls that were here, guarding the library that they were Bakshi and the little dragon dude were working at. And at the end, when the good guys are assaulting there and all, the one woman gets turned into a vampire, or gets turned into she gets turned into a full vampire eventually. Actually, in that story. But the thralls is a vague concept that can interpret it different ways. But that's just a fun reading that I have for the movie. That's my own personal little headcanon.
Honestly, I think
theory of the movie.
It does kind of make sense because also too this guy that she's got looks like he's a lot more successful. The fact too that he's not losing his shit.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder if she, I kind of here's my building off of your headcanon. So, if let's take that she is really a vampire, right? Mm-hmm. What if she's been turned fairly recently, and because she does continue to see with him for a while, right? So what if he was her first attempt at seeing the thrall style, and this new guy is the guy she really wanted, but she wanted to make sure that she knew the pitfalls and what to do. So that's why she's I'm with him, and why she just cast him aside so quickly.
Yeah, I was thinking actually in Dracula. Did you ever we've probably seen movie adaptations of Dracula and stuff like that.
Here and back and forth. And
the character Mina, the friend of the woman Dracula is actually in love with, who he turns into a vampire, and they have to kill.
Vaguely.
Yeah, that's the one that Van Helsing first shows okay, well, we need to kill them, or in Dracula Dead and Loving It, the bit is you need to stab them in the heart with a stake, remove their head, stuff their mouth with garlic, and that's the only way to permanently kill them. And of course, when they stab her, fucking oceans and oceans and fountains of blood come out, and the guy's she's not dead yet, keep doing it, and he keeps doing it, and more blood comes out. But the character is that Mina, Dracula turns into a full vampire. Whereas, I said, Renfield is a weird little creepy psycho goof that he turned. He was a normal, competent, intelligent lawyer who came there to do business with Dracula, and then ends up a fucking crazy person in an insane asylum who can barely function but is able to do stuff for Dracula. And that's like I said, that's just my personal reading of what the hell's going on with him. And I'm curious if you if Nick Cage has any thoughts on this on a commentary for the movie Renfield, where he plays Dracula, and Renfield is Renfield in that movie. So I'm very curious.
But honestly, I kind of want to believe. I kind of again, for the longest time until now, I didn't know how it kind of went. Was it real? Was it fake? Was it fiction? Was it all in his head? Was he just a crazy guy or whatever? And honestly, I'd almost argue that in a way, it's it's almost too like I'm taking actually I like this idea because I think that if it is real, he's a thrall, and that's why he doesn't actually need blood. That's why him thinking he's a vampire is so like not happening and so goofy to us.
Yeah.
Whereas like his psychosis breaking with the actual thralls is funny or crazy,
and not actually being like specifically given any direction or purpose by the vampire. She kind of just turned him into a thrall and just fucked off with him. And that's literally what when Renfield's left on his own in England, his fucking freak ass behavior is what lands him up in an insane asylum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, they're just so unhinged at that point that they need like, a vampire structure. And that's why I want to watch Renfield again just to like, interpret my actual thing. And to see Nick Cage as a vampire once more.
But like, it's almost like if you want to take this as an allegory of things. So like, he is the thrall who thinks himself in charge. That actually almost tracks because you think about it. He's the boss of this, but he clearly has bosses that are reported to it as superiors.
Yeah, superiors.
And he, like you said, he's kind of a middleman. He's got a nice apartment, but he is not living like a life of luxury.
Yeah.
Like it is a good apartment in New York for the time, but it's not the kind of upper echelon. So for him to think he does act like he is the boss, the big cheese, the one in power, and is taking advantage of these smaller, weaker people while being taken advantage by someone from above.
Yeah.
There's an allegory of there's always a bigger, no matter how powerful you think you are, there's always likely someone above you who's going to be taking advantage of you, and B, like the abuse of power is never ending.
Yeah, it's a cycle of people taking advantage.
It's a cycle of violence, and it's the chain of abuse.
Yeah,
he's abusing Alva while being abused mentally by this quote unquote vampire kind of thing. Like there's honestly, but I genuinely I didn't know or even fully could come up with an idea of how I thought, but no, I'd like your headcanon 100%. I think I agree. I think he's a thrall. Yeah. I think he is officially 100% a thrall, and I think the fact that the way the movie ends, honestly, would make sense because we didn't get a nebulous, because it's nebulous versus a definitive yes or no kind of thing.
Yeah. This is when he started, after he leaves the club and he's walking around for a bit, and this is when the suns are coming up. He's like, he sees the sun coming up. And this is when we cut finally back to Alva. Finally.
There's multiple cuts of him wanting the sun to kill him.
Yeah.
While we cut over from here and there over to Alva.
Yeah. She finally tells her brother what the fuck is going on. That we actually get to see that there's a big ass bruise on the side of her face, which you didn't see in any other scene until now. We see there's a huge bruise, and she collapses, hugs her brother, and tells her what happened. And then we see them preparing to leave. She wouldn't even see her tell. We just see her collapse, give her brother a hug, and then we see them leaving.
And but he looks, of course, through the phone book, and there's only in the entirety of New York City in the 1980s, one Peter Lowe.
Yeah, of course.
Only one.
Yep. Speaking of Peter, this is when we get the scene where he breaks the plank off of those people are walking towards him as he breaks this fucking sharp piece of wood off of a plank, and then he goes and says, "Hey, my girlfriend just broke up with me. I need your help. I turned into a vampire. Can you kill me?" And then they're kind of like, "No, get away from me." You're like, "No, get away from me." And then they run around the corner. Like I said, real people that were just captured on camera. And then he goes to some kind of weird Russian Orthodox church.
I think he's watched by a random. I mean, the churches are. I mean, even nowadays, I'm sure it was the case in New York in the 80s.
Oh no, honestly,
there are churches on every corner.
What do you think? New York is a massive city, wall-to-wall buildings. What company or group or whatever organization do you think owns the most amount of square acre footage in all of New York?
See, if I were to take what I know from the films, I would say Italian. Because Italians were known to have come in a lot. Italians are next to mafia, and also
a specific business organization or whatever.
Church.
Yeah, the church. Yeah,
church. Any kind of church. I mean, even nowadays,
own most space in all of New York, which is like a huge city with wall-to-wall buildings.
Nowadays, if you drive down the road, there are 5 churches.
Oh yeah.
Literally, there's a church down in the corner here. There's one a little bit further. There's another one. There's one with a school attached to it.
Absolutely.
There are churches every fucking where.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you, churches. I believe that 100%.
Yeah. The guy says he doesn't speak English, though. The guy he talks to. So I was like,
I didn't know that. I was still probably just caught up because the bell, the church bell rings.
Yeah.
And he goes, "The torches of the damned."
A great line. And then, like, after
Cuts
that...
to him moaning through the streets.
Covered in blood with a big-ass wooden plank.
Nobody does a goddamn thing about this.
Nope.
Clearly blood-soaked
dangerous man.
moaning through the streets, holding what is technically a
weapon, yes.
I'm going to take this, though. So, this is somebody who is clearly unstable, unsafe, and wielding a weapon.
Yeah.
But at no point is there ever any form of police intervention.
Nope.
This is, whether intentional or not, this is another allegory to me. This is proof that no matter what, the most guilty-looking white man gets literally away with murder.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, literally does.
Because there literally nothing happened that he did not set into motion. Because the whole end of all this shit going on is set by motion by him. But no one intervenes. Nobody stops it. Not a single person. And
nope.
Stop and Frisk was Rudy Giuliani, so that would have been the 90s.
Way after this.
But still, like, the New York police, I mean, big city police are never not known to be,
Yeah, well, he's wearing a suit. He's probably just high. It's fine.
Which, this is, again, though, because this is in the end of the Reagan administration then. So that's even less crazy, because that's the war on drugs. So it's clearly somebody on drugs.
I mean, hey, he's a white drug user. That's fine.
Yeah.
He's a white drug user in a business suit. Yeah, he's covered in blood and has a weapon, but he's, a white guy in a suit. But even if he is on coke, that's fine. It's not dangerous.
I don't think this is, like, intentional, but I think that there is a subtext.
You could read it,
clearly, that, like, white people literally have nothing. Because, I mean, think about it. A white person moaning, covered in blood, holding a clear, sharpened stick, through the roads, nothing happens. But how many reports are there of a packet of cigarettes, a cell phone, nothing in that at all.
Yeah.
But if you're black, all of a sudden you have a deadly weapon.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm going to take it to the race for that, to make up for making you watch Marcy X with your family.
Uh-huh.
Which, to be fair, I didn't make you watch it with your family. You chose that.
Yeah, I just had to watch that terrible movie.
But still, there is a hard subtext in there.
Oh, yeah.
This film is deeper than I thought, and this is probably...
unintentionally or intentionally.
This is a film that I think belongs in the Well, I mean, it doesn't mean much anymore, but still, the Congressional Historical Records documental things. This is a fucking historic-ass goddamn film up there that does not get the respect that it deserves.
Yeah.
Sofa's got a great brother, by the way. Because, ironically, so you know how we were talking about whether the psychiatrist is real? So literally, I wrote, was the psychiatrist actually real? Because he is truly mentally damaged, and I have no idea.
Yeah.
I wrote that down.
Well, I mean, there's a line in a second that really makes me think, like, okay, well, I guess he's not. Alva and her brother do eventually... we get the newspaper Disco Death and Girl Found Dead in Club in two different newspapers. And then, Alva and the brother finally arrive. Yeah, no one cares. It doesn't make sense that just happened and there's already newspapers about it, which is insane.
That's another... I mean, to be fair, we do see it with him.
Yeah, so there's also be made up, but yeah, like I said, but this is presumably real life when he's walking around bloody.
But, I mean, he was not like he literally was making a massive scene, very noticeable. Like, he's the kind of person that, wait a minute, I remember somebody being extra weird, and I remember them seeing him.
They should be able to describe him, multiple people should be able to say, like, there was a crazy guy in the club, he started a fight with a woman, and then he was dragged out.
And he wasn't...
In front of the club, he saw he was going to be a vampire, and then he ran off. He also punched the bouncer on the way in.
Yeah, because the only person he charmed was the woman he killed. He didn't charm a goddamn other person. No. He literally retched so hard that 4 people said, I'm going to stop doing drugs in this room because this guy's too weird for me.
Yeah, but yeah. As he walks by the newspaper with the Disco Death shit, Alva and the brother finally do arrive outside of his apartment. And then this is when finally Peters is walking with the plank and he bumps into a wall of a random building and they just say, "Oh, hi, Dr. Glazer." And he starts talking to the psychiatrist, and then obviously in his brain we see the normal him, like dressed up, normal, and like
still holding
the wooden plank, yes. And then just when she's just like, so what's going on, Peter? Like, I think your whole profession is bogus. I think this is a waste of time. And I have a new idea. I know I'm going to get back mentally healthy. And she's like, what is it? Like, oh, you promise you won't laugh? And he's like, yeah. She's like, yeah, I won't laugh. He's just like, love. I need love. I see it all around me, everywhere. And everyone is happy, and that's what I need to love, and I need a psychiatrist anymore. And then she starts giggling and laughing at him. He's like, you said you would laugh! Because he keeps cutting in between him being crazy, bloody, and insane on the street and the actual...
Talking to a random wall.
Yeah, talking to a wall. And he's like, you said you wouldn't laugh! And he's like, no, it's just Peter. I have I haven't even write down the woman's name.
Sharon?
I think Sharon, yeah.
Real quick, I will say...
I did write Sharon.
So... He mentions he's going to have a visit with her Monday morning, first thing, right?
Yeah.
And we see this is like in the morning of the day.
Maybe Monday morning, yeah.
So I'm wondering then if that was Sunday night where all that shit was happening.
Yeah. So he would have called her Saturday night because he goes back to the apartment and slept for like a whole day.
That's right, yeah.
So yeah, that would have been Saturday, I guess.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, this makes sense. This is Monday morning.
And this is Monday morning, maybe.
Now I want to like rewatch the film to come up with a timeline of events. He said it takes over an event of a week, and we see cuts.
Yeah. So he meets Sharon. They both love Vivaldi, and they both love walks in the park, and all kinds of like vague romantic ideas. And he's just like, wow, we're so in sync. It's so wonderful.
This is, by the way, the patient that always comes in after him.
Yeah,
every time.
After him, yeah.
Every time comes in after him.
Yep.
I did joke. I think this is funny. So like these patients are being matched up by the psychiatrist.
Yeah.
This is like the set of a porno.
Yeah,
like,
100%.
I know somebody that'll really help you out. Meow, meow, meow. Bow, 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 bow.
Classic Ed.
Literally classic me.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a time, listen, my dick has not been referenced, talked about, or touched until as much.
But in the 5 years since we started the episode.
God damn, it's been 5 years, and we're what, episode 23, 24?
Yeah, actually, maybe only be 3. I'm not going to check. I'm just going to assume.
Well, 2020 happened.
I started.
We're on 6 years.
Now you're making me check the podcast. Action Toon Bros is definitely on year 5 or 6. This show, I think, started like a couple of years after Action Toon Bros did.
We started because remember Resident Evil Apocalypse happened.
Yeah, it was supposed to be for 2020.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to say we started this in 2019, and it is currently almost 2025 is over. Like we are in December, literally the 1st of December when we record this.
Yeah. Let's see. Any last guesses before I have an actual answer for you?
I'm gonna guess June.
June.
June of 2019.
All right. Let's see. For movie Garboid. Freddy Got Fingered 5 years ago. This episode aired in March 2020. So right in the beginning of COVID.
Well, that's when it aired.
Yeah, that's when it aired. We would have recorded probably a month or so ahead of time. So would have been February or January.
It must have been like December then.
Maybe December.
Okay, I feel like because I know we did Freddy Got Fingered and Fantasy Island back to back, and then Resident Evil was the third one, right?
Resident Evil was number 4.
What did we do in between? Troll. Oh, that's right. I had us do Troll 2, and then we did Resident Evil because I know our first 3 episodes we recorded within like a week of each other.
Oh yeah.
And then Resident Evil was the one that took literally a freaking year.
Yeah, and then we didn't take another year gap between until Percy Jackson, which is another year gap. But anyway, yeah, we'll get actual episode, and we'll start listening to episode of movies in a bit because we're near the end. Yeah, he hallucinates, and then he kind of just like, wow, you go so with your big romance. Like, oh, this is so wonderful, Dr. Glaze, this is wonderful. As he's like, oh, there is one thing. I did rape an employee last night. It got kind of crazy. I'm sorry about that. And then the woman was just like, wow. And then she's like, oh, don't worry about that. People get, it's fine. Who cares? He's like, oh, thank you, Dr. Glazer. He starts walking out. He's like, oh, there's something else, doctor. Oh, I did murder a girl last night. And she's just like, oh, people get murdered every day. But what if the police come after me? Don't worry, I'll handle the police. You just get started with your big romance.
I thought she was the goat. Like, what
a great psychiatrist.
That is a literally true wing woman there.
Yeah, that's insane.
She set him up, and she's like, I will make sure that you guys can go off and you can fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. Okay, bone.
Yeah, I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful, long relationship for Peter Lowe.
He does have a giant, he's got a pretty big piece of wood there.
Oh, yeah.
Between his legs at one point. Hey-oh!
As he leaves, he continues to look absolutely crazy and deranged, walking down the street, whistling. This is when he whistles for like 3 lines of Petrovsky, and like cost the movie like $20,000.
And he's talking with her, and everything
like,
is
you
so
like
great.
that song? This is so wonderful. And then as he finally gets to his apartment, we see Alva and the brother see like that's him coming up now. And just like, what? Sharon is suddenly been left. Shut the fuck up, Sharon! Is it getting into the car? He immediately starts like yelling at her as he's getting into the apartment.
I mean, he goes from like, I am the most smitten, happy person to fuck you, you bitch. You garbage. I hate you.
Yeah.
You are the worst thing that ever happened to me. Like, I cannot believe I ever thought that you would be my future.
Yeah.
Why would you be so terrible in my life and ruin everything for me?
But yeah, like the brother follows him with a tire iron. And then we gets in the apartment. He's just like, you never fucking tell about you, Sharon, does it? You fucking, like, I would never date with a fucking pig like you. It's like those more crazy Peter Pan hand gestures like in the psychiatrist's office before.
Chris at one point said that he gave off very Trump vibes, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Because not only with the hand gestures, but like everyone's gonna do the gestures and they're gonna do the voice. And I know I'm probably not doing a great impression because I'm not an impressionist like you. But this is kind of the thing. I mean, I will say, and like, this was around the era that like little fascist Nazi gut fuck, like war crime committing piece of garbage. Like, this is the time he was a New York socialite. Like, he was a very
literally
So like as Nosferatu coded there is. Like the fancy over the top, they're probably, I bet you, and especially if I'm looking for somebody, honestly, you know what? If I'm looking to have somebody be like the representation of I'm going to exude money and I didn't deserve it and I didn't earn it and I don't have it, but I want to exude it, that's the perfect fucking allegory. I'll give you that one.
Yeah. If only what happens to this guy would happen to Trump. That'd be wonderful.
If only we joke and of course don't want to actually happen. Don't sue me.
Sure.
Don't come after me, FBI. Well, hey, tweet about me, Patel. You fucking goddamn little dumb shit podcaster.
Yeah,
you're a bad podcaster talking about nothing. We're talking about the real art here, motherfucker.
Yeah. Going on real content for 4.5 hours.
Exactly. Straight.
Yeah.
No cuts.
Yeah, no cuts. One day. One recording, one sitting.
Exactly.
No edits.
So great that we even seem like we have a third person with us.
Chris is still here, of course. Chiming in.
Of course.
But yeah, this is when he says a line where it's like, okay, this makes sense now. As he's like, he calls her a pig multiple times. He tells her to get the fuck out. He's like, when you gonna leave? Fine, get the fuck out, you pig. And then this is when he says, like, God, I can never work these relationships out. Maybe I should see a therapist. And then the brother, then he goes, and he goes under the bed, goes under the sofa. So now I'm like, oh shit, she was never real. Never real. Yeah.
I definitely, but like, there is a bit of weird context. Because you think about it, he mentions something to the therapist and then completely forgets about it.
Yeah.
But there's a weird, if you think about this, like, no matter what, whether you think she's real or whether you think she's fake, there's a weird moment, because you think about it, if he thinks that, because she brings it up to him, so if he's forgetting about it, but she's real, then he's got clearly some kind of massive memory issue. But if she's fake and a figment of his imagination, then she is bringing up something that he himself is not remembering.
No, he's just, he's like this.
So there's no matter what, there's a weird nebulous to that, because either she's real and he's actually forgetting, or or she's fake and we're telling him something that he is not addressing or remembering.
Yeah, that's what my interpretation is, that she's not real. Now, this is to put a hole in the whole vampire theory about, because like I think he's talking to her before the encounter with Rachel.
Well,
just
he
before
mentions,
at the beginning of Jack, because the first scene of the movie isn't talking to her before anything else happens, seemingly.
But see, if you think about it, because we get weird flashes around here and there. in theory, if his appointments are on Tuesdays and this movie tends to take over a week, how likely
should have
is
only
it
had one, yeah.
he met Rachel on Monday night? Because he talks about bringing a girl home, and it was super hot. But then he mentions the bat. If I'm not mistaken, that kind of like cuts in. He mentions the bat encounter in that what seems to be main talking point of the therapist. It's
kind of confusing because the movie opens with talking about some girl he's with, and then it cuts to his date with Jackie, which goes well, and then he has the bat sequence, and then like we see work, cuts to him talking to the psychiatrist about the bat, and then back to work on one other scene about him being crazy, and then another psychiatrist scene. So that, like, it can't possibly have been 1 week then, because it's like...
Well, if she's not real,
she's not
it
real,
can be.
Yeah.
It definitely can be. And I kind of think... Honestly, I'm wondering then if, in a way, like, the bat... You know what? As dumb as it's maybe sound... Because he tends to seem to forget things. So what if, like, that bat... What if we're taking this to be real? Like, that is a real vampire? What if that bat was actually her? Because she does show up randomly into places she had no business. Like when he's going to walk out to meet Jackie, she comes down the stairs after he left it.
And she says, like, he's wondering how she got in. Well, of course, he let her in. That could be like, she came in back in earlier in the episode we didn't see. And then the movie kind of wraps up. The brother, after he said, I should see a shrink, crawls under the sofa like a psycho after gagging. And then the brother finally just breaks into the apartment, goes up to his thing, and comes in.
And he pulls the couch off. And this is where, like, the brother... I love this brother here because, like, he has the tire iron.
Yeah, it was
obviously, like, he mentions guns. So he didn't come into this place with a gun. And, you could argue that there's, some, 80s. They are Hispanic. I get that in New York. But still, he comes with a tire iron. That's still enough. Yeah. He's not white. That's enough. He comes in clearly looking to hurt this person, but I don't think he came in wanting to kill him.
No, I would assume not. He probably could have gotten bullets for that gun that they definitely own if that was the case.
He wanted to come in and he wanted to inflict a pain on this person who did something terrible and inflicted a massive pain on his sister, who he listened to and cared for. But that's when, and see, this was another weird moment, and that's why this is the perfect way for this to happen. So Nick Cage freaks out, puts the wooden plank that he still has over his chest, and the brother pushes down.
Yeah.
And that is the perfect way for this to end with.
Yeah.
If he had died by any other method, it is a clear set. He is or is not. He isn't, I guess, to be fair.
Wow.
It's proving the negative kind of thing. He clearly died, he dies to a gunshot. He gets bludgeoned so hard with a tire iron that he does not get killed. Yeah. He's not a werewolf, so the iron is not going to affect him.
It'd be silver. Silver.
What does iron affect?
Fairies, fae.
Okay.
Leprechauns. That type.
That's right. Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
I knew there was a metal.
That's all right.
Anyway, but like the fact that it was a wooden stake that drove through, though I will say too, if you notice, it tended to go through his right here in the center.
Sternum,
his sternum. So, like, it's supposed to be through the heart.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's
your heart is really in the center still.
But, I mean, like, right here in the center of your rib cage is not where your heart is. Like, it is, even if it is in that general area, it's still, even if you're cutting off blood to it, you're not stabbing it through the heart. If he is really immortal, vampiric, whether he's a thrall or not, there's coming back from that. There's a way to come back from that. And you know what? No. Here's why then. Whether it's canon or not, I don't give a shit. Renfield is truly a sequel to this film.
Yeah.
There's a way for him to come back. There's a way for him because he sees the vampires, he dies. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, the actual last shot of the movie is the vampire saying, "Dream of me, my angel," and then like disappearing. Yeah.
Like there's I mean, granted, you see Dracula in older times, but you know what? How many works of fiction have like real life cycle backwards, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. What if?
I mean, the point of that, the reason I was obsessed with the woman he was obsessed with in Dracula is because she looked like a reincarnation of his love from when he was human and alive or whatever.
Anyway, but like, so he doesn't get stabbed. He sees her as he dies, quote unquote, right? And he gets stabbed through the center, but not the heart. So you mentioned too, like that they need to be almost drained.
Yeah.
Right? So what if he bled out, saw her,
Yeah,
and
she
died,
turned him.
she turned him to a true full vampire.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
And that is why the characteristics of Dracula in Renfield are so similar.
Yeah, true.
Because he is also mentally damaged, whether he's a thrall or not. Even we have enough to tell that he's got some form of psychosis. So what if the reason why he's so crazy, eccentric, chaotic, and so similar in whatever, he thinks he's a vampire. He thinks he is the Dracula.
Oh, yeah. He comes back and he's like so fucked up that he thinks he's permanently thinks he's Dracula.
Exactly. And if thralls can be controlled, what if Renfield isn't actually named Renfield, but is believed to think his name is Renfield?
Oh, yeah.
By Dracula, a.k.a. Peter Lowe.
Yeah, Dracula in Renfield's Peter Lowe. That makes sense. I was going to say, in the actual, I forgot to another mention for the Thrall thing, the new Nosferatu, and I guess the old one too, the woman that he's obsessed with and, like, you know, psychically fucking with and everything like that is also, like, a Thrall going completely insane to all the people in her personal life. So that's another interpretation of, like, what could be going on with Peter Lowe as well. Because, like I said, if you get the chance, definitely check out the new Nosferatu. It's incredible. It's an incredible movie in general, but you could also read it as, like, again, another person being controlled and fucked with and, like, mentally deteriorating from a vampire. But yeah, that is the movie Vampire's Kiss. A much deeper movie than, and you could read it a million different ways.
Honestly, it's even more of a deeper movie than I thought it was going to be before we started this.
All right, so yeah, the movie. Wrapped up your final thoughts on the movie. Lots of ways to interpret it. Now, the way that the writer, obviously, like I said, the writer intended to write this as a low-budget horror movie, which I don't see this in any way. But unless you exclusively look at it from Elva's perspective, with, like, no Nicolas Cage in it, maybe, but, like...
Or at the very least, if she was framed, as the centerpiece of the film,
maybe,
I could see
but
it
then it
being...
still could be a thriller or something like that. But, and then the other thing, like I said, they also classify it, personally, he's classified as a comedy, and like I said, again, reiterating the reasons that I do believe that he gets upset when people say the movie is shitty. He, says that, like I said, the casting of Steve Martin in this would have completely fucking changed shit, and he went on to do a shit ton of Tales from the Crypt, which is explicitly a, like, slightly heightened, campy, but still scary horror series, which is the exact tone, I guess, was what they're trying to go for this movie.
I mean, this does feel... Ironically, though, like, this is where I think falls more so into actually a drama thriller. Like, a thriller does fall somewhat... Like, a film like Disturbia is a film that I think, like, technically that's a drama thriller.
Yeah.
But it's also got horror elements. So it's one of those, like, weirdly nebulous ones. But, like, this almost feels like a Twilight Zone.
Well, I mean, that's the tone of Tales from the Crypt, pretty much.
But those have, like, a horror twist to them, whereas, like, Twilight Zone, like, those are more, like, thriller, suspenseful.
Yeah.
And I'd argue
and
those
commentary
are more,
on society most of the time.
right, and I think that, like, there is more of a drama feel to those, even if they have horror elements, whereas Tales from the Crypt, Crypt Keeper, all those are more, like, horrors with a drama element.
Yeah.
And, again, I think the inclusion of comedy in a film doesn't necessarily make it a comedy movie.
Yeah.
Like, Scream has comedy, but no one calls it a comedy.
I mean, I would say this is much funnier than proportionally wise. But then, like I said, the only my number one thing is, like, the Steve Martin casting. If this movie, nothing changed, Ed, personally, no line of dialogue whatsoever changed. If this was Steve Martin doing all this shit, instead of Nicolas Cage, everything with Alva stayed the same, everything with the psychiatrist, and everything with the vampire, unchanged, but it was Steve Martin in Nicolas Cage's place. Do you think this would still, in your head, be, like, a drama first and foremost?
See, I don't know, like, in a way, because, like, I don't know if the delivery as an intentional comedy role would make things darker and scare and more unsettling, or if it make it, like, I don't know, if it would just, like, take the teeth out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, we are getting these like I said, like, the scene where she is, like, secluded in her room, and her family is like, I gotta go to work, and she's not responding. Like, that's intercut with Nicolas Cage going batshit.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
I mean, literally, yeah. He's fucking knocking shit off the walls of his house and buying fake vampire teeth while she's like literally after like PTSD from a rape.
You could even take it. I mean, even if you look at it, we're looking at, even if you look at these, if you look at that scene there where he quote unquote rapes her, between there and the end. So like if you take individual moments with her, he has small cuts in here, but take it on looking at a larger scale. You have scenes that are focused on her, intercut with him going insane.
Yeah, the
insane
punching
moments.
Him fake vampire teeth punching a bouncer in the stomach and then running into a club. The dramatic scene of him, the woman making fun of his like vampire mannerisms, and then her like Rachel being like, "How are you?" He's like, "How am I?" And then tries to pull her out of the club and gets beaten up. And and like in the meantime, like this fucking horrible rape revenge movies happening with Alva. So
you look at that back end and it's. I mean, as big, no matter how wide you get, there is weird cuts into that, kind of thing. So I don't know. I think this is a role I think that only Nicolas Cage could have played.
Yeah, but then it also fucks with the genre of like, how am I supposed to feel about this?
And I think that's a part of it because, like, it almost like teaches you to like sometimes. Like, you look at something and you see it's funny, but you kind of have to look past it sometimes. Like, there's a darkness to this.
Yeah.
We look at Nicolas Cage, making the goofy, silly face, whatever. But when you listen to him, if you took what he said in that scene and put it on somebody talking dead serious, not exaggerated, but like truly authoritative, that is a scene that is massively fucked up.
It's fucked up in the actual context too, but it's delivered slightly goofily. So I don't know. It's up to how you interpret it.
I'd argue in a way too. Like you can look at it as and it's almost again too. It's similar to him. I mean, how many times does he use charm to use his charisma to like getting close to ease up people, and then instantly, bam, takes over. Like him using that, so basically he's using a charm and disarming techniques to getting close to hit people and hurt them more. Similar to the sucker punch of the Bodyguard.
Yeah.
He's using that humoristic presentation to to bring you in and draw you in more and more.
Yeah.
This is a film that I think is actually genuinely better than I even thought it was, and I genuinely loved it.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, the writer's intent, horror comedy. The director, or I guess I'll say Nicolas Cage, was that this was a story about a man whose loneliness is driving him crazy. That's how his interpretation of the movie is. Like, yeah, all the stuff with all the people, all the random scenes that he sees of other people in love, other people having relationships, and then him trying to be in relationships, but obviously, like you see with the Sharon made-up character even, he's completely incapable and a fucking crazy person. That's his interpretation mainly of the story, is that basically this is just specifically about a man going crazy from loneliness.
I'll give a bit more credit to that too then. So I even remember at the beginning of the film, he's in his office, he looks out the window, sees two people making out and a random cat, like the hot dog vendor shoving sodas at them.
Yeah.
Like, talk about not, like if you look at that on its own, that makes zero sense.
Yeah.
If you look at it through the sense of somebody who doesn't fully understand romance and all these things, and suddenly a problem is being created where there shouldn't be. I mean, how, literally, he's set up with somebody who's supposed to be perfect, set, by a trusted person who connects them, and he can't even last more than a
walk home. Yeah.
A walk home before he finds and creates a problem with her.
Yeah.
So like, I could see that. God, this movie. This is truly a film that is interpreted in many ways.
Yeah.
You can argue that none of them are wrong.
Well, yeah, but then there's the director's
There's
POV.
one wrong I could say that. There's one way I could say people are wrong, but I'll let you.
Of course. Well, there is now finally, like I said, the director, when asked what this movie is about, his interpretation. Oh, I was going to say also, sorry, but with Cage's thing, he said he's a fan of death of the author, let the person interpret things. So he likes the ambiguous and let the viewers interpret how they want to interpret it. He's one of those people who likes that kind of like movie making kind of style. Like that's why he works with Andy Kaufman so much, a director who I hate because his whole thing is just like I make my shit weird and surreal, and then viewer, you decide what you think it's about. I will say that. Yeah, besides that viewing, the director says that he doesn't know what this is about. It's a bunch of weird stuff happens, and he's not sure what it meant or what the purpose of it was. He was very confused, and he directed the movie and says he has no idea what the hell the movie's about. So, not even a genre or interpretation or whatever. He's like, I don't know what the fuck this movie was about. And he's the director of it. That's another interpretation, I guess. It's not about anything, and it's just weird.
What films did he do?
Nothing you've heard of. Andy Kaufman. Oh, yeah. The adaptation is the one major one that Nicolas Cage plays twins. And then...
That's the one he won an Oscar for, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He's also done a ton of really famous movies. Schenectady, New York, which is a famous one that he does.
That's right. I remember hearing the term Kafka-esque.
Well, that's more like...
people talk about the...
That's more like the Friends Kafka, the book about the guy who turns into a bug or whatever. Kaufman, I believe, is the director. Kafka-esque is another surrealist thing, too, as well, though. But Andy Kaufman, the director, is what I'm talking about, I believe. I think it's Andy Kaufman. I read his book, Antkind, which is a fucking surreal book about how he hates movie critics, basically. but like, yeah, it's... But anyway, besides that's off topic. He's one of those people
Tangent
who really...
the tangent.
Yeah, I know.
Your name of the
he's
podcast.
One of those people who's like I said, his work is all weird, surrealistic, and a lot of symbolism, tons, like every single fucking item in every single fucking frame has a billion bits of fucking interpretation and metaphor, and he says you can interpret it however you want, which I hate. But anyway, the director doesn't know what it's about. Nick Cage says it's about a man's loneliness. The writer said it was a horror comedy. We're interpreting it how we interpret it. I interpret it as an actual vampire movie about the thrall, and your interpretation is that it's a harrowing thriller.
I think it's a true like look at the even if I take it honestly, I do both agree with the vampire portion, but I look at it more so of like all these like reflections of of life and reality. Like it is, to me, this is a true like drama piece.
Yeah,
honestly, this is a pure. I mean, they talk about a fucking political statement.
Oh yeah,
to me.
Yeah, also the actual good portrayal of horrible, toxic, sexist office behavior and politics and everything like that, I think is like surprising. Actually, if you watch more like I said, Tales from the Crypt, they are just like Twilight Zone. They do have political commentary and like social commentary a lot in them, along with their like horror and their campiness and their funniness. But still, like the director I think was very in touch with like being able to portray that kind of stuff in this movie, along with everything else that was happening in it, goofy and crazy as it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this movie has so much to talk about. We've obviously spent way more. I thought it was going to be a short episode like Marcy X's shitty ass. But
that was a short 3 hours.
Yeah, but like watching the movie the first time, like how this get made, like what the hell is this goofy thing? This is so nonsense, and it's like so bad and weird. And then like watching it myself, I was like, this is a very funny movie when I was watching. Besides like with the Alba stuff, just in contrast of what's happening and how things reacting. When I watched myself the first time, I was like, this is a fucking such a weird ass comedy movie about a vampire. And then third time I watched it by myself between before we started recording, not just recently, like a week or so ago. I also was just like, no, this is a really fucking multi-interpretational movie. But I have my own reading of it.
I mean, it's definitely a multi-interpretational, and I think that is, again, it's a testament to how good it is.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Honestly, like, we all talk about American Psycho as a talk, but yeah. I think that this is that is maybe, I agree, like, that is a, again, the yuppie style, like, corporate get away with anything. Mm-hmm. But I think that this is almost connected to that because it's not it, but it close ties to it, and someone who thinks that they are.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to tangent here for a minute here before we get into a bit of conclusion, is because like, so like I think that there is a lot, like obviously there are things that you can pull out of this contextually, especially we're looking at this so many years back, right? But one of the terms we hear about nowadays, especially in 2025, is politics and entertainment. Just keep your politics out of my entertainment kind of shit. And that phrase pisses me off because first off, almost some of the best and like biggest things are all political. The problem is when people say that, what they're saying is, I don't want things I don't agree with or don't conform to my purview to be in my entertainment and my media. Because a big thing I saw was, and this is where things are crazy fucked up in this year, and hopefully we can look back and be like, wow, how much more fucked up was it than we initially thought. So the fucking Department of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, compared immigrants in the United States to the flood from Halo, and people at 343 Industries were like, "This is terrible. Don't fucking do this. This is a literal zombie parasite race. You do not refer to that as use that comparison to actual human people." And people were like, politics will politics will keep away from entertainment if entertainment stays out of politics. There's a difference between using political speech and all that, because there's things I don't agree with that I think that are great in film and entertainment and everything, but political takes and views are going to always influence it. The difference is misappropriating something for manipulation of reality. It's a difference between making a reference to some, and especially when you're using it to justify harm, and you can point to, you're doing this thing to dehumanize human. Literally, by referring to these group of people as something inhuman, monstrous, and in needing to be eradicated, you are softening and justifying horrific acts against people. But entertainment that is bad with political takes is not because it has politics in it. It's because it's doing those same terrible, harmful, completely gross things. This film, Vampire's Kiss, is a political film. I can even see where there is. There's probably things I may not be able to fully understand and come up with, but I guarantee you there are interpretations of this film that somehow skewer from what we're at.
Yeah.
And I think that's a testament to films. The difference is misinterpreting it, and I think there's a difference between challenging somebody on their take and straight up telling somebody they're wrong. I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier today, this one recording, going almost 5 hours. So remember how you and I were both like, yeah, Chris McCandless and Into the Wild is not a hero.
Yeah.
Everything. And you remember, too, so, everyone had their presentations about how great of a person he was and how he truly heroic he was. And, of course, there's question and answers for the presentation. So we do ours saying, these are why we don't think. Every single person's questions. I remember Mr. Lazar, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Had to straight up tell everybody, ask questions, don't just make comments at us. Because everyone's question was, well, how could you be so wrong and say that he's not a hero when he clearly was? Everybody took they didn't challenge us and try to make us defend it. They came at us and said, you're wrong, and how could you be so wrong?
Yeah.
Not, how do you explain away this? Or how do you defend this? Or what about this interpretation? Or what about this moment? And, that's... I'm losing the train of thought here. I'm going crazy.
If you want to be more specific, you can say just vague media literacy, a concept that is highly argued a lot online, how people interpret art, how they interpret, works of art, the intent. Another thing I wanted to get into with what I said, how the writer thought about it, how Kate thought about it, and how, we think about it, how the director thinks about it. The concept of death of the author is when a piece of media or story or whatever is created and put out there, now it is up to the public or whoever consumer or viewer's interpretation of what it is, or how I personally believe, word of God, which is that the creator or the person who wrote the thing should have final word on what the actual intent of it is, even if it's not something you agree with or not. Like I said, it's basically concept of, if you think, as soon as a media piece is out there, it's up for whoever watches it, that's how they interpret it, and their interpretations aren't wrong, and everyone can think of it however they want, or the author says, no, this is what I meant, this is what I was saying about, and there's tons and tons of examples of it. One of the ones one of the bad one, I would say, the creator of God of War, the original God of War, doesn't care for the new Norse series because Kratos is, reflecting on all of his horrible actions from the previous game and all the shitty things he did, what an asshole he was. But that guy's like, no, this new Kratos is a fucking pussy. He's like a weird, sad dad taking care of a kid now. And it's just like, everyone's just like, dude, Kratos in those original 3 movies, or 3 games, was a fucking psycho piece of shit who was like wrong all the time. And you not interpret your own art that way. But I say, if that's what he wants to say, that he liked the old version of Kratos, and a lot of people did still like that old version, you have to just say, okay, they like that old version. And that's why I say, like, the director has no idea what the fuck this movie's about. You can say, like, okay, well, that communicates about nothing, but then the actor says, this is what I think, the writer says, this is what I think, and you can say, okay, we can go with either of those, or you can go with your own personal interpretation. So, yeah, and of course, yeah, people put their own ideas and their own opinions and their own politics on kinds of anything that they watch, and people can watch something and say, like we said, like we brought up multiple times on the podcast in the past, Blazing Saddles, people say, you can't make that today, and it's just like, yeah, you can. The director and writer Mel Brooks is a fucking incredibly intelligent, sensitive, and like opinionated person who has tons and tons of examples of him, like, outsmarting idiot investors and like doing real wonderful pieces of art. And like with actual really specific, really overt and, opinionated opinions on politics and situations and stuff like that. And he can interpret that very well and however he wants. Like you read it and you're like, oh, this movie, they're saying, they said the N-word a bunch and it's about people being racist to a black guy, so this movie's bad. When it's like, no, it's a commentary on that guy's struggle to be a sheriff in that time period. And it's actually really funny. But whatever. But yeah, media literacy is very important. This movie has a ton of interpretations. And of course, like every fucking decade, you can interpret it a different way. Like I said, how did this get made? Well, the episode aired about in 2016, about 10 years ago from where we're recording this. And their interpretation, if you watch this episode, is very different from what we think of it. So, yeah, things form people's opinions, and there's a lot to interpret. And this movie is so mysterious that it's easily able to be interpreted in 1,000 different ways by every single person who watches it.
And I think, too, especially, like, you look at films that are older. Like, they're, like, if this film came out today, I think there's a subtext you have to look at in terms of films when they were released, and I think that is important too, because like it's why you can watch film, like you can watch certain, like, so I'm going to take a great example. So Rocky Horror Picture Show, term transvestite, I mean, the transsexual transvestite, if that came out today, if that was a brand new concept set in this year, this Rocky Horror Picture Show is not what it is. Yeah. I mean, transsexual and transvestite are literally opposing things.
We went over this in RCX.
Yeah, like a transsexual is somebody who is...
transitions, yeah.
I guess even then, transsexual versus transgender.
Yeah.
But like, someone who's trans and someone who's a trans person and transvestite, like, yeah, like, these are offensive terms, and all that shit. So, like, that film isn't connecting the same way. And the choices that the director, the actors, all that made, it's influenced by the times.
Yeah.
So like we're able to interpret this now, a film that came out in the 80s, and we're looking at this and talking about this in 2025. And like the fact too that a decade between our interpretation and how did this get made's interpretation, like that even itself. Yeah. I bet you if we could somehow go back in time when it came out, we could listen to it, and that could become our headcanon if we looked at it and hard thought about it the same way at the time. Because the last 10 years have been 100 in terms of craziness. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Yeah. Every single moment has been a horrible nightmare. But like I said, we can talk. Well, obviously, this went on way longer than I thought it possibly could. We can wrap up. We are wrapping up our thoughts on the movie. We both really liked it, but it's crazy how much you can interpret this movie. So, are you ready to rank it?
Well, real quick, because I did, of course, ask
Chris.
And right, Chris? You remember these ratings
your
gave
rankings
us earlier?
Of course, yeah.
Like, yeah? Okay, cool. All right, so just you and I here. So, if you were to give this a horror, a drama, and a comedy rankings. Do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go first?
I guess I can go first. I mean, we don't really do like numbered. I guess our quote unquote number ranking is our actual ranking of the actual episodes. But I'll say, in terms of this movie, which one's the first? A horror. Horror. Yeah. Like I said, that's my number one reading. If I read it as the vampire's real, he's going crazy, and everything happening. He's just a thrall that's out of control with no real purpose. If it was just watching the movie through that lens, I would say it does a pretty good job. No, I would say it does a decent job. If they drop the concept out of how I interpret it.
Decent on its own merit?
Yeah, on its own merit, sure.
Chris, say?
So you want me to actually
That
give a
guy.
number score? Because even though we don't normally do that?
Yeah.
I probably would say, if this was just a movie about a thrall with no real purpose and an actual supernatural movie, a horror movie, I would say that this is probably a solid, 7 or 8 in that interpretation. As a pure thriller of a crazy person.
Or I guess drama is.
Honestly, this would be we were saying started going into it earlier. Difference between horror and thriller. A horror movie is like actual death and danger or like possibilities, but a thriller is more like just the threat of something bad happening is like the entire driving force of it. That something dangerous or something bad might happen from like a stalker or like an ex or a political situation or whatever. Those with thrillers would be a difference between that. As a thriller where like Alva's life and her whole body is in danger the entire movie, I would say that like this probably would work a lot better if that was the intent, and I probably would give it an 8 or 9 out of 10 as a thriller, just a pure thriller. As a comedy movie, like I said, Cage is fucking hilarious. In your brain, if you replace him with Steve Martin, it gets even fucking funnier, I think. As a pure comedy, I would say if it's like a straight up serious movie but like one comedic goofball in it, aka Cage or Steve Martin, I would say this would be a probably pretty good 7 out of 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
You give it a much higher because Chris had 4, 3, and 4.
Oh yeah. Chris was like.
So ironically, my scores are. So you've got overall high ratings. Chris had overall low. Mine are all over the place. So if I'm looking at this as a horror film, like I'm thinking like, what about this is horror to me? And when I think of horror, like it's not even just supernatural, but just like. I gave it a 2. I don't think this is overall a horror film. I can't see it as a true horror film. But if we're talking about drama, honestly, I give it a 10.
Yeah.
Straight up, I'm like, this is to me because I think it's impactful.
Probably the closest to, yeah.
Because even if it is got a supernatural twist to it, it's got that thrill, it's got that danger, it's got that unnerve, but it's got these. I mean, it is truly built on these characters, and I think that those relationships are great. But as a comedy, because of Nick Cage's performance, I gave it a 5.5 because it's kind of like to me, the comedy isn't coming from directly, purposefully comedy written lines, but from the exaggerations.
Yeah, his character is the only comedy in the movie.
Yeah.
Everything else is pretty serious.
Yeah, so literally, I'm all over. I'm literally overall average, but I'm high and low.
Oh yeah.
So
now time for the ultimate.
Ultimate rankings, yes.
Yeah, this was your movie, so you would go first.
All right, so I'm gonna start from the bottom and go up. Mm-hmm. So as my 25th ranked still is unfortunately something I did to myself. Jack and Jill. We've already talked about that one plenty. Let's see. Number 24 is Transformers: Age of Extinction because nothing happens.
Hey, cool as dinosaurs.
I give better dinosaurs elsewhere in this list. The Schneider Cut hits 23 because that was a long nothing, but at least it was a little bit better than the original, so I'll give you that much. I'll give you that on its own merit.
No.
That's when followed up by is The Last Airbender because at least it was shorter and it was colorful, but still trash. Yeah, I still have Monster Hunter low 21 here because what it could be and what it was, but then Resident Evil 2 because what it was ugh. And then X-Men Apocalypse because again it was at least colorful.
Yeah, that's true.
Terror of Tiny Town. It was short.
Yeah,
it was not great, but it was short. And Percy Jackson Lightning Thief because the show made us remember what a good Percy Jackson thing would be.
You see the trailer for the second season yet?
I did.
Oof.
It was pretty cool looking.
Hell yeah.
Where's my 15? Let's see. It was 16, 15. Where's 15? Did I have a 15? Huh. I don't know if I have a 15 here. Let's see. What 15 was? 14 was Banana Splits initially. So maybe that's. I'm going to write 15 again because fuck it. I feel like I'm missing a number here somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh well. 16 question mark. But yeah, Banana Splits because it could have been. There's I Partied with Victorious at 16.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. That was it. Because that's the Andy Dalton. Banana Splits wasn't bad, but it couldn't have been. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what could have made it better. that brings us to 13 of Troll 2, because, well, now 14, sorry, because there's enjoyment to be had, it just, you gotta be able to bring it out. 12 is Bad Taste. Film that, ironically, I might go up on a list or two, because, like, watching Poultrygeist again made me appreciate that Splatterfest. And, like, it wasn't a great film, but I appreciate, like, it's an early pioneer into something, you
Makes
know?
sense.
Let's see, that was 13. So what was 12 was 13. Number 11 was Fantastic Dinosaurs in the Movies. Action highlights from SFX Classics.
There we go.
Because it's got better dinosaurs than Transformers, in my opinion. And then, controversially, Marcy X. Because I thought I would have enjoyed it more. And it's a...
Terrible.
Yeah. I am also a white man, so... we see things differently, as this movie tells us. Digimon the movie, it's a fun little trip down memory lane. Fantasy Island, again, for what I was able to surprise my wife and fake not remembering it, quote unquote. Number 8, Star Wars 3, Revenge of the Sith, decent. Yep. Warcraft, because of orcs. Freddy vs. Jason is a film that is just a blast of a good time.
Absolutely.
That was number 6. Number 5, Fast X, because honestly, the biggest thing against it is it was unfinished technically.
Yeah,
really wish it had finished properly.
Yeah.
Number 3. Number 4. I'm on number 4. Sorry. Number 4. Willy's Wonderland. Very emotive character without any dialogue. Very impressive. Nicolas Cage is a true generational talent. Speaking of, and having nothing to do with it, number 3 is Road Trip.
Yep.
Again, I didn't expect it to be as progressive as it was. I did not expect this to be my number 2. Vampire's Kiss is my number 2.
Hell yeah.
Honestly, if you had asked me to rank this initially, I just made this now because I did not know where to put it. Mm-hmm. And honestly, if I had not come to some of these realizations and everything, if we had not had this discussion, this would not have been as high. But just the fact that we can have like I can see this as a Thrall film. I can see this as a proper crazy person, quote unquote crazy person film. This film just is so complex in ways I never even thought of, and I never even thought I knew I love this film. I chose it for a reason. This is why it was our Nicolas Cage movie. Like Willy's Wonderland was his own thing.
Yeah.
We chose that because of Nicolas Cage. He's happened to be in it. I chose Vampire's Kiss because of Nicolas Cage, and it fucking impressed the goddamn motherfucking hell out of me. God damn it. Impressive as hell.
Hell yeah.
Deserves to be number 2. Fortunately, not enough to unlodge what is truly a great film. Perfect film.
Yeah.
Watched it again recently just to remind myself of what perfection looks like. Freddy got fingered.
Hell yes.
Get a hold of us, Tom Green. Get a hold of
The
us.
throne of heaven will not be dethroned anytime soon. Alright, so my list, last place, Last Airbender, fucking terrible, offensive piece of shit. I hated it. I hate every second of it.
Fair.
Check out my Avatar MTG collection. It's great. Now, next 24, Bad Taste, gross, disgusting Australians, just being disgusting and weird and very, boring. I think that movie is also, along with being gross. Number 23, Monster Hunter, terrible and offensive, just as Last Airbender, but that 2 seconds of slight enjoyment. Number 22, one of the worst things Ed has made me watch, fucking Marcy X. I never in a million years watched that fucking shit again. It sucked ass, and I was offended the whole time. It was terrible, and I hated it. Unfunny shit. It sucked. I'm probably gonna move it lower later. It's probably honestly moved lower from last time I recorded, honestly.
Probably.
Number 21, Terror of Tiny Town, boring and stupid. Fortunately short. That's the only reason it's not lower. Number 20, Jack and Jill, fucking terrible, but not as only one. Ridiculously offensive scene, the whole Hispanic family scene, as opposed to an entire movie of that, which is Marcy X. So, number 19, Resident Evil Apocalypse, boring and dumb piece of shit. Number 18, that's the, what's it called? 19 is the line of Truly Hated. Now it's in the line of mid. 18, Banana Split / The Hug, an okay but mediocre little cheap horror movie. Number 17, Percy Jackson Lightning Thief, underwhelming. Number 16, I Party with Victoria's, mid-comedy from the mid-era of TV. Number 15, The Schneider Cut. This one actually got a lot lower than last time I thought about it because, the Snyder cult the Snyder cult isn't dead. The Snyder universe is dead. The cult is still strong and being shitheads online all the time. And I'm unfortunately, I was a part of the people who I like those movies for the most part, but now I hate them more as time goes on. Number 14, Troll 2, boring but fun with friends. Fantasy Island, number 13, a nice little cheap thriller. Now we're in the little era of shitty CG movies that Matthew loves, because number 12, Transformers Age of Extinction. Yeah. Number 11, X-Men Apocalypse. Number 10, Fantastic Dinosaurs of the Movies, highlights from special effects classics or whatever the hell the full title is. Number 9, World of Warcraft, as we've said a dozen times, half of an excellent movie, half of a boring piece of shit. Number 8, Star Wars Episode 3, a movie with a lot of problems, but a great story. Number 7 was Road Trip, a fun comedy, but I don't rank comedies too high, except for the one true wonderful movie. Number 6 was Fast X, an incredible movie that got really shit on by fans and critics alike. Number 5, number 5, Digimon the movie, great nostalgia, beautiful animation, just wonderful. Number 4 is Vampire's Kiss. It was a little bit higher on my list. Honestly, I had it at number 2 when I initially watched it. I thought it was full comedy. But then, just thinking about it tonally and how unclear the genre can be interpreted as, and the fact that the director didn't know what they were doing when they produced such a great movie, kind of made me feel weird about putting it so high as it's a pure comedy.
Ironic then that I raised it up and you lowered it based on our conversation.
Yeah, but a fun actual horror comedy, Freddy vs. Jason, a really, really fun, just fucking wrestling movie, basically, practically, with some fun horror action and a good amount of comedy. Comedy that doesn't age well, but it's still comedy nonetheless.
That is true.
Number 2 was Wonderland, another horror comedy, which we're figuring out the genre we love.
Truly though, an actual horror comedy.
An actual, explicitly horror comedy where it's not just, funny Nick Cage and then in a horrible situation. It's actually a bunch of funny characters in a horror situation. So it actually works as actual good horror comedy. And of course, threat of having unbeatable, perfect movie, never going to be dethroned, Freddy Got Fingered. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful movie. All right, so yeah, rankings and everything out of the way. Final down to it, just get plugs. Wrap this now longest episode up.
Oh boy, I mean it's deserving of it though.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
I think it definitely chose a good one.
I mean, it ended up as high as it did. It deserves to have a long ass episode.
Yeah. Then again, we've had some really long episodes on the bottom. Like our Schneider Cut used to be our longest one. Monster Hunter, still.
Yeah, it's still technically the longest. This is 3 long ass parts. Actually, no way. I haven't calculated it. It might Fantastic Dinosaurs might be about as long, but that's just us as opposed to Monster Hunter, which was multiple people. So. Yeah.
Also, we have referenced Monster Hunter how many times in the other episodes since?
A ton. Absolutely, every single time we have an opportunity after we've listed it. So. After that, plugs, do you want to your episode? Do you want to go first with your plugs?
Sure. So, biggest thing you really find me on is Twitch at Father_Bohawk. I play hardcore Pokemon Nuzlocke. I am currently playing, as I record this, and who knows whether I've beaten it or not. So I've been doing a game called Pokemon Autumn Red. It's a hardcore hack of Fire Red, of course. Yeah. On the second attempt, and usually what I'm doing is if it gets to a late game and I fail, or once I beat it, I've been doing White Duke Kaizo, 1 death equals restart. Nice. I did have a really good run where I'd gotten to Harlequin Clarence, who was the first trainer of the 3rd gym. Mm-hmm. That son of a gun, I got super unlucky, and I was so sad because I had two elemental monkeys, Gulpin, who I've never had. Like I didn't have Sunkern, but I had like a bag of scrap. I joke, I call it a bag of scraps. Yeah. And I somehow was like literally Panseer or Simisear and Simisage were like integral to me beating the 2nd gym. Like my Fire Monkey and the Grass type were. It was like the craziest freaking thing. I was coming up with the craziest freaking strats. It's been so fun. But yeah, playing Autumn Red, do Waichi Kaizo stuff a lot, and then after those two, I'll probably go back to the Emerald, inspired by the Pete Chow Point Crow Nuzlocke Invitational Randomizer, because I lost that one in the. Yeah, I think I lost that in the E4. That was Was it the E4 I lost it in, or was it one? No. Yeah, I was in the E4, and I lost. I want to say I can't remember who I lost to now, but it was late game. It was very sad. Oh well. So yeah, Father_Bohawk on Twitch.
Hell yeah.
Pokemon.
I will say, obviously, my quick ones. Matthew List Podcast on Twitch, which I don't really use that much. Matthew List Podcast on YouTube, where you listen to, I post most of my shit. Matthew List Podcast on Blue Sky. Matthew List Podcast on Patreon. Listen to old episodes of Movie Garbage, obviously. Listen to Action Toon Bros. Watch all my Magic the Gathering shorts, because why not? And then, of course, buy the book, Forgotten Minotaur King. Listen to the podcast, Forgotten Minotaur King. Oh, I think, Matthew's podcast on TikTok as well. I'm starting to put some of the stuff over my shorts over there and shit.
Hey.
And then besides those...
So basically it's all Terror of Tiny Town episodes?
Yeah, all Terror of Tiny Town.
Hey.
And that's one episode, one of the two that got flagged, along with our Snyder Cut episode for no reason. So, but yeah, check all those posts out. Listen to the podcast. Other projects still in the works, as they perpetually are.
Are you going to repost the Fantasy Island episode anytime soon?
I'd have to plug in my old computer tower that has all the old files and shit on it. I don't even know if it's like working still, but I'll find out.
Isn't the video even still on? Like, I know they flagged it.
The video should still be there somewhere. I might be able to download it and then re-upload it, which would be hilarious, because I'm like we said before multiple times, I'm certain that Blumhouse does not remember that movie exists. So yeah. So now for the next time. Now, we have a lot of caveats and a lot of ifs and thens for the longest episode we've ever done.
Oh, boy.
Now, I wanted to do something huge for this episode.
Bigger than me making Chris watch 11 Fast and Furious films?
Yeah, something bigger than that. So I was thinking, okay, so I want to do something huge, but one option I have is a bigger financial flop. The other option I wanted to do is a bigger critical flop. And I did, like I said, a huge franchise. I was like, okay, I don't know which one I want to do. But then I remembered a little idea that my boy here, Ed, had.
Your boy Yuzma?
Yeah, had an idea for when we were doing our Five Nights at Freddy's pseudo-movie spin-off thing where we did a double feature. Technically kind of a triple feature with the little mini thing. So I'm going to, pull my one-time double feature for the podcast. This is going to be probably the longest episode we've ever done ever.
Oh, jeez.
My idea is, I don't know how we've gone this far, this many years, without covering any Marvel movies.
Oh.
So I think, we need to cover one. Like I said, one's a huge financial flop. One is a huge critical flop. Why not do both? We are doing the Eternals and the Marvels.
Well, damn.
Yes! Hell yeah. Oh, Leanne's excited.
Yes! Oh, boy.
Yeah. We're doing the Eternals and Marvels as the next movie we're doing. I know you guys don't currently have Disney Plus. I'm fine with spotting you for a month if you don't.
Actually, they had a special for
nice.
$5 for per month for a year because of Black Friday. And the kids have been wanting to use it, so we actually just got it back like a week ago.
Perfect.
I've not seen the Marvels, but I have seen Eternals.
Eternals, fantastic movie.
Many times.
Yeah. I will say that, we are going to cover both. There are a bunch of movies in between. I know, let's see. It was Spider-Man.
Homecoming?
Third one. No, not Homecoming. I can't remember.
Far From Home?
Let's see. After Eternals, Spider-Man, No Way Home.
No Way Home.
Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. Thor, Black Panther, Thor, Love and Thunder. Yeah, Love and Thunder and Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, my personal one of the ones I love. And then after that, between the two films, would be Ant-Man and the Wasp.
The first one?
No, that's the... Quantumania. So that's the third one. And then Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and then was Marvels.
Okay.
There's also a number of TV shows in between there. I don't know if you've ever watched Miss Marvel TV show.
I have not.
Or... you guys watched
WandaVision?
WandaVision, because that's important to the Marvels as well.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. And I know also She-Hulk and other stuff ties into that as well. But anyway, besides that, yeah. So, yeah, The Eternals and Marvels. The Eternals, I know, is about 2.5 hours long. Marvels is only about 140.
Okay.
150, I think.
That's surprising. Maybe. I thought it would have been longer. But
Yeah. But, yeah, that's what we're going to be covering next time, probably in a month or two.
So about 5 months from now?
Yeah, probably. It'll come out about 5 months from now, probably. So, yeah, probably going to be...
we're going early then, huh?
Yeah. If we are able to record this in one session, I'm certain that this is probably going to be the longest one we've ever done.
Yeah. Though I'm curious to see how we'll break that one up at all.
I'll probably listen back to the episode, the Five Nights at Freddy's parody spoof episodes we did, because it's like, I think we just went through the plot of one and then the plot of the other, one after the other. But obviously with our new tact of preamble and production history and all kinds of shit like that, I'm going to fucking read a bunch of comics I don't need to read and just fucking be spouting bullshit the whole time.
Yeah. I feel like it would be...
we spent 5 hours on this very weird, forgotten movie from the 80s. So
True.
Who knows what the hell we're going to be talking about that.
But it'll be interesting because, like, obviously there's Marvel in general, but also, like, I'm curious to see how we decide to do it because, like, going over a lot of different stuff, like, the preamble is going to be very similar for both, but I feel like we could also connect them together in terms of other things, Yeah.
There'll be a lot of context. And also, both those movies do have a lot of outside of the film history and baggage and stories and stuff like that. So, yeah, we'll cover that next time. The Eternals and the Marvels.
Oh, boy.
And they're both ensemble, so it's going to be extra fucking long. But yeah, we'll see you next time.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't even know what to say.
I don't know what the hell you were doing. What impression you're doing.
I trying to do his little voice. I don't know what he's doing. His little voice. Come on, get the hunched shoulders when I'm doing it. Oof,
Not Alva, Oof, Magoof.
Oof, Magoof.